Bedeviled. Bedeviled. A Shadow History of Demons in Science. Jimena Canales. Preface. On a train ride to Geneva, I finished reading yet another scientific paper that included the word demon. I had brought with me a stack of articles and stashed them in a folder that I labeled the Demon Papers. Inside it, I arranged chronologically copies of original documents from the 17th to the 20th centuries. 1. The texts were not theological demonologies written by priests or inquisitors, nor were they illicit texts on black magic. They were not prurient necromancies detailing evil wonders, they were not written by poets or novelists, they were not authored by anthropologists interested in superstitious or backward cultures, and they were certainly not New Age texts on the supernatural. They were standard scientific articles. Modern demons were not found in the old grimoires of magical spells and incantations. They appeared in classic texts of science and modern philosophy, authored by highly respected thinkers and scientists. From the 19th century onwards, they were published regularly in standard journals, such as in the prestigious academic venues Nature and the American Journal of Physics. Specialized science magazines, such as Scientific American, covered their adventures. Even mainstream news outlets, such as the New York Times, occasionally reported on them. Most of the demons were associated with the last name of the scientist who first speculated about their possible existence. Some were so influential that they became a fixture in standard textbooks. Most of the demon research papers were widely celebrated, and many of them pointed to key discoveries, such as thermodynamics, relativity theory, and quantum mechanics. I could barely put the material down before having to descend from my train. The content of these texts seemed to contradict one of science's much trumpeted virtues and its most lasting accomplishment, the elimination of imaginary or supernatural beings from this world, including witches, unicorns, mermaids, demons, and many others. The cosmologist Sean Carroll described the magnitude of this contradiction in his book Surveying Our Current State of Knowledge of the Universe. "What is it with all the demons, anyway?" he asked, then noted, "It's beginning to look more like Dante's Inferno than a science book." 2. Carroll's apprehension is as rare as it is commendable. Most references to demons by scientists appear without remark. Authors of demon papers often use that eerie designation simply for lack of a better word. For them, the term is a sort of placeholder for the unknown, a word used faute de mieux, to refer to a whatchamacallit they do not yet fully comprehend and for which they soon hope to find a more precise term. Some writers use the term casually and unsystematically. The informality behind their choice of terminology can be maddening. "The word demon should not be used lightly," I wrote in my travel notes. The dossier under my eyes convinced me that scientists were not behaving at all as we commonly thought they did. Envisioning the uphill task of understanding these practices, my mind started wandering excitedly high into the Alps. I would follow my Frankenstein wherever it led me. Seminal texts on physics, biology, and beyond seemed to me like wizardry manuals. They were enchanting and magical, bordering on dangerous. I decided to reach a few decades back from 1666 and to peer into the decade past 1999 to learn about their most recent adventures. I started gathering materials to recreate the most precise and detailed picture possible of these mysterious beings. Older texts, those that dated to the 17th century, were still marked by vestiges of medieval lore. They often referred to beings that had not yet been ruled out by the budding science of those days. Often designated by the Latin term demonia, those creatures were thought to be possibly real. They fascinated researchers because nobody could prove unequivocally and conclusively that they did not exist. Demons that appeared in recent texts were more often clearly designated as hypothetical and imaginary. Yet scientists were so fascinated by them that they explored ways to bring them into existence, sketching out new technologies to imitate their feats. These demons did not remain figments of the imagination for long. Who or what were these beings concocted in the minds of scientists? How had they moved so swiftly from science to fiction to science fiction and back to science? These categories must be kept separate, I wrote in my notes. An as yet unwritten book held me down like an iron ball and chain. Our new millennium, I concluded with excitement and trepidation, required a modern demonology for the age of reason. Bedeviled. Introduction. The glass of science is half empty. Researchers across the globe are fixated on all that we do not know yet. It was the same 100 years ago, and more than 100 years before then too. Every once in a while, progress arrives. Aha! Something clicks in someone's head. Everything falls into place. The result is nothing short of magical. What had once been invisible suddenly seems to have been hiding in plain sight. Inspiration happens to all of us writers, artists, scientists, as well as ordinary people. The gap between knowledge and imagination is not as inscrutable as it has been made to appear. It is consequential long after the moment when these first ideas evaporate and practical concerns take over. By previewing a world of wonders long before the curtains are drawn and the show begins, we can sit in on the rehearsal of our own scientific and technological future. The antechamber of discovery is a place where ideas are forged before they see the light of day. It is the incubator that shapes science before it is tested. When the spectacle of our achievements includes the trials and tribulations that led to them, knowledge looks different. How can we explain the trajectory of science and technology that has taken us from the steam engine to the microchip, or from the early automata of the scientific revolution to the artificial intelligence of today? Scientists wake up every morning, drive to the lab, write papers, teach courses, train colleagues, sometimes receive prizes and accolades, retire, and die. Sociologists and anthropologists have carefully followed them every step of the way. This path has a clear logic that works in piecemeal fashion, yet somewhere along the way something greater than the actors themselves seems to break in. Scholars have been fascinated by moments of discovery in science, when genius scientists have a brilliant eureka idea. Breakthroughs often arrive when least expected. What was once impossible no longer is. New experiments and technologies are first conceived in the minds of scientists. They are thinkable long before they become feasible. When scientists are hard at work, their minds are frequently up in the clouds. The surprising nature of discovery and invention may lead us to suspect that something akin to an unconscious force connives behind the boundaries of reason and drives their development from outside. Discovery has its own twisted, fascinating, and at times terrifying history. It also has its own highly developed technical vocabulary. Scientists often use the word demon during the most preliminary phases of their research. It designates something that is not yet fully known or understood. These demons are not religious, supernatural, monstrous, or merely evil. They refer to something that defies rational explanation and may stump or break a hypothesis or a law of nature. Their function is not primarily metaphorical or figurative. They are technical terms whose definition can be found in almost any dictionary. The Oxford English Dictionary defines demons in science as any of various notional entities having special abilities, used in scientific thought experiments. They are frequently mentioned eponymously with reference to the particular person associated with the experiment and follow a pattern originating with René Descartes, the 17th-century thinker known for inaugurating the Age of Reason. 1. Descartes' demon opened up the floodgates to many others, continuing up to this day. New names are added as soon as they become part of the argot of the laboratory. Laplace's demon followed on the heels of Descartes' demon and became a model for new calculating machines that could potentially determine the precise position and movement of all particles in the universe to know all of the past and even the future. These two demons soon faced stiff competition from the Victorian creature named Maxwell's demon, who could wreak havoc with the usual course of nature. As science grew in prestige and complexity, many other demons were invoked and named after Charles Darwin, Albert Einstein, Max Planck, Richard Feynman, and others. Figuring things out often involves invoking demons as a useful category to articulate and fill in the gaps of existing knowledge. When confronted with a particularly difficult problem, or when the universe is not working the way it should, scientists immediately start suspecting a perpetrator. Besides being given the last name of the scientist who first started thinking about the enigma, the culprits are often anthropomorphized as they become blueprints for future technologies. Researchers sometimes refer to them as he, other times as she, and often as it. As scientists imagine demons with competing abilities and picture them collaborating with or fighting against each other, they inspire the creation of ever more complex technological arrangements. Prototypes are constantly upgraded. New versions are right around the corner, soon to be released. A variant spelling, daemon, has yet another meaning in science. In the context of computing technology, it designates a program, or part of a program, running inside a computer. The term can be interpreted as an acronym, either for disk and execution monitor or for device and monitor. When you perform a search in your computer, lines of code called daemons are used to find the match you are looking for. When you log into the internet or use your smartphone, myriads of such daemons are put to work smoothing the process of communication between you, your device, and the devices of others. Today these daemons are central to the communication infrastructure around us. Point 2. Such a facon de parler is eerily consequential. Dictionary entries reveal an open secret within a close-knit community: scientists are demon experts. Practitioners across fields agree that science has not killed the demons and that studying them can be extremely useful. Point 3. To know the world, to make it better, to overcome insurmountable difficulties and dead ends, scientists routinely look for them. How did they become part of scientists' vernacular? What broader consequences come with this mode of inquiry? What aftereffects do these practices have on the development of world history? What, if anything, relates these definitions to the original term, one derived from the ancient Greek delta alpha iota mu nu iota omicron nu? Is there any connection between them and the demons associated with hell and the devil? Most dictionaries include similar entries. In them, demons no longer appear as opposite to angels. Nor are they interchangeable with any of the other creatures of religion or folklore. They are grouped with other similar creatures. The technical use of the word shows us why the religious, figurative, and literary understanding of demons remains so pertinent today. The progress of science and technology has been marked by investigations into the possible existence of a fine and motley crew, a veritable troupe of colorful characters with recognizable outfits, proclivities, and abilities who can challenge established laws. To catch them, scientists think like them. Science is stranger than fiction. Since ancient times, poets and literary authors have given us evocative narratives of demons. Some feature them as personifications of evil, while others associate them with benign forces, including at times our inner voice or our moral consciousness. Classical and modern literature, horror films, and comic books are rife with demons and devils who travel indiscriminately from highbrow to lowbrow popular genres. Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Sathanas are some of the most prominent demons of religion. Socrates is one of the best-known demons of philosophy. Literature has many: Dante's Lucifer, Shakespeare's Prospero, Milton's Satan, Goethe's Mephistopheles, and Shelley's Frankenstein are some of the most well-known. These demons share certain characteristics with science's demons, but not all. The latter no longer have any of the physical identifying marks that would connect them to the demons of old. They have nothing in common with those furnished with short horns, long tails, and cloven hoofs. The clichés associated with black magic and evildoers do not fit them. Their form is different. Nonetheless, science's demons share many underlying characteristics with the demons of old. While no longer isomorphic with them, they remain isofunctional in key respects. For this reason, they are daunting, outperforming their predecessors in unexpected ways. By focusing almost exclusively on the demons of lore, legend, or religion, we have forgotten to watch for the demons in our midst. The 19th-century French poet Charles Baudelaire was exceptional for refusing to accept the demystification of the world by scientific and secular means. His work called on readers to remain attentive to the real power wielded by figures deemed to be largely symbolic. In a poem initially titled Le Diable, he described the evil one's latest ruse, the devil's finest trick is to persuade us that he does not exist. 4. Technologies are frightfully diverse. What do X and Y have in common? When thinking about all the things that get categorized under the label technology, I am often reminded of the riddles that begin with that question. Only a few things so categorized have metallic gears and pistons. They may be organic or chemical, living or inert, tiny or huge, or they may not occupy fixed areas at all. Some are clearly useful, others not at all. What can a telescope possibly have in common with a calculator? Is there a basic characteristic that can be used to describe what steam engines, for example, share with lines of code? Of the innumerable things and systems that we commonly group in the broad category technology, many have been associated, at one time or another, with the demonic, the magical, or the fantastical. While the very idea of modern technology is one that is frequently at odds with a belief in the power of the supernatural, too many thinkers consider technology in those terms. How can we make sense of such contradictions? Something else in technology must give rise to these associations. That something else is the topic of this book. The Demon of Technology. What have I done? A stroll through the history of science and technology shows us that innovations often beget regret, determination can turn into hand-wringing, and initial exhilaration gives way to soul-searching. The literature of the history of science is full of retrospective memoirs written by scientists who all confronted the same question after they saw how their research had been put to use. Knowledge gives us power, leaving us to cope with the additional complication that power by itself does not discriminate between good and evil. Even our most advanced technologies have not brought us all the benefits we hoped for. We live in fear that our most cherished innovations in science and technology might fall into the wrong hands and be used for the wrong ends. Even in the best-case scenarios, when science and technology are developed for virtuous and honorable purposes, new developments can be quickly adapted for destructive ones. All that is needed to turn something good into something horrible is a slightly larger dose, an incremental increase in quantity, or an imperceptible change of context. Pesticides have been used in gas chambers against innocent people, fertilizers can be used to build bombs, space rockets can deliver weapons of mass destruction, vaccines are easily adapted for biological warfare, the cure for genetic diseases can become the basis of eugenic interventions, the same implement can be used to heal or to hurt, and so on. What was once a solution can become a tool for perpetuating a crime. A dream can turn into a nightmare in a heartbeat. The picture of technological development that emerges is not entirely good. The sword of knowledge cuts two ways. We have thought about the dangers of knowledge in this way since it first appeared as a concept in history. The biblical account of the expulsion of Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden describes knowledge as something transgressive and even demonic. A creature associated with the devil, craftier than any of the other wild animals, tempts Adam and Eve to bite into forbidden fruit. When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband, who was with her, and he ate it. 5. Since these words were first written down sometime in the 5th or 6th centuries before the Christian era, they have been repeated over and over again. They are especially central in Judeo-Christian traditions, yet their influence on other cultures has been profound. To this day, an unbridled desire to acquire knowledge to gain wisdom continues to be considered transgressive and sometimes even sinful. In other translations of this famous passage, Adam and Eve are described as eating from a tree to be desired to make one wise. The words used to describe the serpent have been variously translated from the Hebrew aram as wise, intelligent, clever, cunning, shrewd, subtle, crafty, astute, and wily. Why are intelligence and wisdom so directly tied to sinfulness and lawlessness in this biblical passage and beyond? The biblical account of Adam and Eve was preceded by earlier myths with similar themes. The myths of Prometheus and Icarus are perhaps two of the best known from a list that goes on and on. The idea of technology as a double-edged sword was already explored in the myth of Hercules and his poisoned arrows. After these were used successfully against his enemies, they inadvertently returned to kill their unwitting creator. Yet another famous tale of ancient times that speaks to the dangers of technology is the Hebrew story of the golem. In the story, a lump of clay was given life, and though it mostly behaved according to the wishes of its creator, one day it did not, leaving a trail of rampant destruction and ruin. Similar themes motivate the stories of Talos, an artificial soldier made of metal, Galatea, who was created by Pygmalion to be larger than life, and Pandora, who was responsible for opening Zeus's box of evils. Stories exposing the moral dangers of science and technology used similar tropes in medieval times. Demons, devils, and contracts made with them became more prominent. In the 6th century, the example of the life of the cleric Theophilus of Adana was used to highlight the perils of exchanging one's soul for the promise of complete and total knowledge. The medieval legend of Faust reminded its listeners that signing a pact with the devil in exchange for unlimited knowledge could have dire consequences. The Elizabethan play of that name by Christopher Marlowe brought those themes to the theatre. These kinds of stories frequently feature characters who, like Adam and Eve, are tempted to explore more and know more, sometimes learning too much, being fatefully attracted to forbidden or secret knowledge. In the 19th century, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's celebrated Faust gave new life to old Christian and medieval myths. Goethe's novel soon became a sensation throughout a continent that was being rapidly transformed politically, scientifically, and technologically. Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus by Mary Shelley, was so imbued with these antecedent themes that she even subtitled her work with a reference to the ancient myth. Less celebrated authors pursued similar themes, sometimes echoing unsophisticated, prosaic, and commonplace beliefs about the dangers of knowing too much. Why have these themes persisted throughout millennia? The descriptions of the entrepreneur-inventor Elon Musk are typical of the genre. When speaking at the Centennial Symposium for MIT's Aeronautics and Astronautics Department in 2014, he described AI as a powerful means for summoning the demon. 6. Is there something in it or in science and technology that is inherently dangerous and wonderful at the same time? Why do we think that curiosity killed the cat? In other words, is there something about the quest for knowledge that is almost always demonic? If we look at the technologies that science's demons have inspired, we get a surprisingly coherent view of science's most celebrated successes. In the 17th century, the philosopher René Descartes was fascinated and terrified by a host of new innovations around him, such as automata, and by new entertainment techniques that blurred the boundary between reality and spectacle. In their context, he described a creature who could take over our senses to install an alternative reality, and developed an entire philosophical school designed for defending ourselves against this being. Those early technologies are quaint compared to the ones of today, yet Descartes' demon still comes up in conversations among scientists and engineers who are interested in the challenges brought about by new virtual reality technologies or who are invested in this research area. A search for demons, even some quite old ones, still drives the development of ever more perfect models. Virtual reality is one example out of many. The history of demons permits us to see something that most social or political histories miss: the arch of modern science and technology being raised across the world. Science's demons were typically first sought after in places we now count as significant sites of historical transformation. In the Dutch Golden Age, they provided lessons about the limitations of our senses and the power of reason. In revolutionary France, they gave scientists hope that certain natural laws were ultimately immutable and stable. In Victorian England, they showed a growing number of practitioners how to cope with industrialization. Demons played key roles in continental Europe during World War I, in Britain and America during World War II, and in a handful of American universities during the Cold War. By the end of the millennium, enterprises where they were studied were truly global, with research taking place in select laboratories from Helsinki to Tokyo. These studies were central to the development of mechanics, thermodynamics, relativity, quantum mechanics, and cosmology. The study of demons then spread to the life sciences, where they were seen as providing the necessary oomph that jump-started life itself from its lowly origins in brute matter. They then played key roles in evolutionary biology, molecular biology, and neuroscience. Eventually, they left the desk of theoretical physicists and the laboratory benches of experimentalists to affect economic theory and monetary policy. Not every fork is a trident, nor every bowl a cauldron. Many technologies are considered magical and fantastical without being thought of as demonic. Some celebrated thought experiments do not feature demons at all. Most descriptions where one aspect of science or technology is seen as demonic typically stick only for a short period of time before being dropped and transferred promiscuously to describe something else entirely. It is only when research is new, innovative, mysterious, and potentially transformative across broad swaths of culture and society that it is described thusly. In the case of epoch-making, world-altering technologies, we are hard-pressed to find examples that have not been described as demonic, in one way or another, at one time or another. Imagination. Our imagination works wonders, and many scholars have dedicated themselves to studying it. Yet its role in science is often assumed to be secondary. It is traditionally considered to be a private art, too unruly to study, off-limits to rational inquiry, inchoate, slippery, obscure, and perhaps even unrecoverably unconscious. 7 While scholarship on thought experiments has grown in recent years, most scholars still consider them to be lesser than, or essentially distinct from, the real-deal experiments performed in laboratories and research centers. 8 The role of the imagination in science continues to be portrayed as an inconvenient idea. Hiding behind science's ego, as something that takes place primarily outside of the lab and slyly and occasionally sneaks in, as an embarrassing sibling or bastard child of the arts and the humanities showing up uninvited. 9 But its power does not stop when scientists enter the lab or write down their equations. The entire enterprise of science from theory to experiment to public communication is thoroughly permeated with our imagination. When we think, reason, and make decisions, we simultaneously think ahead, far, and beyond. From a distance, we can see just how much our imagination shapes technology. The great writer Victor Hugo excelled in seeing connections between the technologies of his era and imaginary creatures of yesteryear. He asked his reader to consider how steamboats had tamed the oceans much as Hercules had tamed the Hydra, how locomotives appeared to breathe fire like dragons, and how hot air balloons were much like the griffins once imagined to roam through the air. We have tamed the Hydra, and he is called the steamer, he wrote in Les Miserables, 1862, before continuing, we have tamed the dragon, and he is called locomotive, we are on the point of taming the griffin, we have him already, and he is called the balloon. He envisioned future technologies as being shaped by these age-old myths. The day when this Promethean work shall be finished, he continued, when man shall have definitely harnessed to his will the triple chimera of the ancients, he will be the master of the water, the fire, and the air. 10. Castles in the sky are rarely empty. A beautiful princess may be trapped in a tower, a hunchback may live in the bell tower, or a troll may be asleep under the bridge. Our imagination is almost limitless, but it is not infinitely so. Even in the fairytale, the philosopher Ernst Bloch reminds us, not everything runs smoothly. 11 Imaginary creatures cannot randomly break any and all norms and laws. They must stay in character. They cannot just go any which way and act in any way they please. Creatures of our imagination lead us into certain prescribed futures. Our fate might change if we choose to enter the dungeon, peer under the bridge, sleep in the princess's bed, climb the high tower, or summon a demon. Not all imaginary creatures have been equally useful to science. Demons are by far the most common creature that populates the modern scientific imagination. References to them vastly outnumber allusions to monsters, ghosts, werewolves, zombies, fairies, witches, unicorns, elves, giants, dragons, sirens, basilisks, hippogriffs, dracs, exotica, and so many others. Like the others, they too are representatives of universal archetypes, symbolic figures who help us express universal feelings, such as dread and fear, that are prevalent across history and culture. Yet to understand the development of science and technology, it is necessary to distinguish them from other imaginary creatures more carefully. Demons' particular ancient lineage makes them valuable for thinking about the natural world. They cannot be placed in the same basket as any other creatures. For example, while unicorns have a recent use among venture capitalists to designate unusually successful startups, they are rarely mentioned in the technical literature of science. Elves and giants, which are mostly creations of the pre-Christian mythology of the Norse and other Germanic tribes, are sometimes invoked by scientists to describe what the world looks like at different scales. Their use in technical science literature, however, is sparse. The same can be said of vampires, which are mostly of 19th century Eastern European origin, or of the ghouls and goblins of European folklore. Although the general category of the monstrous was very important for the development of science during medieval times, its role in modern scientific practices is minor. None of these creatures feature as prominently in modern science as demons. A demon-free world. If it is unsurprising to see technoscience critics highlight its demonic qualities, it is even less surprising to see that technoscience advocates think about demons and the imagination differently. Science is often portrayed as a weapon against all sorts of pseudoscientific and superstitious beliefs that have been peddled by quacks or imposters and fanned by the forces of religion and superstition. Carl Sagan, famed cosmologist and popular science author, celebrated science for just this reason. His best-selling book The Demon-Haunted World, 1996, described the scientific method as the fine art of baloney detection that permitted scientists to brush away irrational beliefs and other falsehoods from this world. 12. Sagan was right. When the unreal suddenly appears to be real, or worse, when real and unreal appear to blur, our imagination can be tempered by putting it to the test. The laws of nature provide us with constraints we can apply to check our beliefs and corral our runaway imaginations. They hold us back. As tough as brick and mortar, the laws of nature limit our imaginings and force our most audacious plans to fall in line with practical realities. Experiments can help. If you think you have seen a demon, you better think twice. Were you agitated, delusional, or inebriated? If that impression is not dispelled after ruling out mental causes that might have fooled you into thinking you saw a demon, you can create an experiment to rule out other causes. Turn on the lights. Check the window. Look for suspicious footprints. Prepare to catch the culprit during a future visit. Spread flour on the floor of your room to see if anyone has tiptoed in. If you find no evidence ever again, then it is extremely unlikely that a bipedal being was the culprit. Throughout the history of civilization, we have developed clear ways of testing our beliefs. By varying conditions to eliminate false hypotheses, sensible folk act just like scientists, using experimental techniques to get to the bottom of things and arrive at the truth. The trial and error reasoning that characterizes sound, rational thinking has been tremendously effective at eliminating a host of hypothetical beings whose existence is thus proven to be so improbable that we might as well scratch them off the list of things to search for. A scientist brandishing a telescope or microscope, holding a test tube or swan flask, or analyzing a petri dish, all to eliminate false hypotheses, is acting much like a valiant knight slaying a dragon or a demon. Yet it is not so simple. Scientists routinely look for new particles, forces, materials, states of nature, laws, and new combinations thereof. Enthralled by the incredible and unbelievable, they set off on voyages of discovery. Among themselves, they often describe their enterprise as a search for demons that are not yet completely understood or eliminated by current experiments. If we knew beforehand what we'd find, it would be unnecessary to go, admitted Sagan. Surprises even some of mythic proportions are possible, maybe even likely, he concluded. 13 How can it be that scientific laws characterized by certainty, precision, and finality are improved upon, refined, and sometimes even overturned? How does new knowledge arise from determinate laws? A contradiction lies at the heart of science. Our imagination is necessary for obtaining new knowledge. We can celebrate Homo sapiens for having learned how to plan and calculate as no other species before it, and Homo faber for having used tools better than any of its predecessors, yet we seem to have forgotten that both were initially motivated by the creator of creativity, Homo imaginer. The back and forth commerce between the real and the imaginary is what permits us to create new knowledge. Scientific laws are sturdy, but they are not fixed, and our imagination is the best tool we have for extending and improving on them. Science grows when researchers push it to new limits, striving to become smarter than the smartest, bigger than the biggest, smaller than the smallest, slower than the slowest, and faster than the fastest. Scientists know full well that the fact that something has not yet been found does not mean it will never be. To make this point, the philosopher A.J. Ayer felt authorized to invoke the search for the abominable snowman as an example. One cannot say there are no abominable snowmen, he warned, because complete proof of their inexistence across all time and space is practically impossible to come by. The fact that one had failed to find any would not prove conclusively that none existed, he concluded. 14 The gates to the Parthenon of the real remain wide open. The search for new entities is not blind. Trails run cold. Experienced scientists know where it is most profitable to look, what new discoveries might look like, what properties they might possess, and what they might be capable of. Well-funded research programs focus on topics that are most worthy of investigation. Luck, goes a well-known saying, favors only the prepared. 15 It takes years and years of education and training to become prepared, and hours after hours of study to master all the pre-existing literature on a given topic. Before setting out to discover the fundamental laws of nature, scientists equip themselves carefully, much like voyagers sailing off on long journeys. But luck also favors those who dare to imagine. An essential part of the work of all young scientists consists in working hard to sharpen their imagination. Where is our imagination taking us? The science of today, it is also commonly said, is the technology of tomorrow. Yet the relation of science to technology throughout history has not been so direct or transparent. Scientists themselves are often in the dark about the repercussions of their research. Sometimes the closer they are to the topic, the further they are from understanding its broader impact. The physicist Max Born gave us one of the most honest renditions of scientists' blind spots when it comes to the impact of their research. Reflecting on his own contributions, he admitted that anyone who would have described the technical applications of this knowledge as we have them today would have been laughed at. The path taken by the development of technology in the last centuries has gone beyond anyone's wildest dreams. During Born's youth, there were no automobiles, no airplanes, no wireless communication, no radio, no movies, no television, no assembly line, no mass production, and so on. 16 Scientists working in the fields most relevant to new technologies can be completely blind to the changes about to take place right under their noses. Writers of speculative science fiction who are intent on imagining future worlds miss future developments just as much. If a path cannot be traced back to scientists' conscious actions and intentions, how else can we understand the development of technological innovations? The interconnection between science and technology is so complex, and their development throughout history so confounding, that it quickly raises another question. What comes before both? For centuries, scientists have been transfixed with studying a particular set of demons. By imagining what they can or cannot do, they have figured out some of the most important laws of the universe. When scientists developed the law of energy conservation, they imagined powerful demons that could break it. When developing the theories of thermodynamics, they imagined tiny demons who fiddled with individual atoms and could overturn entropy. When they developed the theory of relativity, they considered faster-than-light demons that could wreak havoc in the universe in unpredictable ways. When they looked deep into atoms at the level of the quantum, they considered whether demons might be interfering in the bizarre paths taken by photons or electrons that were affecting atomic decay, transmutation, and the release of previously unknown sources of energy. The demons that are still under investigation possess sufficiently credible characteristics that experts continue to consider how and if they might pass for real. The jury is still out when it comes to some of the fundamental questions associated with these strange creatures. The most die-hard demons, those that have survived centuries of investigation, have so far stumped the cleverest elimination methods of resourceful researchers. Weak and clumsy demons have been culled from the batch, but strong and nimble ones slip like lucky fish through the holes of the most up-to-date experimental techniques. As science helps us sift illusions and irrational beliefs from the real laws of nature, scientists' search lists have grown as they explain what nature can do, where its limits lie, and how its boundaries might be pushed. The nature of logic, virtual reality, thermodynamics, relativity theory, quantum mechanics, computing, cybernetics, artificial intelligence, information theory, origin of life, biochemistry, molecular biology and evolutionary biology, DNA replication and transcription all have been advanced by reference to demons. The discovery of seemingly unrelated things, molecules, atomic bombs, computers, DNA, neural networks, lines of code, quantum computers was part of an epic effort to find and understand them. Modern demons arrived with modern thought, which they made into their comfortable home. In some descriptions, demonkind has deft fingers and sharp eyesight. In others, demons hold photon-emitting torches or flashlights. Some of them are capable of forming families, and yet others are described as organized in an army or a society. Some shriek wildly, and others are good-natured and polite. They lurk in a demondom that is often dark, chaotic, and well insulated, as is the inside of a computer. In all of their shapes, forms, and guises, these creatures share one consistent quality: they appear intent on either aiding us in living a good life or preventing us from doing so, an ideal often designated by the Greek term eudaimonia. It no longer surprises me that the ancient term for the good life was made by combining the prefix eu-, for good, with the word daemonia, for demons. What follows is a history of science's demons, some imaginary and some real, some impossible and others less so, and through it a history of the universe as we have come to know it, filled with mystery and possibility. 1. Descartes' evil genius. Volumes have been written about a demon first imagined in 1641 by the French philosopher René Descartes. Descartes described a creature, using the Latin term malignum genium, who could remove the world in front of us and provide us with an alternative reality. By reminding us that all we perceive might be a lie, or the bad joke of an intelligence higher than ours, Descartes' creation planted the seed of doubt firmly in our minds. Against it, we have developed tools and techniques to better understand the imperfection of our senses and to exploit the power of pure reason. Yet we also turn these insights against ourselves, when we use them to find ever more perfect ways of imitating reality to fool others. Descartes' demon is not alone. He inspired many other thinkers to search for others like him. Today he is the darling of magicians, advertisement executives, spin doctors, and the entertainment and media industry. He is presently most feared for his ability to spread fake news and create deep fakes. Descartes' creation saddled us with the responsibility of making reason our master. It challenged us to advance knowledge by questioning our dearest assumptions, everything and everyone, including social, religious, and political authorities. Thanks to him, skepticism and doubt continue to be the most powerful tools of scientific discovery. I always had an extreme desire to learn to distinguish the true from the false, wrote the philosopher René Descartes in his discourse on the method. 1 The year was 1637. The task was not easy. Folk practices for judging reality and for distinguishing truth from superstition seemed perilously faulty, unsystematic, unreliable, and subject to error. Could they be replaced by a better, maybe even entirely rational method? Descartes worked hard to find ways to deliver us from a world of maddening illusions to discover a method for distinguishing fact from fiction and separating sanity from insanity. He articulated the best techniques he could think of. The process he came up with earned him the distinction of being the founder of modern philosophy and the father of rationalism. Scholars usually associate the beginning of the Age of Reason with his work, which is widely considered to mark the beginning of the natural sciences and to have inspired the materialist and secular philosophies that would characterize the following centuries. The Cartesian era was one of brain over brawn. It proved to be exciting and wonderfully creative. Descartes gave his readers detailed instructions for how to fend off the demon who would carry his name. His demon's weakness resided in his inability to fiddle with certain basic facts, beginning with the inescapable reality that if one thinks then one must be. I think therefore I am, stressed the philosopher, writing for the first time the original Latin phrase cogito ergo sum that to this day is widely recognized. Descartes' solution was to focus on the most certain truths he could find in an otherwise confusing and tricky world. 2 and 3 added together are 5, he wrote excitedly in his first meditation. A square has no more than 4 sides, he continued. Point 2 From simple examples like these, he sought to build up a method for determining all other ineluctable transparent truths. These, he hoped, could serve as a firm foundation for understanding the world in a thoroughly rational manner. This analysis seemed to be going swimmingly, until the demon named after Descartes revealed just how hard it would be to draw a firm line between the real and the unreal. His tricks were sometimes so perfect that victims would remain unaware that what they perceived as ineluctable truth was fraud. Descartes' demon could capture you by throwing a cloak over your head and, like a talented kidnapper, severing you from reality, before tossing you an alternative one. He could intercept all inputs leading to your brain, hijacking the source of your sensory impressions. In the nightmare scenario known as the brain in the vat thought experiment, which was widely used by neurophysiologists and philosophers to illustrate how thinking works, a thinking organ could be fooled into believing in an inexistent reality. Descartes' writings fueled many later speculations about what an isolated brain might think, feel, and sense. What might go on in a brain that is cut away and separated from its body and senses? Are we justified in fearing an evil being who might cultivate our worthy organ in a soup bowl? Philosophers today often explain the power of Descartes' manipulating demon by asking these questions. They wonder if a prankster or scientist could manipulate the input to the pink-grayish lump of neurons floating in some greenish-blue liquid and conceal from the victim the terrifying reality of their truly lamentable blobby condition. After it was first invoked, Descartes' savvy illusionist became a symbol for the ultimate trickster, a trafficker between fiction and non-fiction, much like an ideal magician who can operate without smoke and mirrors. As the master of trompe-l'oeil, he represents the promises and perils of virtual reality. Because of him, we have become increasingly aware that we can only know the world as if through a glass darkly. Descartes' demon offers the promises of virtual reality minus the headset or screen. More than the stuff of nightmares, this professional hoodwinker gives us Damars. He is a threat and an inspiration to scientists, artists, engineers, and con men. At any moment, the heavens, a landscape, or a seascape could become his simulacrum, his favorite playground. In Descartes' conceptualization, the elements constituting our universe might be nothing but props in a demon's fabulous show. Nature might simply be the most wonderful spectacle that could ever be, one practically indistinguishable from non-spectacle. How could anyone, even astronomers trying to uncover the secrets of our universe, resist being hypnotized by the beauty of the starry skies? Descartes fanned fears that perhaps we are all living in an immense production courtesy of our defective senses. But the powers of Descartes' demon were found to be limited. He could reach only as far in as the retina. He could gaslight us only through our senses and did not mess with our brains directly. Faced with the power of our minds, his strength dwindled. His theatrical skills were indeed deep, but his knowledge of neurophysiology and chemistry was shallow. It would take years for scientists to conceive of another demon who could manipulate atoms, another one who could mess with photons, yet another who could control our bodies, and an even craftier one who could implant itself directly in our brains. Descartes' demon was central to the foundation of cerebral personhood. As attention shifted to the power of our brains, our bodies were devalued as machines in its service. Descartes famously argued in his Principles of Philosophy, 1644, that he could not recognize any difference between artifacts and natural bodies. 3. In the Cartesian conception of the universe, sometimes referred to as the Cartesian theater, the universe was divided into mind and matter. This dualistic conceptualization and the demon that led to it arose in connection with the development of modern media, starting with early theater and print. Don Quixote's windmills and other demons. A well-known character in Descartes' time who was particularly confused about truth and falsehood was the famous Don Quixote de la Mancha. Scholars are quite certain that Descartes must have read Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes. It is likely that his exposure to the novel, alongside other works of his era exploring similar themes, played a role in fueling his obsession with drawing out and systematizing the laws of reason. 4. Descartes seemed to be concerned by how easily an unreal world had supplanted the hero's sense of reality. In the novel, the old geezer went off traveling on the plains of La Mancha with the confidence of a handsome young knight. Mounted on the feeble donkey Rocinante, he thought he was riding a beautiful stallion. Flirting with the rustic Aldonza, he was convinced that he was conquering the sweet princess Dulcinea. Charging violently at windmills, he was fighting giants. Taken into custody by well-meaning gentlemen, he was convinced that he was being kidnapped by demons. All the while, he and his faithful squire Sancho Panza famously disagreed about donkeys and horses, damsels and ladies, windmills and giants, gentlemen and demons. Descartes warned against the dangers of reading novels such as those that fascinated Quixote and a growing public. He was specifically concerned about the most accurate histories of valiant knights. If Don Quixote was knocked off his rocker by reading too many chivalric histories, other readers could suffer a similar fate by following in his steps. Those who regulate their conduct by examples drawn from these works, Descartes warned, are liable to fall into the excesses of the knights errant in our tales of chivalry, and conceive plans beyond their powers. Fables were just as dangerous, he cautioned, since they could also warp the sense of reality of gullible readers. They make us imagine many events as possible when they are not, he explained. 5. Miguel de Cervantes might have been responsible for these and other crimes. He took his readers along on a doubly perverse adventure. By writing a bestseller readers could barely put down, he got them hooked on a work of fiction about a man who had been permanently damaged by becoming hooked himself on fictions. They are demons that have taken fantastic shapes, exclaimed Quixote, caged and confused, facing a clear upset during his chivalric adventures. 6. The valiant knight was carted away from the vast expanses of La Mancha by a group of gentlemen who thought he was unhinged and perhaps a tad dangerous. His delicate mind told him that his captors were all demons. But his general assessment of the dire situation was not all that clear. Why were they traveling so slowly in a rickety, uncomfortable, ox-driven cart? Storied accounts of such sequestrations tended to feature fancier means of transportation. Quixote expressed his surprise to Sancho. Why were they not whisked away through the air with marvelous swiftness, enveloped in a dark thick cloud, or on a chariot of fire, or it may be on some hippogriff or other beast of the kind? 7. And who were those men, or from the perspective of the lanky master, those demons who now seemed to control their fates? Cervantes's endearing Quixote sees them, although his faithful squire does not. A proclivity to see demons serves as a litmus test, a kind of barometer, through which readers can gauge the mental fitness of the two friends. In the novel, Sancho was a salutary counterpart to overzealous Torquemada's believers who found evidence of the angelic or the demonic in every nook and crack, in every unpredictable event, and who felt justified in glorifying or violently persecuting every minor insinuation of otherworldly presences. Sancho is a sort of proto-scientist who brushed superstitions aside pragmatically, a no-nonsense commoner. His congenital simplicity led him to be more in touch with reality than his noble master, who confronted the world, not through his senses and fingers, but only indirectly by poking his lance, and other protuberances, where he should not. The faithful servant perceived the men taking them away as regular flesh and blood mortals. Don Quixote thought otherwise. Could the discrepancy between them be resolved? Quixote urged Sancho to corroborate his thesis experimentally. And if you want to see this truth, touch them and feel them, and you will see how they do not have bodies but are air and do not consist of anything but appearances. Point 8. In the novel, the act of testing Quixote's demon hypothesis by touching his captors did not change the belief structure of either man. Sancho responded to his master by saying that he had already touched them and smelled them, and that they were burly men who smelled of sweet amber perfume. If they were demons, they would smell of sulfur, Quixote insisted, and if these particular beings did not, it was only because of some clever ruse, perhaps they had disguised themselves with perfume. Cervantes's story is thus very much the opposite of the biblical story in the Gospel of John, where the Apostle Thomas had his doubts about the resurrection dispelled when he touched Christ's wound. To Quixote, touching was no longer any good. The experiment made no difference. It only confirmed what Sancho already knew and what Quixote already believed. The dawn was not brought any closer to the squire's views. There was no epistemic resolution. Cervantes offered readers no possible means through which his characters could be freed from their illusions. The story unravels as a comic tragedy that in the end leads readers to question their own sense of reality and even their own existence. By offering them a story within a story, he asked readers to consider whether perhaps we are all dupes of our own minds caught in an infinite hall of mirrors. Through the realistic dialogue between someone who saw demons and someone who did not, Cervantes invited us to laugh with devilish glee at every turn of the page as we question our own wits. Might we just be characters in a comic novel written by somebody else? Shakespeare became fascinated by these same questions. He portrayed Hamlet, who was bewildered by the vision of a ghost appearing to be his deceased father, as someone who read too much. The habit had put his mental health in danger. Hamlet also read too much into the world around him, including the clouds in the sky. "Do you see yonder cloud in the shape of a camel?" he asked Polonius, who politely assented, "'Tis like a camel, indeed." Hamlet quickly changed his mind. "Now methinks it's like a weasel," and Polonius agreed once more, "'Tis backty like a weasel." "Or like a whale." "Very like a whale," responded his obsequious friend. Like the vision of the ghost Hamlet could not shake from his mind, other things he saw confounded him as well. How could he rein in his imagination and regain clarity? The corroborations offered by his friends were not helpful. Groupthink led all of these young men astray. 9. During Elizabethan times, Shakespeare and other dramatists honed their writing skills to fool us into taking in their theatrical creations as real. In the new brick-and-mortar venues such as London's Globe Theatre, the stage became a stable home for innumerable fantastical creatures. Demons strutted brightly on the stage. Pyrotechnics, trapdoors, moving sets, and other stagecraft innovations portrayed demons, ghosts, witches, and other fantastic creatures in ever more credible ways. Well-oiled automata were designed to spit out real fire, arrive on the scene announced by thunderous tremors, and disappear into thin air trailed only by pungent smoke. 10 In The Tempest, Shakespeare's masterpiece written a few years after Macbeth, theatergoers witnessed devils descending upon unsuspecting voyagers during a violent sea storm. "Hell is empty, and all the diuels are here," exclaimed the king's son after his ship was struck by lightning. 11 With this phrase, Shakespeare set the stage for yet another chilling depiction of pandemonium on earth. Demons in early modern theater were not simply symbolic fictions used to tell stories about the human condition more generally, nor were they considered to be representations of real demons. Playwrights and writers such as Cervantes and Shakespeare increasingly invoked these creatures to explore the porous boundary between the real and the unreal, the reasonable and the unreasonable, and the credible and the incredible, as well as to poke the bear of our imagination. Truth and illusion became even harder to untangle with the rise of theatrical and literary technologies. Fiction writers confronted some of the same questions that would later concern philosophers and scientists. Should we trust the testimony of our senses? What should we do when confronted by something that appears to be real but is so unusual that it seems incredible? What is the difference between reality and simulation, between life and theater? Can the latter be made so perfect that it will match the former? Complicated plots turned on slippages between life, imagination, and simulation. Macbeth famously reflected that life's but a walking shadow, a poor player, that struts and frets his hour upon the stage. 12. A concern with exploring the limits of the trustworthiness of our senses and the reasonableness of our minds marked the arts as much as philosophy. These genres were all ideal petri dishes for exploring these questions, offering useful lessons about who we should trust, how we should go on with our lives, and how to understand the universe of possibilities before us in all of their complexity. The works created under the patronage of King James I of England, including Shakespeare's, were marked by the uncomfortable fact that the expert on witches, demons, and spirits sat on the throne. King James's Demonology, 1597, contained descriptions of clever creatures who were to be feared. The gullibility of commoners and their proclivity to attribute supernatural causes to almost anything could lead to exaggerated views about demons. Ignorance could sometimes lead to more fear than was justified. James was horrified by how easily townsfolk fell for fraudsters who claimed to speak for or to have come from the other world. Believing that many accounts of demons were mere fabrications, he and his inquisitors disputed them by carefully analyzing individual cases of apparitions and possession. Only those vouchsafed by the ecclesiastical and regal authorities were considered to be legitimate, all the other ones were to be excluded as folk superstitions or lies. Demonologists detailed the ways and wiles of real demons and gave readers advice for separating these from fraudulent impostors. Inquisitors and theologians routinely performed rigorous tests and interviews to determine which accounts of miracles and saints, which sightings of strange beings, should be considered veridical. Establishing their precise nature, as well as that of angels and archangels, was a central concern of the theological tradition from which European science emerged. A generalized belief in the actual existence of most demons started to be associated not only with ignorance but with backwardness, superstition, irrationality, and even mental instability. King James I described the devil as powerful, but only because the devil was worldly and wise. The king explained that, in contrast to the Almighty, who had awesome powers, the devil had to learn everything through education. Taught by continual experience ever since the creation, James wrote, he judges by the likelihood of things to come according to the like that has passed before, and the natural causes in respect of the vicissitude of all things worldly. 13. The monarch's description of the devil as worldly proved fascinating far beyond the confines of religion. Tracking and understanding how the devil acted could be immensely useful for anyone interested in developing a sound theory of knowledge. With texts such as James's, the faithful learned that the devil was a lowly practical operator who did not possess the foresight and powers of his highly superior arch-rival. For better or for worse, we mortals were much like James's devil, we did not know everything automatically, nor were we omniscient. Like him, we too had to work hard. Like him, we learned slowly, in fits and starts, from experience. For those interested in trying to learn more, from ambitious leaders like King James I himself to the budding philosophers of his era, the techniques of the devil and his underlings proved to be illuminating. Understanding his modus operandi was and would continue to be useful. As playwrights and writers populated fictional texts with imaginary creatures, their purpose became increasingly distinct from that of the demon experts. These practices became secular over time, with difficulty, and only partially. Demonologists focused on understanding real demons and their actions, playwrights and novelists, in contrast, investigated the complicated ways in which people made judgments about truth and falsehood in a wider variety of cases and contexts. Their craft consisted in manipulating spectators' imagination to suspend disbelief. Demonologists, instead, were concerned with untangling the real from the imaginary. Fables, tales of chivalry, and a malignum genium. In Descartes' time as now, distinguishing the real from the fake was politically and philosophically pertinent. Although a belief in the existence of most real demons started to fall into ill repute in elite circles, there was one particular demon that Descartes and his followers were unable to entirely disprove, no matter how hard they tried. It would be known as Descartes' demon. 14. The years around the publication of Descartes' discourse were marked by the violent prosecution of witches and necromancers. Although most of those accused of these crimes proclaimed their innocence, a few willingly confessed to commerce with the devil. They too had to be put to the test. In a famous case, a peasant girl with a penchant for disappearing at witching hours claimed to have been acquiring supernatural healing skills during her outings. After strict interrogation, the ecclesiastic authorities determined that she was lying. No matter how loudly some of the accused advertised their connections to their evil master, in the cases involving fraud the impersonators were pardoned and spared from torture or execution. Simply mentioning beings with supernatural powers was enough to get Descartes in serious trouble with the authorities. The last paragraph of his first meditation, a document widely acknowledged as having opened the door to modern rational thought, was singled out by two Protestant theologians, Jacobus Revius and Jacques Triglandius. In Descartes' original Latin text, the paragraph described a malignum genium, which can be literally translated as an evil genius. 15. Was this someone who could rival the powers of God? If so, a mere mention of that suspicious personage could count as heresy. And what right did Descartes have to discuss topics that traditionally concern theologians? These questions led the philosopher into a detailed excursus on what he had really meant when he mentioned an evil genius. The genie, a word connected to the Arabic term jinn, shared many characteristics with a demon. The frequent attribution of genius and intelligence applied to both, and plots involving them frequently turned on the theme of outsmarting an opponent. In the contentious paragraph, Descartes imagined an arch-deceiver who could be fooling with our sense of reality. I shall then suppose, not that God who is supremely good and the fountain of truth, but some evil genius genium aliquem malignum not less powerful than deceitful summipotens and caligus, has employed his whole energies in deceiving me. The arch-deceiver had the ability to alter our sense of the external world by supplanting it with another reality. I shall consider that the heavens, the earth, colors, figures, sound, and all other external things are not but the illusions and dreams of which this genius has availed himself in order to lay traps for my credulity. He could take control of all our sensations, even when we looked at our own bodies, affecting our perception of our very own flesh and blood. I shall consider myself as having no hands, no eyes, no flesh, no blood, nor any senses, yet falsely believing myself to possess all these things. 16. In Descartes' descriptions, this demon was capable of usurping the role of any dramaturge previously running the show. The terrifying line of attack of such evil genius was not infallible. Descartes continued his meditations by teaching us how we could wake up from this slumber and escape our captivity. It would be hard work, laborious, no doubt, but necessary. With these words, Descartes invited a growing number of thinkers to question the role of sensations vis-a-vis ratiocination in their understanding of reality. Numerous philosophers and scientists would use his example to investigate the relation between body and soul and later between brain and mind to explore the possibility of virtual reality. Descartes' enemies in Leiden quickly accused him publicly of heresy and blasphemy, putting his reputation and his life in danger. He could be imprisoned, driven away from the Netherlands to God knows where, or executed. Could it be that his words had implied that God could be such an evil deceiver? The philosopher clarified his intentions in an apologetic letter sent to the theological faculty at the university. 17. His accusers had argued that the evil genius described by Descartes could be interpreted as all-powerful, and therefore as equal to God. Such an equation would be heretical. No, responded Descartes in his defense. What he described in the first meditation was something more akin to a demon. Descartes turned the tables on his attackers and accused the two theologians of slandering him. Omnia demonia. The crux of the accusation centered on Descartes' use of the Latin term summipotens, which means all-powerful. In his response to the curators of the University of Leiden, the philosopher argued that this phrase did not attribute to such a deceiver a power equal to God's. What Descartes had in mind, he clarified, was far from it. It was actually more akin to all demons, all idols, or all pagan powers, omnia demonia, omnia idola, omnia gentilium numina, who had comparably modest abilities. There was neither heresy nor blasphemy in that claim, he protested, but I will merely say that since the context demanded the supposition of an extremely powerful deceiver, I distinguished the good God from the evil genius, and thought that if per impossibile there were such an extremely powerful deceiver, it would not be the good God, and could only be regarded as some malicious genius. By claiming that this being was not at all godlike, his accusers and not him could be found guilty of heresy for the sole reason of having elevated this example to such high status in their wrongful interpretation. Following that line of argument, they must hold that all demons, idols, or pagan powers are the true God or gods, because the description of any one of them will contain some attribute that in reality belongs only to God. 18. These clarifications were necessary to avoid further confusion and to protect the philosopher from accusations of calumny or heresy. In their wake, Descartes' example would become widely known and widely translated as demon. Descartes was convincing in his explanation that the creature he described was like a pagan demon with limited powers. It was similar to those that predated the Christian era. The common association of demons with the devil, understood as a rival to God, was a distinctly Christian practice. The association of the demonic with the sinful was a relatively contained and short episode within the much longer history of demons. Demons were not systematically considered fallen angels who had rebelled against God until the end of the New Testament period, around the 1st century BC. The figure of the devil as a malfeasant, the Maleficus Maximus, the Prince of Darkness, the manipulative kingpin of innumerable minions and servants, the universe's top villain, emerged only in reaction to the pantheism of Greek, pagan, and folk traditions based on the actions of various creatures, some of whom were not evil at all. Pagan and folk demonia and other exotica, unlike Christian ones, were often quite benevolent. In fairy tales and myths, they adopted sundry and malleable roles in which they frequently traveled between the lurid and the pious, the immoral and the just, and the imaginary and the concrete. Operating from a demi-mundane territory between heaven and earth, they inspired laughter as much as fear. Less powerful than the devil, they were widely considered his derivative evildoers, servile minions charged with doing his dirty work by tempting potential victims. Although in early modern times a belief in them was increasingly associated with backwardness and idolatry, the demons vouchsafed by the Christian Church often inherited some of the features and abilities of their older kin. In science, they continued to hark back to their ancient lineage by being both good and bad. Descartes' solution. In his second meditation, Descartes continued his discussion of a deceiver of supreme power and cunning who is deliberately and constantly deceiving me. 19. Such a deceiver would fail at one thing. It could never keep its victims from knowing the essential truth of their being, cogito ergo sum, or I think therefore I am. Since then, this phrase has become widely used to validate the power of our minds and remains central to our understanding of human subjectivity to this day. But there is a deceiver of supreme power and cunning who is deliberately and constantly deceiving me. In that case I too undoubtedly exist if he is deceiving me, and let him deceive me as much as he can, he will never bring it about that I am nothing so long as I think that I think I am something. So after considering everything very thoroughly, I must finally conclude that the proposition I exist is necessarily true whenever it is put forward by me or conceived in my mind. 20. Our ability to think critically, to doubt, and to question the reality before us, could circumvent a demon's manipulating ruses. Along with the truth of our existence came the truth of God's existence and a handful of other truths. For instance, the idea of a triangle includes the equality of its three angles to two right angles, or the idea of a sphere includes the equidistance from the center of all the points on the surface. 21. None of these truths could be touched by the manipulating trickster Descartes described. Sense manipulating demons were to be feared most in light of Descartes' conception of the world as a kind of theater to be taken in by human spectators. So far I have been a spectator in this theater which is the world, but I am now about to mount the stage, he wrote. Descartes made a commitment to live a public life, to become a player in the Theatrum Mundi, and to offer to the world a new philosophical understanding of the universe as something like a very large theatrical production. By the time Descartes was in his 40s, he was systematically investigating the possibility that the world around us might be an illusion, all of it, including the everyday and the mundane. This line of thought led him to another. He wondered what the world might be like for us if we were completely cut off from our bodies and our senses. I shall consider myself as having no hands, no eyes, no flesh, no blood, nor any senses, he continued. Point 22. What would it feel like to be not only deaf and blind, and unable to access the other senses of taste, smell, or touch? The world as theater. As scientia became the preferred method for distinguishing between the true and the false, more and more cases of demonic apparitions were disproven, and expertise in the manners and customs of demons started shifting away from theology. New musings about disconnected brains or machine brain chimeras shed light on a more mundane line of questions. How was our sense of reality affected by the media we consumed? Was it harmful to read stories, such as those of medieval errant knights? How could they mess with our minds and sense of reality? What were the limits to mind manipulation or indoctrination? These same questions continue to concern us. What powers do advertisements and propaganda have, and how do they affect our thoughts? What are the risks of focusing too much on the pages or screens before us? The discipline of psychology became obsessed with answering those questions. The need to understand technologies designed to close in on our minds and make independent thought difficult or downright impossible became more pertinent than ever. The powerful phantasmagoric tricks of Descartes' evil genius led more and more people to be convinced of the wisdom of not taking things at face value. If what reaches our senses was only phenomena that might be completely shielding the noumena behind it, then perhaps absolute reality was ultimately impossible to grasp. The philosopher's defense of skepticism as a cure for superstition and erroneous beliefs would characterize Enlightenment thought for years to come. It is a useful precedent for understanding why an extreme distrust of things as simple as things, such as the things in themselves considered by the philosopher Immanuel Kant, became central to philosophy. Given the feats of legerdemain and skullduggery Descartes' demon was known to be capable of, such caution was and continues to be hardly paranoid. 2. Laplace's intelligence. Laplace's demon was born in revolutionary times. Her powers were formidable. By knowing the exact atomic configuration of the present state of nature and submitting the data to analysis, she could know it all, including all that came before and all that was about to happen next. This creature was thought to possess a perfect record of all of history. Her existence was tightly coupled with the idea of a universal formula that described the universe in its entirety. The mathematician Pierre-Simon Laplace at first called this demon unintelligence, but in most translations of Laplace's work the feminine pronoun was dropped and the term intelligence was translated as intellect. Laplace's intelligence gained the special designation of demon only late in life, in the 1920s, but once she did, the moniker stuck. Laplace's idea fueled the dream that by combining big data with simple mechanical rules we might soon solve all the problems of this world. Perhaps past was prologue. Perhaps free will did not exist. Charles Babbage was inspired by Laplace's idea to build one of the world's first computers. Those close to him, including Ada Lovelace and Charles Darwin, started new speculations about what these machines told us about the universe. Lovelace wondered if instruments possessing intelligence could ever be built. Darwin asked if perhaps evolution itself, and the origin of the species, were in fact a mechanical, rather than God-driven, process. Laplace's expert calculator motivated the construction of ever more powerful calculating machines, first using gears and levers, then vacuum tubes, then semiconductors and microchips. When individual supercomputers were not deemed powerful enough, scientists networked them together to build the large-scale data farms of today. This demon's powers of omniscience, foresight, and prediction were highly coveted. At the same time, they elicited fears that we might calculate everything and ourselves to death without emerging from all the data mining any wiser in the end. At the venerable Académie Française in Paris, About a decade before the French Revolution exploded, the statistician Pierre-Simon Laplace was hard at work demolishing long-held myths and superstitions, felling them one by one. The strategy behind the method he developed was simple yet brilliant: attach statistical weights to events in order to determine their chances of occurring and their frequency. In contrast to Descartes, who focused on finding simple truths in cases involving one or two calculations, Laplace found counterintuitive lessons hiding in giant data sets by using highly complex mathematical analysis. Thanks to him, statistics emerged as a powerful technique for distinguishing the true from the false. The mathematician expressed grand hopes for his theory of probability that went far beyond math and astronomy and impinged on religion, superstition, and reason. His work served to further a secular view of the universe as functioning mechanically and independently of the intervention of religious beings, including God. Laplace's contributions stemmed in part from his willingness to think about the abilities of a curious know-it-all creature. He first mentioned this being in an article on the theory of calculus that he published in 1773. The description was buried in the middle of the text. If we imagine an intelligence who, for a given instant, embraces all the relationships of the beings of this universe, wrote Laplace, she could determine for any time taken in the past or in the future the respective position, the movements, and generally the attachments affectations of all these beings. One another reference to this intelligence appeared later in the introduction to his groundbreaking book titled Philosophical Essay on Probabilities, 1814. In that book, statistics left the comfortable nest of specialized mathematics and entered the universe of ideas, politics, and culture. It helped change how ordinary citizens looked at the world, including their savings, their marriages, their lifespans, and their opportunities or the lack thereof. By studying human behavior statistically and in aggregate, Laplace inaugurated the field of social physics, which led to the innumerable quantitative studies of human societies that would later characterize the discipline of quantitative sociology. Starting off from initial conditions, Laplace's hypothetical being could calculate the movement of each and every particle in our universe throughout space and time. All she needed was a sufficiently large brain and knowledge of basic physics. An intellect which at any given moment knew all of the forces that animate nature and the mutual positions of the beings that compose it. If this intellect were vast enough to submit the data to analysis, could condense into a single formula the movement of the greatest bodies of the universe and that of the lightest atom, for such an intellect nothing could be uncertain and the future just like the past would be present before its eyes. Point 2. The importance of this creature for science cannot be underestimated. Canonical is the word for his image of an infinite intelligence that recalls the past and predicts the future state of all things from knowledge of the position and motion of every particle at any given moment, stated one of Laplace's biographers. Point 3. A philosopher explained that this intelligence has been called Laplace's demon, and it has become the patron saint of determinism. For this statement, or part of it, claimed a physicist in the 1970s, referring to the famous lines written by Laplace, has often been quoted as the gospel of the deterministic view of the world. 5. Almost every scholar and philosopher of the first half of the 19th century, claimed a renowned economist during those same years, was fascinated by the spectacular successes of the science of mechanics in astronomy and accepted Laplace's famous apotheosis of mechanics as the evangel of ultimate scientific knowledge. 6. From the time she was first conjured, Laplace's demon lorded over the universe, guaranteeing it would tick predictably according to fixed laws and embodying the very essence of causality. 7. She faced strong competition at the end of the 19th century when scientists became enamored by a very different being from Laplace's, one who, although quite tiny and marginally bright, had other qualities. Nevertheless, despite her death having been announced a number of times, Laplace's demon continues to enjoy a long life. Would science advance to the point that one day we might know it all? That fantasy or nightmare was tightly coupled with investigations of who this demon really was. Writers after Laplace would refer to his demon, the ultimate soothsayer, in various ways. In German, she was almost always called a Geist, which can be translated as spirit or ghost. Elsewhere, she was referred to as an intellect, a mind, a prophet, and a superhuman or superman. In the 20th century, she gained the designation of demon, but would never fit entirely under that single label, which represented an ideal much larger than Laplace's creation. Sometimes she was even referred to as the Laplacian god, 8 other times she was just called a calculator or a supercomputer. When Laplace wrote know all, he meant it literally. Just as astronomers could predict the path of a planet at a future moment, he explained, it would be possible to follow the lightest molecule of air or vapor on Earth every step of its way. 9 Laplace's intelligence at first motivated scientists to produce more precise almanacs and build ever more powerful forecasting and calculating devices. Mechanization, determinism, inevitability, and the sense that humankind might be going down a path that was uncontrollable and unpredictable was frightening. To this day, we can contribute to this stability, or we can fight it. When we sit in front of our computers setting off algorithms every time we note our plans in our calendar to make sure we meet our commitments and deadlines, when we pay our insurance and mortgage bills regularly, and when we act predictably at the office or in the boudoir, we are helping the cause of Laplace's demon. Who could possess such abilities? Laplace's revolutionary idea consisted in thinking that mathematicians might. Traditionally, it was thought that only higher spirits could gain such intellectual powers. The Enlightenment philosopher John Locke had made this clear in his Of the Conduct of the Understanding, 1706. We may imagine a vast and almost infinite advantage that angels and separate spirits may have over us, he wrote, who having perfect and exact views of all finite beings that come under their consideration, can, as it were, in the twinkling of an eye, collect together all their scattered and almost boundless relations. 10 Locke had started to think about what it might take to have a human mind so furnished. It was an extravagant conjecture to think of such possibilities. 11 For Laplace, there was nothing extravagant about it. By using statistics, Laplace also solved some of the problems that had been posed earlier by the philosopher David Hume. Hume had tried to evaluate the common technique for judging truths by weighing their likelihood against our previous experience. When we presupposed a certain regularity and stability in our lives and in the universe, were our assumptions scientifically justified? Our assessment that something might be unlikely might only be based on the fact that, well, so far it had been unlikely. Aware of the circularity behind this mode of reasoning, Hume thought of a way of escaping it. All inferences from experience, he wrote, suppose, as their foundation, that the future will resemble the past. 12 To evaluate which inferences were justified would require investigating the actual regularity of natural phenomena, taking note of all those instances when the future did indeed resemble the past and those when it did not. Hume lamented that the avidum genus auricularum, the gazing populace, receive greedily, without examination, whatever sooth superstition, and promotes wonder. 13 The Scottish philosopher sought a better method for figuring out which miracles were real and which ones were not. The philosopher famously stressed that assessing the credibility of a particular claim required not only thinking about the trustworthiness of the person making it, whether the person was generally honest or not, but also looking at the likelihood of the event in question. In addition to inviting us to ask who we should trust, Hume asked us to think about what we should trust. Man, Hume concluded optimistically, had the ability to raise up to himself imaginary enemies, the demons of his fancy, who haunt him with superstitious terrors. 14 Hume was ambitious in proposing such a goal, yet it was Laplace who figured out the math that might achieve it. Enter Laplace. The son of a syndic of the parish and a family of well-to-do farmers from the provinces, Laplace displayed such talent in mathematics that few would compete with him. Napoleon, as a young army cadet, was examined by Laplace at the École Militaire. The soon-to-be emperor would never forget his teacher. In 5 hefty volumes, Laplace laid out the principles of celestial mechanics, producing a mathematical treatise with no room for God, angels, or demons. It became the most comprehensive account of the universe known to humankind. In 1788, 1 year before the French Revolution broke out, he proposed a model of the universe that was highly stable and predictable. This stability in the system of the world, which assures its duration, is one of the most notable among all phenomena, he wrote. 15 Despite the social, political, and cultural bouleversements quickly spreading throughout Europe, Laplace's heavenly oeuvre was a testament to the general stability of all things, including the universe. Some of Laplace's topics concerned widely revered omens and miracles. He applauded the work of a clever astronomer named Edmund Halley, who found clear patterns in the arrival of a comet that would be named after him. During the year 1456, terror had spread across Europe as the long tail of a comet seemed to indicate the wrath of the heavens taking their revenge on earth. After the fall of Constantine, the Roman Empire had been dangerously losing ground against the Turks, and the strange light in the sky appeared to be an omen signaling worse things to come. The comet's portentousness started to be tempered when it appeared again in 1531, and then once again in 1607 and in 1682. Halley noted a pattern. He predicted that the comet would appear again by the end of 1758, or the beginning of 1759 at the latest. After his estimates were revised by others, the timing of the comet's return was set to sometime in early April 1759. The event was eagerly anticipated in learned circles. When the comet arrived at the right time and place, it proved the soundness of the prediction method. Laplace also examined a miraculous cure that drew hundreds of pilgrims to the site where it had occurred. In the year 1656, during the reign of Louis XIV, a little girl known as La Petite Perrier suffered from a lacrimal fistula on her left eye. It was so pernicious that her nose and throat grew deformed. But when she touched a relic containing one of the thorns from the crown of Christ, she was instantly cured. Word of the miracle spread, crowds flocked to the Abbey of Port Royal, and allegedly many more miracles started descending upon the faithful. Laplace remained unconvinced by this miraculous event and considered an alternative explanation. It was probable that the monks from the Abbey of Port Royal needed to defend the religious doctrine they were developing because it was under attack by the Jesuits. If only we understood somebody else's circumstances in their entirety, explained Laplace, not only would we understand the world in a better way, but we might even learn why others held beliefs that differed from ours. In other words, there were not only at least two sides to every story, but possibly many more. In addition to re-examining such miracles and omens, Laplace offered advice to gambling addicts by showing why it was almost always more profitable to stay away from casinos and gambling dens. Then he went even further and showed that many aspects of life were skewed in ways similar to the odds of a national lottery. The weather's effects on crops, the ratio of male births to female births, and the length of lifespans could all be explained statistically. Those in risky professions, such as mariners, had lower average lifespans than farmers. Deaths at sea were surely tragic, but they were predictable too. Probability theory could show us how to distinguish truth from quackery by identifying liars, no matter how charming they were. Instead of blindly following the authorities or running with the crowd on matters of crucial importance, his mathematical methods offered ways to temper the influence of the opinion of those who the multitude considers most informed by testing whether they were really in the know. 16 Laplace's was a work of in every sense of the word enlightenment. By invoking our mathematical abilities, Laplace explained why we were superior to animals and how we could control irrational fears. Would the sun rise tomorrow? The chances that it would not could be calculated with precision to 1 in 1,826,214.17. Anyone entering a print shop, Laplace recounted, and seeing typeset characters on a table spelling the word Constantinople might normally assume that the arrangement of these words was not due to mere chance. People tend to make general inferences from particular cases. But why? Only because it would seem extraordinary if it were otherwise. This inference was natural, and Laplace agreed wholeheartedly with it. A textbook on logic published the previous century had already explained why these inferences were justified. It would be foolish, warned the book, to play 20 souls against 10 millions of livres, or against a kingdom, on the condition that one could win it if a child randomly arranged letters from a printing press to compose all at once the first 20 verses of the Aeneid of Virgil. 18 Laplace took these investigations one step further, not only by teaching his readers how to calculate the exact probability odds for such conditions, but by explaining how erroneous conclusions were often drawn from those cases. Extraordinary events, merely by virtue of their rarity, often compelled people to look for causes that explained them. But probability showed that truly extraordinary events were sometimes just that, extraordinary. They were due to freak causes and therefore were not worthy of much consideration. Freaks were just freaks. Yet they were not to be entirely discounted, since they could happen. So the more extraordinary something was, the more reasons one had to suspect that when explanations for it were adduced, they were most likely sheer fabrications or lies, no matter how plausible they seemed. Inspired by Laplace and his associates, secularism spread, diminishing the power of the Church. The French astronomer François Arago, taking his cue from Laplace, lambasted Isaac Newton for leaving to a powerful hand some of the most important work required to keep the universe in order. Newton, he argued, believed that a powerful hand should intervene every once in a while to fix the disorder of the universe. 19 A rumor soon spread among the scientific elites that when Napoleon once asked Laplace about the place of God in his universe, the mathematician responded, "Sir, I have no need of that hypothesis." Laplace's work quickly became admired across Europe, symbolizing in the eyes of many a progressive scientific spirit. In the eyes of his enemies, however, he represented a dangerous philosophical materialism that they associated with the secularism and crimes of the French Revolution, with its political and moral debauchery. It was up to men like Laplace to show young cadets their way into the age of enlightenment. The challenge that lay in front of him was to educate young men to become modern citizens, to teach them how to think as forward-looking engineers rather than as backward-looking parishioners. An education in science and math would be the basis of this new form of secular reasonableness that left superstition, religion, and blind allegiance to the authority of church and king behind. A universe of atoms in motion. Revolutionaries attacked the clergy, pillaging and confiscating church lands, yet it would take many more decades for everyday citizens to replace theological explanations with scientific ones. Nevertheless, even as the cult of reason advanced only by fits and spurts, Laplace labored on. He had personal, political, and professional reasons to prove that one thing caused the next. Even free will actions, he argued, were caused by something prior to them. After the success of the 18th Brumaire coup on November 9, 1799, Napoleon seized power. He named Laplace Minister of the Interior and put him in charge of rearranging nearly everything in France, except for public finances and the police. Laplace lasted only 6 weeks in his new position. After only a little more than a month in office, Napoleon realized that outside of the ivory tower that brilliant mind was in fact quite hopeless. Laplace, he lamented, could never get a grasp on any question in its true significance. He sought subtleties everywhere, had only problematic ideas, and in short carries the spirit of the infinitesimal into administration. 20 The scientist would serve him better as an ornament, though not an instrument, of state. 21 Napoleon would give Laplace a good salary and make him a count of the empire. Louis XVIII would elevate his peerage to that of marquis. A few decades after Laplace described this powerful intelligence, the modern era as we know it, the era of trains, telegraphs, photography, statistics, started to come into existence. New machines were built, mechanical calculators with rotating gears and drums that offered the possibility of reducing the labor involved in carrying out some of the most complicated calculations outlined by Laplace. Blaise Pascal's calculator, known as Pascaline, was quickly followed by Leibniz's wheel, a calculating machine invented by Gottfried Leibniz. More and more scientists used these machines to crunch more and more numbers with greater ease. Bolstered by these advances, Laplace's speculations took off. Some of Laplace's younger peers developed even more powerful mathematical techniques. Chief among them was the mathematician Joseph Fourier, who developed mathematical methods for predicting the future, or at least that part of it that had to do with the distribution of heat using differential equations. At first blush, a mathematical analysis of heat distribution could seem like a minor, merely technical contribution. But it was much more than that. Fourier explained the relevance of his research in broader economic and cosmological terms. It is easy to see how much this research interests the physical sciences and the civil economy, and what influence they may have on the progress of the arts, which require the employment and distribution of fire. 22 His research promised to advance knowledge of one of the most important elements of the national and global economy, as there is no mathematical theory that is more related to the public economy than this, since it can serve to illuminate and perfect the use of the numerous arts which are based on the employment of the heat. It could give scientists insights across time of universal proportions. Anyone who wishes to know the spectacle of the heavens for successive epochs separated by a great number of ages could even use his equations to combat the limitations of our own limited lifespans, as mathematical reasoning of this kind revealed a faculty of human understanding that seems to be destined to supplement the brevity of life. 23. Building Laplace's demon. The revolutionary potential of French mathematics was soon felt across the Channel. Laplace's brainchild took England by storm. In 1831, the translation of Laplace's Traité de mécanique céleste appeared to public acclaim. A brilliant scientist and engineer set out to build an actual machine that could do nearly automatically what Laplace's mind could do with pen, paper, and printed tables. Like some other radical Brits of his generation, he was both seduced and alarmed by the revolutionary French politics and by the new math that had emerged from that environment. His name was Charles Babbage, and he would be known as one of the inventors of the computer. How could one man begin to process all the seemingly innumerable marks on Earth that might contain hidden clues about our past and future? Babbage wasted no time asking the British government for funding to build his machine. Calling it the difference engine, he armed it with mechanical buttons, gears, cranks, and levers to crunch numbers of this magnitude. Babbage's large calculating engine was left unfinished during his lifetime, but its blueprints inspired many others to build better, faster, and more powerful such devices. What had Babbage done? Was his machine a kind of artificial intelligence that could rival, or perhaps even surpass, the intelligence of humans? How did it compare against a thinking being? I am myself astonished, wrote Babbage to his colleagues gathered at the General Meeting of the Royal Academy of Science in Brussels in the spring of 1835, at the power I have been enabled to give this machine. A year ago I should not have believed this result possible. 24 A few years later, when he described his machine once again, he cited Laplace directly. Let us imagine a being, invested with such knowledge, he urged. Point 25 To introduce readers to his ideas, he included an extract of the relevant passage of Laplace's Théorie analytique des probabilités in the Appendix Note C to his 9th Bridgewater Treatise, 1837, an unauthorized response to 8 treatises on natural theology published previously by other authors. Point 26. Babbage's treatise detailed the significance of the new calculating engines. He explained that the superior being described by Laplace had to be powerful, but not infinitely so. It only needed to master one area of science, namely mathematics. If man enjoyed a larger command over mathematical analysis, his knowledge of these motions would be more extensive, but a being possessed of unbounded knowledge of that science, could trace the minutest consequence of that primary impulse. This being, according to Babbage, would be racially superior to the Englishman. Such a being, however far exalted above our race, would still be immeasurably below even our conception of infinite intelligence. 27. In Babbage's optimistic view, nothing would ever be permanently lost in the universe, not even something that sank to the bottom of the ocean. Moreover, troubled waters would serve as repositories and ocean waves as telling messengers. The ripple on the ocean's surface caused by a gentle breeze, or the still water which marks the more immediate track of a ponderous vessel gliding with scarcely expanded sails over its bosom, are equally indelible. The momentary waves raised by the passing breeze, apparently born but to die on the spot which saw their birth, leave behind them an endless progeny, which, reviving with diminished energy in other seas, visiting 1,000 shores, reflected from each and perhaps again partially concentrated, will pursue their ceaseless course till ocean be itself annihilated. The track of every canoe, of every vessel which has yet disturbed the surface of the ocean, whether impelled by manual force or elemental power, remains forever registered in the future movement of all succeeding particles which may occupy its place. The furrow which it left is, indeed, instantly filled up by the closing waters, but they draw after them other and larger portions of the surrounding element, and these again once moved, communicate motion to others in endless succession. 28. Knowing everything was interesting for science, but what was most exciting about this possibility was its potential for uncovering hidden secrets and past crimes. The air itself is one vast library, on whose pages are forever written all that man has ever said or woman whispered. No deed could be hidden forever, but if the air we breathe is the never-failing historian of the sentiments we have uttered, earth, air, and ocean, are the eternal witnesses of the acts we have done. 29. Babbage showed the world how to create an engine to crunch such potentially revelatory numbers. In a second edition of his treatise published the following year, Babbage's claims about the powers of this being were even stronger. It could distinctly foresee and might absolutely predict for any, even the remotest period of time, the circumstances and future history of every particle of that atmosphere. 30. In May 1837, off the coast of Africa, the slave-trading vessel Atalaya, with 409 slaves on board, was captured by Captain R. Wauchope. During the chase, she threw overboard upwards of 150 of the poor wretches who were on board, besides almost all her heavy stores. 31. Babbage read the fascinating account in the Western Luminary. What if the ship had eluded capture through such an inhuman strategy? Could a scientist such as he conceive of a way to bring it to justice? Babbage started to think that the work of Laplace could be of use. Even if the Christian master of such a slave vessel might escape the limited justice at length assigned by civilized man to crimes whose profit had long gilded their atrocity, the crime would not escape scrutiny forever. 32. The moral conscience of Europe depended on the very possibility. Babbage hoped to prove mathematically that what goes around comes around. Not a thinking being yet. Laplace's translator, the mathematician Mary Somerville, was none other than the private tutor of the British aristocrat Ada Lovelace, daughter of Lord Byron. Lovelace was one of the first thinkers to fully appreciate the potential of computers. As part of her education, Somerville introduced Lovelace to Laplace's works. She also introduced her to Babbage, who was then immersed in building the world's most powerful computer. We frequently went to see Mr. Babbage while he was making his calculating machines, wrote Somerville, recalling her days tutoring Lord Byron's daughter. 33. Lovelace fully appreciated the creation of her new acquaintance. In a letter to Babbage, she told him about her excitement for the project. "I am working very hard for you, like the devil in fact, which perhaps I am," she explained. 34. Decades earlier, Lovelace had been left out of a trip to Geneva organized by her father, Lord Byron, with his friends and lovers. Lovelace's mother had recently separated from him, taking baby Ada away from him. She would always make sure her daughter stayed far away from her philandering father and his hard-partying coterie. A rainy day during that trip resulted in the production of two literary classics. Mary Godwin, later Shelley, started writing Frankenstein, or, the modern Prometheus, and John Polidori, Byron's friend and personal physician, produced the initial fragment of The Vampire, a tale after Ada's deadbeat father initiated a late-night fireside contest in writing ghost stories. Unlike those who went along with Lord Byron and engaged in his literary or libertine challenges, Lovelace would later write about computers. The monster in Frankenstein was unambiguously defined by its creator as a demon. "The monster whom I had created," explained Victor Frankenstein in the novel, "the miserable demon whom I had sent abroad into the world for my destruction would haunt his maker for the rest of his life." Victor had obsessed about bringing the dead to life. Inspired by necromancers and occultists skilled in the art of summoning demons, he confessed in his recollections that the raising of ghosts or devils was a promise liberally accorded by my favorite authors. Victor's creation recognized himself in those terms. I considered Satan as the fitter emblem of my condition, he explained, for often, like him, when I viewed the bliss of my protectors, the bitter gall of envy rose within me. When the monster taught himself to read, one of his favorite writers was Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, author of Faust. Goethe's and Shelley's cautionary tales about the hubris of research run amok anticipated one of the century's most enduring themes, and in some respects these authors were ahead of their time. In other respects, however, especially when compared to those actually involved in the cutting-edge scientific research of their time, they were far behind. Selling one's soul to gain total knowledge, as in Faust, and using electricity to give life to hybrids made up from pieces of cadavers, as in Frankenstein, were obviously morally perilous. The dangers of the machine-based economy of the Industrial Revolution were also widely recognized. Many thinkers attributed demonic qualities to steam engines. In the Communist Manifesto, 1848, the political economist Karl Marx and his collaborator Friedrich Engels compared the capitalist in charge of these new industrial machines to a sorcerer Hexenmeister who is no longer able to control the powers of the underworld whom he has called up by his spells. 35 later, in Capital, Marx described the new industrial machines that altered old labor relations as being driven by a demonic power Damonis Kraft. 36. Thomas Carlyle, the great historian of the Industrial Revolution, also described new industry as being driven by a steam demon. Like many other British thinkers, he too was captivated by the English translation of Laplace's work, yet he was much less concerned about it than he was about steam engines. Carlyle cited Laplace's book On the Stars with humor and derision, crafting a curious character who was amused about the ripple effects of throwing even the tiniest of pebbles. 37 It is a mathematical fact that the casting of this pebble from my hand alters the center of gravity of the universe, he said. 38 The determinism of Laplace was frightfully complex. Even local events could be significantly affected by faraway, seemingly unrelated ones. I say, there is not a red Indian, hunting by Lake Winnipeg, can quarrel with his squaw, but the whole world must smart for it. Will not the price of beaver rise? 39 Such tales motivated many minds to start thinking about the possibility that their economy was part of a much larger global system, affected by everything from the transatlantic slave trade to the Indian politics of remote territories in North America. They also started to think more carefully about the potential for slight interventions that could radically change the course of history. The more scientists calculated, the more afraid they became about the consequences for their results of a slight change or mistake, even at the nth decimal. Using colorful examples such as Carlyle's, many other writers considered the consequences of living in a universe where potentially all could be calculated. Some made a mockery of their era's greatest mathematical accomplishments, of its attempts at taming chance and faith in a universal formula, but others embraced them. Speculations about the amazing calculating capacities had been raised before, mainly by the German mathematician and philosopher Gottfried Leibniz and the Jesuit polymath Roger Boscovich. But before Laplace, those ideas had, for the most part, been the subject of a great deal of ridicule. In musing about the explosive additive effects that small changes could have across space and time in his Pensées, 1778 edition, Pascal reached some absurd conclusions. A minute change in the size of Cleopatra's nose could have had ripple effects throughout history. If it had been shorter, wrote Pascal, it would have changed the face of the earth. 40 Could there be any point in exploring causal connections quantitatively given how their proliferation could lead to bizarre combinations? It might simply be pointless to try to trace causes back to their humble origins, let alone to try to calculate their relation mathematically. Human passions could compound with the mysteries of the physical universe, spreading causal effects throughout the cosmos in myriad ways. Critical thinkers such as Voltaire were quick to call attention to these complications. To highlight the problems that arose from this causal mode of thinking, he jumped on the opportunity to criticize the royals. A petty fight behind closed doors could change the entire course of European history without the populace ever knowing the real cause. Concentrating too much power in a few individuals could have dramatic consequences, setting in motion a set of domino or butterfly effects with world historical consequences. With keen and ironic wit, Voltaire pointed his finger at the goings-on between Queen Anne and her favourite in court, Baroness Masham, to which only a few were privy. Rumors circulated that they were lesbian lovers. Point 41. A combinatorial explosion could be too much to handle, effectively forestalling the possibility of understanding historical development in reasonable, let alone quantitative ways. Even for the most optimistic philosophers of this period, the world seemed a hopelessly complex place where the awesome power of mathematics diminished as it descended from an abstract realm to the concrete world. But what were the real dangers and promises associated with the new mathematical and mechanical innovations sweeping across Europe and soon the world? Few noticed them. While intellectuals and the general public increasingly considered the potential negative effects of scientific research in terms of the fictional stories of Mephistopheles as tempting offers, Frankenstein's unbridled ambitions, or old demonic steam engines, Laplace's followers boldly pushed on with their research. Fictional demons stole the public's imagination during the first decades of the 19th century, distracting readers from the non-fictional demons that were being created at the same time. Scholars, literati, historians, social critics, and others, including Marx, largely ignored the new calculating machines that were being built around them but not Ada Lovelace. Could we or should we calculate everything? What were the limits and dangers of knowing by calculation? These were the questions posed by Lovelace. In 1842, she published a translation of the sketch on the analytical engine invented by Charles Babbage. The main text was written by Luigi Federico Menabrea, a military engineer and general who had recently met Babbage in Turin and who would go on to become Prime Minister of Italy. His essay had already been published in French in Geneva. 42. In it Menabrea explained that the imagination is at first astounded at the idea of such an undertaking as Babbage's, but the more calm reflection we bestow on it, the less impossible does success appear. At various points in the essay, the author insisted that the machine is not a thinking being, yet he also argued that although it is not itself the being that thinks, it may yet be considered as the being which executes the conceptions of intelligence. 43. Could it think? Lovelace responded with hefty notes by the translator, which she signed only with her initials. These notes would later be viewed as containing some of the most profound insights on early computers. In her published annotations, Lovelace fended off the common impression that a computer could be considered a thinking being. 44. Yet even after raising this qualification, she remained in awe of the possibility of creating a thinking or reasoning machine. 45. Lovelace and Menabrea were only partially successful in countering the impression that programmable calculating engines could indeed be a kind of intelligent being, and that they could be so improved in the future to perhaps even become a rival primate. For the next 2 centuries, scientists and philosophers re-examined their claims, working hard to improve on these technologies as they tried to bring Laplace's being to life. Darwin, the Laplace of biology. The great naturalist Charles Darwin at first resisted Babbage's generous invitations to attend the lively dinner soirees he hosted at his London home. Babbage, Lovelace, and their friends were not the only ones wondering about how machines compared to living, and perhaps even thinking, beings. Darwin started considering these themes too, but in a diametrically opposite direction. If Babbage could build a machine from gears and punch cards that appeared somewhat like a thinking being, could it be that actual living beings could be similarly mechanical? If machines seemed to act like living beings in some ways, he naturally wondered whether living beings could be mechanical in some ways. Darwin started thinking in detail about simple, perhaps even mechanical, processes that could give rise to living species. "I am very much obliged to you for sending me cards for your parties," he wrote to Babbage, "but I am afraid of accepting them, for I should meet some people there, to whom I have sworn by all the saints in heaven, I never go out, and should, therefore, be ashamed to meet them. 46 As excitement around Babbage's new engines increased, however, Darwin's curiosity was piqued. He gave up his initial misgivings and became a regular guest at Babbage's, bringing friends and family with him and sending them along when he could not attend. At Babbage's home, he wrote in A. One may see the world. 47 A few years had passed since Darwin had returned from his now famous around-the-world trip aboard the HMS Beagle. Back in London, he had to settle for studying the mating rituals of the local fauna at Babbage's London parties. A comparison with what he had seen going down with the plants and animals in the Galapagos Islands would soon be unavoidable. When jotting down some of the main ideas that would become central to his On the Origin of Species, Darwin mused about a selecting being who could direct evolution, scribbling about him in his notebooks and describing him in his correspondence. He speculated about the possible existence of a being infinitely more sagacious than man who had foresight and who, during thousands and thousands of years, was able to select all the variations which tended towards certain ends. In parentheses, he made sure to note that this creature should not be confused with God, not an omniscient creator. Could this being breed a new race? Could it breed what it willed? In his notes, known as the Sketches, Darwin wondered whether, for instance, it foresaw that a canine animal would be better off, owing to the country producing more hares, if he were longer-legged and had keener sight, and so produced a greyhound. How would the work of this being compare to that of the breeders he saw around him? What blind foolish man has done in a few years will be nothing compared to what an all-seeing being in thousands of years could effect. 48 Would it be able to produce better animals or more succulent produce? This being, speculated Darwin, would be capable of producing a new race. Let us now suppose a being with penetration sufficient to perceive differences in the outer and innermost organization quite imperceptible to man, and with forethought extending over future centuries to watch with unerring care and select for any object the offspring of an organism produced under the foregoing circumstances. I can see no conceivable reason why he could not form a new race, or several were he to separate the stock of the original organism and work on several islands, adapted to new ends. 49. Only a few years before completing his magnum opus, Darwin returned to thinking about such a creature. In a letter to the American naturalist and Harvard professor Asa Gray, he asked Gray to suppose there was a being who did not judge by mere external appearances, but who could study the whole internal organization, who was never capricious, and who would go on selecting for one object for millions of generations. The possibilities of these imaginings were endless. Who will say what he might not effect? He asked. This being could produce creations even more wonderful than those so far created by European breeders, who by this power of accumulating variations, adapts living beings to his wants. May be said to make the wool of one sheep good for carpets, of another for cloth, and c. Darwin explained to Gray that even breeders have been astounded by their results, before concluding his letter with an apology for offering such a speculative theory. Your imagination must fill up very wide blanks. 50. The wise and perceptive being mentioned by Darwin in his 1840s notes and 1850s correspondence played a dramatic role leading to the publication of On the Origin of Species. But in the published tome, Darwin's imaginary being was nowhere to be found. When the editor of his sketches looked for it, he only found a corresponding passage in On the Origin where, however, nature takes the place of the selecting being. 51 Other historians have noted that it never appears on stage. Neither did it appear in any of the subsequent versions of the theory. Did it simply vanish? On the contrary, it went underground, whence he rumbled his presence like the thunder machine in a Renaissance theater. 52 Darwin was intent on explaining nature without recourse to miraculous additions. I would give absolutely nothing for the theory of natural selection, he wrote to his friend the geologist Charles Lyell, if it requires miraculous additions at any one stage of descent. On this point, he was unsparing. If I were convinced that I required such additions to the theory of natural selection, I would reject it as rubbish. 53 Despite Darwin's determination to send miraculous causes to the cutting room floor, a general sense remained among many of his peers that other actions were at play in evolution that should not be entirely eliminated from discussions of evolutionary selection theories. Critics pointed out that there was a lot of old wine in the new bottle of natural selection. The projects of Laplace and Darwin were comparable in many ways. Some of Darwin's staunchest supporters saw his contributions as extending a mechanistic view of the universe into the realm of life, in other words, doing for biology what Laplace did for physics. Thomas Huxley, one of Darwin's staunchest bulldogs, explained that the value of Darwin's work, the fundamental proposition of evolution, consisted in conceiving that the whole world, living and not living, is the result of the mutual interaction, according to definite laws, of the forces possessed by the molecules of which the primitive nebulosity of the universe was composed. 54 The usefulness of Laplace's being for understanding the physical universe had already proven itself, and Darwin, according to Huxley, extended these lessons into the realm of biology. A sufficient intelligence, wrote Huxley, could, from a knowledge of the properties of the molecules of that cosmic vapor, have predicted, say, the state of the fauna of Britain in 1869, with as much certainty as one can say what will happen to the vapor of the breath in a cold winter's day. 55 Such an intelligent being could trace all molecules dancing in the universe, even those constituting living organisms in an eternal struggle for existence. Just as certain atoms went left or right and others up or down, joining together and forming new combinations, so certain species mated and survived while others did not. 56 Huxley argued that multitudes of these molecules, having diverse tendencies, are competing with one another for opportunity to exist and multiply, and the organism, as a whole, is as much the product of the molecules which are victorious as the fauna, or flora, of a country is the product of the victorious organic beings in it. 57 While Huxley was convinced that the predictable movement of molecules could explain all of life, others, including most notably the British biologist Alfred Russel Wallace, still noted that other forces seemed to be at work behind the development of living beings. The split between those who believed, with Darwin, that natural selection could explain the emergence of life mechanically, and those who did not, such as Wallace, became one of the most enduring splits of the next 2 centuries. Wallace had almost beaten Darwin to the discovery of natural selection. When Darwin first caught wind of Wallace's research, he grew alarmed. He had been working on a similar theory but had not yet published anything. His friends helped him catch up with the younger upstart, who did not have Darwin's high society connections. Darwin quickly polished what he had and published it alongside Wallace's text, effectively preventing his competitor from beating him. As a result, Darwin's name would become associated with evolution and natural selection, while Wallace would become known to history only as co-discoverer. Even though for the most part Darwin and Wallace remained cordial with each other, their interpretation of what they had just discovered diverged greatly as the years passed by. At stake in their disagreement was the possible existence of agents that could guide evolution. Wallace criticized Darwin for using natural selection as a cover for forces, some possibly supernatural, that affected the development of species. After the publication of On the Origin of Species, Wallace got into an argument with Darwin about the matter, accusing his competitor of tacitly using these forces in his theory. Wallace was convinced that some more powerful agency lay behind the magnificent results that Darwin was explaining away as mere natural selection. In a letter to his well-connected colleague, he asked for clarification pertaining to his use of the term natural selection. Wallace charged Darwin with suffering from something like blindness, in your not seeing that natural selection requires the constant watching of an intelligent chooser like man's selection, to which you so often compare it, he wrote. 58 Who was doing the choosing? Nature. If so, then Darwin's conception of nature also had to be driven by some kind of directive agent. Perceptive readers, according to Wallace, had similarly concluded that choice and direction were needed to produce the effects of natural selection, even though the naturalist himself tried to downplay these aspects of his theory. 59 Wallace mentioned that the French scientist and philosopher Paul Janet had also noted such a deficiency in Darwin's work and had leveled similar criticisms. You're so frequently personifying nature as selecting, as preferring, as seeking only the good of the species, and see, protested Wallace, was a fatal weakness in Darwin's mode of explanation. 60 Darwin's proclivity for describing nature as animate betrayed his desire to offer an explanation of evolution that did not include the intervention of God or other otherworldly agencies. Coming from a poorer background and lacking the connections of the other, Wallace would remain much less successful than his erstwhile competitor, and he increasingly voiced anti-Victorian establishment views. It did not help that he was a socialist and interested in studying spiritualist phenomena. In The Action of Natural Selection on Man, 1871, Wallace pointed out the limitations of Darwin's approach, which he had previously only broached privately. He explicitly stated that, when it came to the evolution of man, some other power than natural selection has been engaged in his production. 61 What could this other power be? Just as humans had domesticated animals and vegetables, someone else had created us, he reasoned. A superior intelligence, he surmised, has guided the development of man in a definite direction, and for a special purpose, just as man guides the development of many animal and vegetable forms. 62 Readers of Wallace came back to him with a witty criticism. They accused him of offering a theory that portrayed man as God's domestic animal. 63 Angels and archangels, spirits and demons have been so long banished from our belief as to have become actually unthinkable as actual existences, explained Wallace in notes added to the second edition of his Contributions to the Theory of Natural Selection, 1871. They were absent in accounts by most modern thinkers, including Darwin. Nothing in modern philosophy takes their place. But the complete elimination of these beings from our thinking left an infinite chasm between man and the great mind of the universe, which, Wallace concluded, was to the highest degree improbable. 64. 3. Maxwell's Demon. Maxwell's demon is the most famous of the lot, one still active today. He is known for working slowly but surely, nearly effortlessly, without much expenditure, as tirelessly and efficiently as a perpetual motion machine. Although tiny, his small size inversely reflects his strength. He is suspected of being present where tiny causes can accumulate to create much larger effects, such as in rapidly reproducing viruses, in replicating strands of DNA, in enzymes that set off chemical chain reactions, in certain subatomic particles, and in the forces that arrange snowflakes into wonderful shapes. Originally a product of the sprawling British Empire, he was born in a Victorian world of combustion engines and expanding railway, electric, and telegraph networks. Maxwell's demon is also known as the sorting demon, because his special ability resides in his power to deftly control tiny amounts, from individual atoms and molecules to digital bits of information. He is more dangerous than Descartes' demon, since he can act directly on the natural world and has no need to deceive anyone. He can stump Laplaces because he has the power to change the course of history midway. He is a control freak who intervenes occasionally to prevent nature from running its course. Because of him, the future may not follow as it ordinarily would. He works on the fly and adjusts his behavior by the seat of his pants, able to act suddenly and strategically to upset forces of equilibrium. He is much like a fish who can eat a whale, a David who can beat a Goliath, or the straw that breaks the camel's back. Like a miniature Kate Chan, the biblical restrainer who can delay the end of the world, he can stop entropy, put an end to decay, and make the world run in reverse. Maxwell's demon is a model for all sorts of mechanisms that function as one-way conduits, such as orifices, valves, pumps, filters, semi-permeable membranes, mechanical ratchets, electrical rectifiers, microprocessors, and mechanisms that permit the selection and transference of genetic material, as well as for more complex machines that create work at the expense of the environment, such as engines and refrigerators. We behave very much like Maxwell's demon when we, or parts of us, act intelligently by performing highly selective and consequential acts of discernment. He is the ultimate discriminator. Mechanization elicited many fears, some of them connected to the possibility that God was not the main force behind the central operations of the universe. But the idea that there were to be absolute limits to mechanization provoked near panic. The stability of nature described by Laplace was called into question during the Victorian era with the rise not only of evolutionary theory but also of modern physics. In light of this possibility, the end of the world, the actual death of the universe, seemed inescapable and perhaps not so far off. Another being, this one named after the brilliant Scottish scientist James Clerk Maxwell, appeared willing and able to stop Laplace's demon in his tracks. His specialty was altering the regular course of nature, for better or for worse. If the history of the physical sciences was to be divided into the contribution of only 3 men, most historians would place Maxwell after Isaac Newton and before Albert Einstein. Maxwell is known mainly for his contributions to electrodynamics and remembered for having predicted the existence of electromagnetic waves. In a series of renowned scientific papers, he established that electricity, light, and magnetic forces were of the same nature, and he wrote down a set of famous equations that described them. These equations were retrospectively seen as prophetic. Heinrich Hertz's detection of electromagnetic waves much later, in 1888, paved the way for the development of the radio, television, and wireless telecommunication technologies on which the visual and communication networks of the modern world would be based. X-rays, radar, Wi-Fi, electric motors, and microwave ovens are all still understood by reference to Maxwell's equations. A recent biography of him was aptly titled "The Man Who Changed Everything." 2. The science of Maxwell's time was characterized by a dual concern with motors and electricity. On the centennial anniversary of Maxwell's birth, Einstein described the Scottish scientist's work as having brought about the greatest alteration that physics had experienced since the foundation of theoretical physics by Newton. 3. The physicist Richard Feynman, who devoted one of his best-known articles to studying Maxwell's demon, claimed that from a long view of the history of mankind, there can be little doubt that the most significant event of the 19th century will be judged as Maxwell's discovery of the laws of thermodynamics. Even the American Civil War, Feynman argued, will pale into provincial insignificance, for how did the work of a Scottish mathematician come to be regarded by later generations as arguably more important than the war that brought about the abolition of slavery in America? Maxwell disputed accounts of nature's simple regularity. He took aim at the view that nature was like a book in which one page led to the next. Instead, he argued that nature should be considered more like a magazine. At the very outset of his career, he envisioned this possibility. Perhaps the book, as it was called, of nature is regularly paged, he wrote, but if it is not a book at all, but a magazine, nothing is more foolish to suppose that one part can throw light on another. 5. The demon that would be named after Maxwell is undoubtedly the best-known demon of modern times. A scientist recently described the 19th century as an era hypostatized by twin hypothetical ideal beings, Laplace's demon and Maxwell's demon. Of the former he said that it could predict in Newtonian, cause and effect, action-reaction fashion the complete state of the universe, given knowledge of the positions and velocities of all its particles for a single instant. 6. The powers of the latter were no less impressive. That demon could temporarily violate the second law of thermodynamics and, in so doing, almost rivaled a perpetual motion machine. A literary scholar described his widespread impact on our modern worldview. Men had trusted in the great watchmaker to keep things running, but they had forgotten the great stoker, and now, it appeared, he had fallen down on the job. Our universe was mortal, and we have been anxiously reading its temperature ever since. 7. Maxwell's demon is now perhaps more well known than its creator. 8. Numerous books and articles have been written about him. 9. He has dedicated biographers and a stellar artistic career: theatrical, cinematic, literary, and even musical. 10. The most important articles discussing him have been reprinted. 2 comprehensive edited volumes compiling some of the most important research on him predicted that his continuing active life is likely, and concluded that we expect Maxwell's demon to remain a potent teacher for many years to come. 11. Thousands of students learn about him, and his image graces the pages of many a scientific journal and textbook. His life has been carefully documented in comprehensive bibliographies tracking his every appearance and archived by librarians driven by paparazzi-like zeal. The original letter in which he was first mentioned and a note related to it titled Concerning Demons are kept in the library at Cambridge University as a prized possession. Point 12. Figure 1. Concerning Demons, undated manuscript, in Maxwell's handwriting, found in Peter Guthrie Tait's papers after his death. Ms. Ad 7655 6/11a, James Clerk Maxwell Papers, Cambridge University Library. Reproduced by kind permission of the Syndics of Cambridge University Library. Not yet named. Maxwell imagined this creature first. In early December 1867, he wrote a letter to his colleague Peter Guthrie Tait in which he discussed the laws of thermodynamics. He referred to a finite being who was very observant and neat-fingered. Tait then forwarded Maxwell's letter to his colleague William Thomson, one of the most revered scientists of his era. He would be knighted as Lord Kelvin, the first scientist to be elevated to the House of Lords. Thomson was responsible for calling the creature Maxwell's demon and would investigate the demon's abilities at the same time that he was developing valuable patents that made him rich and famous. Tait considered Maxwell a man of originality and fertility and leisure, and told him so in his letter. He wrote to Maxwell because he wanted to ask his opinion about a book he was writing on the history of thermodynamics. Are you sufficiently up to the history of thermodynamics to critically examine and put right a little treatise I am about to print, and will you kindly apply your critical powers to it? 13. Apply his critical powers. Maxwell did. By introducing his finite being in his reply to Tait, Maxwell was able to pick a hole in one of the most foundational theories of his era. Maxwell's contributions to electrodynamics and the hole he picked in thermodynamics are now legion. His demon is used as proof for why we cannot predict everything perfectly all the time and why we need to think of the second law of thermodynamics, also known as the law of entropy, as valid only statistically. According to the first law of thermodynamics, energy can be neither created nor destroyed but merely transformed. According to the second law, the law of entropy, heat flows from hot to cold and perpetual motion machines can never be found. Any cup of coffee will eventually cool down, but the reverse just does not happen. Hot patches in your soup or in nature do not last long. Temperature differences are very hard to maintain, and even the best insulators dissipate heat. The two main laws of energy are some of the most comprehensive laws of science, running the gamut from cosmology to biology. They bring under their purview elements as basic and diverse as time, heat, food, information, and communication. The second law explains why we grow old, why we need to eat in order to replenish the nutrients in our bodies, why plants require light and water to thrive, why the future differs from the past, why we sense an arrow of time, why we need to invest so much work and effort into putting things back in order. The law of entropy tells us why all the king's horses and all the king's men were unable to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. The law even has implications for how we think about justice and fairness, as well as chance and fate. Such comprehensiveness leaves room for exceptions which are often described by scientists in terms of the actions of Maxwell's demon. Maxwell's demon explains why, despite all odds to the contrary, nature sometimes does follow the path less traveled. Consider that we fight entropy all the time, and what is more, we are constantly creating and improving technologies to aid us in that endeavor. The method of statistical prediction inaugurated by Laplace was not flawless. Could Maxwell's creature take advantage of the statistical nature of thermodynamics to obtain a different outcome? Could we? In his original letter to Tait, Maxwell certainly did not think so. Only we can't, not being clever enough, he had concluded. Point 14. Understanding our role in reducing entropy and that of the innovations we create for this purpose proved to be a complex riddle. Why demons? An undated note in Maxwell's handwriting titled Concerning Demons was found among Tait's papers after his death. Experts believe that it was written around 1876. Its structure followed closely that of a catechism. Like prayers and recitations, Catechisms typically have a catchy pattern based on short questions followed by pithy answers. They are meant to be repeated over and over again, serving a mnemonic function. They are ideal pedagogic tools used to inculcate beliefs. The mysterious note read. 1. Who gave them this name? Thomson. 2. What were they by nature? Very small but lively beings incapable of doing work but able to open and shut valves which move without friction or inertia. 3. What was their chief end? To show that the second law of thermodynamics has only a statistical certainty. 4. Is the production of the inequality of temperature their only occupation? No, for less intelligent demons can produce a difference in pressure as well as temperature by merely allowing all particles going in one direction while stopping all those going the other way. This reduces the demon to a valve. As such, value him. Call him no more a demon but a valve like that of the hydraulic ram, suppose point 15. The fourth item in Maxwell's list broke with the pattern of the first three items. It showed Maxwell disowning his own creation. Call him no more a demon, pleaded the physicist. A lowly valve, even one as simple as a hydraulic pump, he would argue on various occasions, could perform its main functions. But for how long? Was such a mechanism able to defy the second law of thermodynamics? If so, could this mechanism be used to build one of the most sought-after machines of all times, a perpetual motion machine? Maxwell's theory of heat. Where did the powers of Maxwell's demon come from? The demon could alter the course of individual molecules by acting selectively on them, reversing temperature equilibrium. Instead of having mixtures of unequal temperature even out as mixtures cooled down, he could make one part of the sample hotter as the other became colder. All he needed to do was to stop fast atoms, which produce hot temperatures, from mixing with slow ones, which bring temperature down. Maxwell started discussing the idea directly with Thomson in another letter. The next winter, in a letter to another physicist, he described himself as a humble pointsman on a railway. 16. The comparison to such a profession was as descriptive as it was evocative in Victorian England, where a single lever could be used to redirect a train coming from London to Cambridge or Oxford, and where a simple timing mistake could cause the deaths of hundreds of passengers. Could a demon working on molecules produce similar effects by simply redirecting a few of them away from their preordained paths? If such a minor action took place during a tipping point, could it change the fate of the universe? Maxwell's now famous character first appeared in print in the last section of his book Theory of Heat, originally published in 1871, appropriately titled Limitation of the Second Law of Thermodynamics. Before I conclude, he wrote, I wish to direct attention to an aspect of the molecular theory which deserves consideration. This pertained to one of the best established facts in thermodynamics, that it is impossible to produce any inequality of temperature or of pressure without the expenditure of work. Maxwell explained, this is the second law of thermodynamics, and it is undoubtedly true as long as we can deal with bodies only in mass, and have no power of perceiving or handling the separate molecules of which they are made up. This last point immediately left open a very interesting possibility. But if we conceive a being whose faculties are so sharpened that he can follow every molecule in its course, he wrote, such a being, whose attributes are still as essentially finite as our own, would be able to do what is at present impossible to us. Maxwell went on to describe his being in the way it would be frequently pictured by the many authors who became fascinated by it, as working with two insulated containers attached to each other with a single opening between them to allow certain molecules to pass through. Now let us suppose that such a vessel is divided into two portions, A and B, by a division in which there is a small hole, and that a being, who can see the individual molecules, opens and closes this hole, so as to allow only the swifter molecules to pass from A to B, and only the slower ones to pass from B to A. With his delicate movements, this being could contradict the second law. And he could do it nearly effortlessly. He will thus, without expenditure of work, raise the temperature of B and lower that of A, in contradiction to the second law of thermodynamics. 17. In his theory of heat, Maxwell also reviewed the contributions of Fourier, who had successfully expanded Laplace's work to better understand the transmission of heat. He had good reasons to pay close attention to the work of the Frenchman. As the world economy increasingly depended on coal, studies on heat dissipation became more pertinent than ever. Maxwell marveled at how, thanks to Fourier, we are now able, by means of a thorough knowledge of the thermal state of the body at a given instant, to determine the rate at which the temperature of every part must be changing, and therefore we are able to predict its state in the succeeding instant. Knowing this, we can predict its state in the next instant following, and so on. A few measurements will afford sufficient data for calculating the temperature of every point during all time to come. 18. Scientists would not stop talking about Maxwell's miniature being, whose fame quickly increased after he appeared in Maxwell's theory of heat. But the official public debut at which he was named Maxwell's demon came almost half a decade later, when Thomson read a paper to the Royal Society of Edinburgh on February 16, 1874. His electrifying words were subsequently published twice, in the Society's official proceedings and in the journal Nature. 19. The local newspaper, the Edinburgh Courant, covered the news of this intriguing character in an article that ran the following Tuesday. In his articles and presentations, Thomson explained the tendency toward equilibrium in terms of an absent demon. If no selective influence, such as that of the ideal demon, guides individual molecules, the average result of their free motions and collisions must be to equalize the distribution of energy among them in the gross, he explained. 20. The demon then appeared once again as a character in the controversial The Unseen Universe, a book co-authored by the physicist Balfour Stewart, who was the director of the Kew Observatory, and by Tate. First published anonymously in 1875, The Unseen Universe was republished numerous times. When the mathematician William Kingdon Clifford read it, he was taken aback by the numerous references in the book to supernatural creatures. There is room not only for deities to preside over their properties and functions, existence, energy, and life, but all other machinery of Christian mythology, spiritual bodies replete with energy, angels, archangels, incarnation, molecular demons, miracles, and universal Gehenna. 21. Controversy surrounding the creature and its possible existence ensued. Reversing time. If we could only turn back time. Why not? Maxwell's demon could. He could do it by working against the regular causal direction of physical particles. In a universe comprising molecules of motion, such a rearrangement amounted to a reversal of time. Thomson was one of the first scientists to articulate the consequences that exceptions to the law of entropy would have for time. In his landmark lecture published in Nature on April 9, 1874, The Kinetic Theory of the Dissipation of Energy, he described how the world would look like if it suddenly started running in reverse. The bursting bubble of foam at the foot of a waterfall would reunite and descend into the water. Boulders would recover from the mud the materials required to build them into their previous jagged forms, and would become reunited to the mountain peak from which they had formerly broken away. Living creatures would grow backwards, with conscious knowledge of the future, but no memory of the past, and would become again unborn. 22. Thomson then speculated that an army of Maxwell's intelligent demons could be employed to produce those effects. The asterisk after his evocative phrase pointed to a footnote explaining what was meant by the term. The definition of demon according to the use of this word by Maxwell, is an intelligent being endowed with free will, and of fine enough tactile and perceptive organization to give him the faculty of observing and influencing individual molecules of matter. 23. Thomson's lecture dealt with energy, work, and heat in relation to the movement of underlying molecules. Like Maxwell before him, he investigated regular and exceptional cases, focusing on diffusion processes that led to temperature equilibrium. Although diffusion was the norm, he explained, this process of diffusion could be perfectly prevented by an army of Maxwell's intelligent demons, stationed at the surface, or interface as we may call it. How would this demon army operate? The duty of each demon is to guard his allotment, turning molecules back, or allowing them to pass through from either side, according to certain definite orders. The army would be properly equipped, he suggested that one suppose the weapon of the ideal army to be a club, or, as it were, a molecular cricket bat. The army would stand guard at designated positions, each demon is to keep as nearly as possible to a certain station, making only such excursions from it as the execution of his orders requires. Good timing along with excellent hand-eye coordination and statuesque steadfastness were essential for the soldier or sportsman. He may so time his strokes that he shall never move to any considerable distance from his station. 24. The effects of Thompson's invisible demon army could be actually measured and calculated. To illustrate them, Thomson chose the example of an insulated iron bar heated at one end. By operating selectively on individual atoms he can reverse the natural dissipation of energy, can cause one half of a closed jar of air, or a bar of iron, to become glowingly hot and the other ice cold. 25. In the case of a spoon dipped in hot soup, the handle gets hotter while the soup gets colder. Eventually both reach the same temperature. In the case of an insulated iron bar heated at one end, the temperature of the entire bar eventually reaches equilibrium, opposite sides end up with the same temperature. But how probable would it be for heat to run in the other direction? It was hardly likely to happen, but it was not completely impossible either. It is very improbable that in the course of 1,000 years one half of the bar of iron shall of itself become warmer by a degree than the other half, he explained. Chances were slim, but real. The probability of this happening before 1,000,000 years pass is 1,000 times as great as that it will happen in the course of 1,000 years. Thomson was certain that such an effect would occur, at some point. It certainly will happen in the course of some very long time, he concluded. 26. The actions of his demon army were as real and palpable as anything else on this earth, even if unlikely and rare at human scale. Thomson continued to think and lecture about Maxwell's demon for years. In a Friday evening lecture before the Royal Institution of Great Britain on February 28, 1879, he urged listeners to think about his choice of the term in positive terms, stressing that the word demon, which originally in Greek meant a supernatural being, has never been properly used as signifying a real or ideal personification of Molly Goodnighty. For him, Maxwell's demon was a creature of imagination. But if purely imaginary, what was its purpose? The conception of the sorting demon is of great value in purely physical science, he explained, clarifying that it was not invented to help us to deal with questions regarding the influence of life and of mind on the motions of matter, questions essentially beyond the range of mere dynamics. His particular value was due to how he could help us to understand the dissipation of energy in nature. Thomson described the demon as animalesque, being with no preternatural qualities, and differs from real living animals only in extreme smallness and agility. He also considered it to be purely mechanical. 27. Thomson explained that because this being was similar to us, possessing attributes that are still as essentially finite as our own, we could learn from him. 28. His understanding of this creature as someone from whom we could learn something echoed Maxwell's own explanation of the utility of his being. When first imagining him, Maxwell underscored that he would be able to do what is at present impossible to us, but which might be possible in the future. Minuscule leviathans. Maxwell's demon was small, but milquetoast he was not. The molecules he could divert traveled at tremendous velocities, swirling by at speeds greater than 1,000 miles per hour with more energy than the mythical Leviathan. The molecules of the air in this hall, lectured Maxwell, were flying about in all directions, at a rate of about 17 miles in a minute. This was so very great as compared with that of bullets, and no lesser than the velocity which proceeds from the mouth of a cannon. 29. At the very least, it was greater than any velocity obtained in artillery practice. We do not feel the impact of these minuscule bullets because they fly in all directions and collide with each other, cancelling out their great forces in the aggregate. Scientists calculated that every hydrogen particle underwent an average 17,700,000,000 collisions per second and changed its direction about 17,700,000,000 times during that interval. In Thomson's account, the demon could do even more. He could grab two atoms, combine them, and press as it were on his two hands. In this way, he could create new molecular compounds. Then let him apply the two hands to tear them asunder, and he could decompose them. What could he do if, instead of belonging to an army equipped with bats and clubs, he could pick and pull delicately and with care? He can at pleasure stop, or strike, or push, or pull any single atom of matter, and so moderate its natural course of motion. What if he had the hands and skill of a piano player? Endowed ideally with hands and fingers, 2 hands and 10 fingers suffice. He can do as much for atoms as a pianoforte player can do for the keys of a piano, just a little more. He can push or pull each individual atom in any direction. 30. With these attributes, Thomson's demon could transform himself into a master chemist with the ability to create explosive mixtures and combustibles. Give him water and he could give you in return the explosive mixture of oxygen and hydrogen. Give him the carbonic acid we regularly breathe out and he could provide in exchange the separated mutual combustibles, carbon and oxygen. Such talents permitted him to produce coveted fuels and explosives and solve the growing problem of pollution in cities. He could turn chemical waste into fuel at no cost over and over again, giving life to the dream of renewable energy sources, recapturing lost energy and reusing spent fuel. To maximize the efficiency of engines in the mid-19th century, they needed to be watched by a stoker whose job was to separate black coals from the red ones so that they would burn more evenly. Even after new machines, referred to as self-feeding furnaces, soon replaced these labor-intensive practices, there remained plenty of room for improvement. No matter how much scientists tried to perfect them, engines wasted most of the energy that went into them. Engine efficiency at mid-century stood at about 18%. Friction, noise, and overheating were all to blame. Thomson's demon research represented the culmination of a lifetime of work. It was also the maturation of many childhood dreams he had shared with his brother. Perpetual motion was every child's fantasy, and the two Thomson boys were no exception. As the sons of a teacher of mathematics and engineering at the Royal Belfast Academical Institution, the Thomsons were some of the best educated lads in Northern Ireland. They grew up quickly, and William looked up to his older brother James, who learned about machines early on the hard way. In the 1840s, the younger William approached his brother with a curious conclusion to which he had been led, by reasoning on principles similar to those developed by Carnot, with reference to the motive power of heat. He thought he had landed on a model for a perpetual motion machine. The scheme used ice's expanding force to push a piston inside a motor. Because water expands while freezing, he recalled, and therefore it seemed to follow, that if a quantity of it were merely enclosed in a vessel with a movable piston and frozen, the motion of the piston, consequent on the expansion, being resisted by pressure, mechanical work would be given out without any corresponding expenditure, or, in other words, a perpetual source of mechanical work, commonly called a perpetual motion, would be possible. The scheme would violate the findings of the Frenchman Sidi Carnot, who earlier in the century had determined why engine efficiency was capped within unbreachable limits. The older Thomson brother knew better. This at first appeared to me to involve an impossibility, he remembered. James now had to figure out why. The freezing point of water, he surmised, must become lower with pressure. To avoid the absurdity of supposing that mechanical work could be got out of nothing, he wrote, it occurred to me that it is necessary farther to conclude, that the freezing point becomes lower as the pressure to which the water is subjected is increased. 31 William did not get his dream machine, but James got his paper published in the Cambridge and Dublin Mathematical Journal and in the Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. James himself had been lectured on the topic of machine inventions by an older school friend who was a successful businessman and engineer. As a boy, he too thought he had found such a wonder, writing a letter to his friend describing a scheme for propelling vessels against the stream. His interlocutor responded harshly and honestly. It is very ingenious, but, sorry, it's been thought of already, although you have not been aware of it and have equal merit as an inventor. It was tried in France many years ago. This lesson was likely to apply to anything else that James could think of. His friend reminded him of the great difficulty of hitting upon any useful scheme that has not been previously attempted, and the necessity of examining well before one expends time on such occupations. Basically, James was told to go back to his studies. Indeed, were I you, and I am sure you will excuse me as a senior apprentice, I would, for the present, avoid all attempts at inventing machinery of any description. Before talking so big, his friend told him, it seems to me to be nearly as great a waste of time, making attempts at useful discovery without this previous knowledge, as for a person to labor at working out the highest problems in astronomy without having first gone through the calculus. He signed off curtly, believe me my dear James 32. From that moment on, the two Thomsons chased the dream of perpetual motion more maturely, studying the numberless schemes proposed and tried for procuring a perfect combustion of coals in furnaces in detail before attempting to improve on them. 33 Still, they did not give up their attempts to develop machines that would come as close as possible to the dream. James would usually design them, while William would write the scientific papers that explained the science behind them, including his two famous articles on the demon. As adults, the two brothers not only grew concerned about how fast locomotives ate up coal but also worried about the day when the sun would run out of energy. As for the future, we may say, with equal certainty, that inhabitants of the earth cannot continue to enjoy the light and heat essential to their life for many million years longer unless sources now unknown to us are prepared in the great storehouse of creation. 34 For Victorians like them, the most appropriate model for the universe was no longer the clockwork mechanism of the Newtonian era but rather that of a coal engine. 35 What to do when its energy petered out? It was not too soon to start thinking about such an apocalypse. Marvelous agility. The science of Maxwell's time had another problem to contend with that also hinged on the possible existence of Maxwell's demon. The laws of mechanics were perfectly reversible, yet so much that took place in this world was patently not. The difficulty in reconciling reversible laws with irreversible processes stumped some of the greatest minds of the 19th century. Maxwell offered a possible solution. As Tate explained how Maxwell showed the mode of escape from the difficulty, he noted that the only problem was that it would require the intervention of beings, still finite, but infinitely more acute and able than any human beings, or even than the utmost ideal a human being can well conceive, to effectively manipulate molecules against forces of equilibrium and dissipation. 36 Tate understood Maxwell's imaginary beings to be small creatures without inertia, of extremely acute senses and intelligence, and marvelous agility, and explained that Thomson referred to these beings, provisionally, as demons. He points out that if such imaginary beings, whom Sir W. Thomson provisionally calls demons, small creatures without inertia, of extremely acute senses and intelligence, and marvelous agility, were to watch the particles of a gas contained in a vessel with a partition full of trapdoors, also devoid of inertia, prepared to open and close these doors so as to let the quicker particles get out of the first compartment into the second, and to let an equal number of the slower ones escape from the second compartment into the first, they could, without doing any work themselves, give to the system the power of doing a certain amount of work without help from external bodies. The agility of these demons notwithstanding, Tate warned that their powers were limited. You must be careful, he warned his readers, not to fancy that there is here any gain or creation of energy. Not even a demon could effect that. There is a gain of transformability, a slight rise in the scale of availability. Voila. 37. The most interesting cases involved samples with only a few molecules and showed that restoration of energy is constantly going on, but on a very limited scale, in every mass of gas, Tate explained. Every once in a while, a fast molecule could appear where slow ones should dominate. Not all particles were perfectly distributed. If there were only a few hundred particles in a small vessel of gas, the chances would be that if we suddenly cut off half the vessel there would be a sensible difference of temperature between the two parts. 38 These cases offered Tate hope that they could be scaled up, yet he was not sanguine about the prospect of building a nearly perfect, reversible engine that would consume almost no fuel. Not possible for us, according to Tate, for, alas, we are not demons, in Maxwell's sense. 39. The reputation of Maxwell's demon was sealed in a description that appeared under the entry for energy in the 9th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Clerk Maxwell supposed two compartments, A and B, to be filled with gas at the same temperature, and to be separated by a partition containing a number of trapdoors, each of which could be opened or closed without any expenditure of energy. An intelligent creature, or demon, possessed of unlimited powers of vision, is placed in charge of each door. The entry concluded with the claim that by the application of intelligence alone a portion of gas of uniform pressure and temperature may be divided into two parts, in which both the temperature and the pressure are different, and from which, therefore, work can be obtained at the expense of heat. Furthermore, there seems no limit to the extent to which this operation may be carried. The author warned that these achievements had not yet been realized, as the principle of the dissipation of energy has control over the actions of those agents only whose faculties are too gross to enable them to grapple with those portions of matter, but did not rule out that less gross agents would be so capable in the future. 40. Damonen. Maxwell's and Laplace's demons soon landed in Germany as Maxwell's Damonen and Laplace's Geist. On August 14, 1872, the physiologist Émile du Bois-Reymond delivered an influential lecture at the Second General Meeting of the Assembly of German Naturalists and Physicians in Leipzig. What he said that day changed how scientists thought about Laplace's being, and about the limits of science, for the next 100 years. As soon as it was published, the text was widely read, reprinted, and translated. In English it was titled On the Limits of Our Understanding of Nature. Bois-Reymond referred to Laplace's being as Geist. In French translation it was called a prophet, and in English it was translated as a mind or seer expert. 41. The talents of this being were exalted by numerous readers who described it with colorful examples. The physicist Walther Nernst explained that it was concluded, of course, not without irony, that with a precise knowledge of Goethe's constitution and of all external influences, that spirit Geist could literally dictate the Faust with the help of the relevant laws of nature, and of course not just the printed Faust, but all the earlier drafts as well. Yet no one, he wrote, has described with such graceful insistence the practical capacity of Laplace's formula as our great Berlin physiologist du Bois-Reymond. 42. The philosopher Ernst Cassirer was among many others who raised the same point. Émile du Bois-Reymond, he wrote, lifted the Laplacian formula Welt Formel out of its long oblivion and placed it at the focal point of epistemological and scientific discussion. 43. To this day, Bois-Reymond's lecture remains one of the most powerful meditations on the limits of knowledge, and its success ensured his place as one of the most influential scientists of the 19th century. He would dominate the intellectual circles of Berlin, Potsdam, and beyond. Bois-Reymond argued that scientists who understood the world in terms of moving atoms need not fear the uncertainties of chance. If we were to suppose all changes in the physical world resolved into atomic motions, then law and chance would be only different names for mechanical necessity. According to this view, chance was just a reflection of something currently not known, a practical nuisance that could be overcome. But just how difficult would it be to eliminate all our unknowns for all time? The physiologist wondered whether that would even be possible. It was an important if, one that needed to be parsed out by diving deeper into Laplace's texts, his mathematics, and his philosophy. Bois-Reymond and others started to study in great detail the Frenchman's assertions about a mind that could calculate everything. What could it know and what could it not know? While Laplace had been effusive about our ability to know and calculate everything, Bois-Reymond ended his talk by shouting ignorabimus. Laplace's creation, according to the celebrated speaker, was dumb in one essential respect. It was nothing other than a mechanical expert, a dull calculator that did not feel and understand anything that it grasped. Bois-Reymond nonetheless granted a lot to the Laplacian mind. By applying its universal formula, it could see the past and the future. It could solve crimes and even historical mysteries. It could reveal the long-hidden identity of the man in the iron mask who had been imprisoned in the Bastille at the end of the 17th century and whose identity remains a mystery to this day. Could he really have been the illegitimate brother of Louis XIV, as rumors claimed? Indeed, just as in lunar equations the astronomer need give but a negative value to time, in order to determine whether, when Pericles embarked for Epidaurus, the sun was eclipsed for the Piraeus, so could the mind imagined by Laplace, by suitable application of its universal formula, tell us who was the man in the iron mask, or how the president was lost, wrote Boisraymond. 44. Boisraymond based his views about predictability on the celebrated successes of astronomy, some of which had been pioneered by Laplace. As the astronomer foretells the day whereon years hence a comet emerges again out of the depths of space into the heavens, he explained, so could that mind by its equations determine the day whereon the Greek cross shall glitter from the mosque of Saint Sophia, or when England shall have consumed the last of her coals. 45. The German scientist lauded the mathematical techniques developed for the study of heat and energy distribution, admiring the clever technique of employing AT for time in equations. Ostensibly, these innovations would permit scientists to picture the beginning and end of all creation. If in his universal formula he set down t equals infinity, he could discover the mysterious primeval condition of all things. He would in the boundless space see matter already in motion, or unequally distributed, for, were the distribution equable, there could never be disturbance of equilibrium. Suppose he lets t grow ad infinitum in the positive sense, then he could tell whether Carnot's theorem threatens the universe with icy immobility in finite or only in infinite time. The mind described by Laplace had been almost brought to life. We resemble this mind, inasmuch as we conceive of it, Boisraymond insisted. The difference between it and actual minds was now only a matter of degree. We might even ask whether a mind like that of Newton does not differ less from the mind imagined by Laplace, than the mind of an Australian or of a Fuegian savage differs from the mind of Newton, he wondered. 46. But even it could never know two things. There are two positions where even the mind imagined by Laplace would strive in vain to press on farther, and where we have to stand stock still. Laplace's mind could not ever unveil the mysteries of life and of consciousness. It could see where and under what form life first appeared, whether at the bottom of the deep sea, as bathybious protoplasm, or whether with the cooperation of the still excessive ultraviolet solar rays, with still higher pressure of carbonic acid in the atmosphere. But what was the point of seeing these transformations? Laplace's mind could tell, with the aid of the universal formula, where and when life arose. For, when inorganic matter coalesces to form organic matter, there is only a question of motion, of the arrangement of molecules into states of more or less stable equilibrium, and of an exchange of matter produced partly by the tension of the molecules, and partly by motion from without. All this would be known. Yet it would be a dumb show, since such a mind could never tell what suddenly made all these parts work as an organic whole. It would see atoms crossing each other's course, but does not understand their pantomime. Hence, the world of this mind is still meaningless. Laplace's being could solve an exceedingly difficult mechanical problem, but it would never solve the mystery of life and consciousness. 47. By the first decades of the 19th century, Laplace's creation had become a veritable whipping boy for a number of prominent thinkers who argued that its knowledge was of an inferior kind. It was knowledge of the predictable, unchanging world, which could not be used to understand deeper transformations, and especially not those of kind rather than degree. The pompous pedant that arose from Laplace's imagination might be nothing more than a faux idiot, one that would always remain none the wiser when faced with complex challenges. The renowned physicist and physiologist Hermann von Helmholtz was one of Boisraymond's closest friends and collaborators. The formulation of the law of energy conservation, in a paper that was later seen as key to thermodynamics, stands out among his many accomplishments, which also included work in optics, physiology, and even philosophy. A few months after Boisraymond delivered his lecture, Helmholtz recalled not being able to get a catchy verse out of his head, one he learned as a child. It rains when it rains. and rains its course. And when it has rained enough, it thus stops again. 48. Helmholtz was in his mid-50s and a senior scientist when he confessed to having this rhyme stuck in his head. This Verline, he explained, had been lodged in my memory since ancient times, evidently because it touches a sore spot in the conscience of a physicist, and makes a mockery out of him. 49. The author of the verse was none other than the writer and philosopher Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Helmholtz decided to finally write it down in a perfect place for it, a scientific article on tornadoes and thunderstorms. Using science to examine, let alone predict, the weather almost always ended in failure. Helmholtz explained that one would be very much the wiser to ask a local farmer about the portent of the clouds closing in than to consult a scientist isolated in his dark laboratory with his charts and instruments. Scientific progress on this topic was painfully slow despite all the newly acquired insights into the context of natural phenomena, despite all the newly erected meteorological stations and endlessly long series of observations. 50. Why was it so hard to predict the weather? Up in the sky, where the stormy clouds reigned, the German scientist could not help but see the hand of the rebellious and absolutely unscientific demon of chance, the Daemon des Zufalls. Forestalling the rule of the eternal law was this demon's specialty. Helmholtz wondered whether certain natural phenomena would remain forever resistant to the advances of science. If so, it was also worth asking, why? Is it possible to show reasons why the rebellious and absolutely unscientific demon of chance is still defending this domain against the rule of the eternal law, which is at the same time the dominion of the understanding of thought? 51. For how much longer could the demon of chance keep up its reign of terror? Only a spirit which had the exact knowledge of the facts, and whose operations of thought were carried out quickly and precisely enough to foresee the events, could beat him. This oppositional Geist would see the harmonious power of eternal laws in the wildest capriciousness of the weather, no less than in the course of the stars. 52. As these two German scientists debated the strength of Laplace's creature in comparison to the demon of chance, others started to look more carefully into the abilities of Maxwell's demon. Maxwell's demons landed in Germany in the form of a short review in a specialized research journal. It described daemons who have the ability to seize every single molecule in every moment. 53. The demons had not traveled easily from England to the continent, and neither German nor French scientists were much taken by them. Instead of leading scientists to espouse the statistical interpretation of thermodynamics advocated by Maxwell and his close colleagues, continental scientists, for the most part, dismissed their significance to these explanatory frameworks. One of those scientists befuddled by demon-based British theories was Rudolf Clausius, one of the founders of thermodynamics. Clausius's many accomplishments included having introduced the concept of entropy, which he coined from the Greek nu, in, and tau rho omicron pi, transformation, and clarified the relation of the two laws of thermodynamics to each other. He first encountered Maxwell's demon in the second edition of Tait's lectures on some recent advances in physical science. Clausius had cause for concern. The book criticized his own theory for not being able to explain how something could get colder than its warmer surroundings instead of reaching equilibrium. These cases appeared clearly when humans intervened, such as by closing windows on a hot day, and they could be sustained for a limited but significant amount of time. The German, Tait claimed, had not dealt successfully with these seemingly exceptional cases. Clausius, according to Tait, could not convincingly show that it is possible, but possible only in a very curious way, and to an extremely limited extent, to get round this apparent difficulty to make a body colder than surrounding objects, and to get work from it in consequence. This difficulty, alone, is absolutely fatal to Clausius' reasoning, he wrote, and thus invalidated his entire contribution. The problem, Tait claimed, was first pointed out by Clerk Maxwell not long ago. To solve it, he showed that the mode of escape from the difficulty is, that it would require the intervention of beings, still finite, but infinitely more acute and able than any human beings, or even than the utmost ideal a human being can well conceive. 54. Clausius was appalled by Tait's comments. He criticized the Scottish scientist not only for distorting his contributions but for promoting some deeply flawed ones. Soon the two rivals would engage in a game of one-upmanship to determine who should get credit for the discovery of the laws of thermodynamics. Clausius struck back in a dedicated section titled Another Objection from Tate, which he included in the second edition of his book. In it, he accused Maxwell and company of crafting a theory that worked only when demons intervene. The advantages of his own work were clear in that he was not concerned with what heat can do with the help of demons, but with what it can do by itself. Clausius went on to criticize Tate's explanation of nature for claiming that what demons could do on a large scale, really goes on without the help of demons, though in a very small scale, in every mass of gas 55. The astrophysicist and expert in optical illusions Johann Carl Friedrich Zollner soon entered the debate between Clausius and Tate. Zollner, who held the prestigious chair of astrophysics at Leipzig, took up Clausius's objections and expanded on them in an article titled Thomson's Demons and the Phantoms of Plato, the latter referring to the famous allegory in the Republic of prisoners in a cave mistakenly interpreting the shadows reflected on their wall as reality itself. 56 Clausius's defender soon became Tate's enemy. Tate reviewed Zollner's comments, with derision, in Nature. Professor Zollner seems to think that Clerk Maxwell, Thomson, and myself believe in the existence of those imaginary beings, invented by Maxwell and called demons by Thomson, who were introduced with the purpose solely of showing the true basis on which the second law of thermodynamics has been received as a fact in physical science. 57. Zollner was an easy target. In an article published in the Quarterly Journal of Science in 1878, the astrophysicist had inquired into the possible existence of four-dimensional spaces and of beings who might inhabit them. If, he wrote, there were beings among us who were able to produce by their will four-dimensional movements of material substances, they could tie and untie such knots in a much simpler manner. Mathematically speaking, the latter task was impossible for three-dimensional beings. Zollner did not think that science had ruled out the possible existence of those beings, although he cautioned that it is by no means necessary, nay, not even probable that such beings should have a contemplative consciousness of the actions of their will. 58 In addition to these musings, Zollner's reputation was fatally compromised when he fell for the tricks of the medium Henry Slade. In a spiritualist soiree with Slade, Zollner became convinced that he had caught a glimpse of these beings. In his descriptions of the séances he attended, Zollner offered his readers tangible details of the strange, sudden, and mysterious appearance of ghostly hands that came from nowhere and could tie knots on strings connected on both ends. Tate eagerly ridiculed Zollner, effectively separating Maxwell's demons from Zollner's and Slade's disreputable ones and distinguishing his research from that done in séances aimed at connecting with spirits and other inhabitants of the supernatural world. His attacks were so effective that the reputations of both the German scientist and the medium he had so trusted never recovered. As Zollner's demons were effectively exorcised, the importance of Maxwell's grew. Despite controversies about the role of imaginary beings in scientific explanations, Maxwell's theory of heat made important inroads into Germany, and the translator of Thomson's lectures soon took on the challenge of translating it. The first translation, appearing in 1877, was followed by another the next year. A young physicist named Max Planck read both versions. He immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with that brand of thermodynamics by referencing the exact place in Maxwell's book where he had invoked his imaginary being. The problem motivated him to search for other explanations of heat not based on molecular thermodynamics. The alternative he developed, quantum mechanics, would eventually change the course of physics. 59. Eternal recurrence. Despite attempts by British scientists to get the upper hand with respect to priority claims around thermodynamics, resistance to their particular approach continued to be strong on the continent. Soon Austrian scientists would hear about another molecular-sized demon, one whose discovery had allegedly preceded Maxwell's. Known as Loschmidt's demon, he could also make the world run in reverse. Among his many accomplishments, The Austrian physicist Joseph Loschmidt was known for having made some of the most exact determinations of the size and shape of molecules and for creating some of the most useful models for them. Loschmidt also calculated the chances of eternal recurrence. Could a collection of molecules find themselves serendipitously in exactly the same place as they had once been? If they ended up in the exact state as before, their organization at the very next instant would also play out exactly as before, and so on. History would repeat itself. Following Loschmidt, more and more scientists throughout Europe calculated how long it might take for that to happen. If after a time tau which is long enough to obtain the stationary state, one suddenly assumes that the velocities of all atoms are reversed, we would obtain an initial state that would appear to have the same character as the stationary state, he wrote. Gradually the stationary state would deteriorate, he explained, and after the passage of the time tau we would inevitably return to our original state. The conclusion was stunning. Obviously, in every arbitrary system the course of events must become retrograde when the velocities of all its elements are reversed. How could it be done? The important problem of undoing what has happened has not been solved, Loschmidt added, but it has received a simple formulation consisting in the simple instruction to suddenly reverse the instantaneous velocities of all the atoms of the universe 60. Like so many others, the physicist was fascinated by the terroristic nimbus of the second law that lets it appear as a destructive principle of all life in the universe, and he fantasized about how to circumvent it, becoming increasingly fascinated by the rare but real possibility that once molecules reached equilibrium a slight intervention might make the world run in reverse and everything would start again, only backward, before going forward again. 61 In years to come, more physics textbooks, including the influential Elementary Principles of Statistical Mechanics, 1902, by Josiah Willard Gibbs, professor of mathematical physics at Yale University, would explain how the process would work and how long it might take for it to occur spontaneously. 62. Scientists' speculations and calculations with respect to eternal recurrence had wide implications. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche worried about this very possibility, asking his readers, "What, if some day or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness and say to you, 'This life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh and everything unutterably small or great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence, even this spider and this moonlight between the trees, and even this moment and I myself.' If all beings in the universe, including animate ones, were made up of the same material elements as those constituting sand and dust, this nightmare could seem closer to reality than we might otherwise think. The eternal hourglass of existence is turned over again and again, and you with it, dust from the dust. 63. God is dead. God remains dead. And we have killed him." In the same text where Nietzsche speculated about eternal recurrence, he wrote some of the most controversial lines of the century. These thoughts drew out the extreme implications of another widely discussed scientific speculation popular at that time, the possibility of traveling faster than the fastest messenger. "Lightning and thunder require time," wrote the philosopher. "The light of the stars requires time, deeds, though done, still require time to be heard." 64 The extreme velocity of light had fascinated philosophers and scientists alike for centuries, but the discovery that it was measurable, perhaps even breachable, had made it even more entrancing. Nietzsche imagined someone far away in a remote corner of a universe who witnessed the death of God, lived to tell it, and came to earth to announce the news. In his estimation, this messenger would no doubt be considered a madman. But such a harsh judgment might simply be due to a mismatch between the relative speed of the messenger and that of the deed itself as both traveled through the universe. Nietzsche wrote down what the poor wretch who delivered the portentous news might come to realize upon noticing that no one believed him. "I have come too early," he would realize. "My time is not yet. This tremendous event is still on its way, still traveling, it has not yet reached the ears of men." 65. At the time Nietzsche wrote these aphorisms, physicists were hard at work providing ever more precise measurements of the velocity of light. 66 Their research left a mark in Nietzsche's Die Fröhliche Wissenschaft, usually translated as the gay science, so titled because of how it was inspired by the cutting-edge investigations of his era. Heat transfer. Maxwell's demon might not have had the last answer when it came to heat. Some aspects of heat could be understood by the movement of particles, such as vibrating molecules bumping into each other. But others seemed more closely related to the properties of light. Radiant heat could be carried by invisible electromagnetic waves and propagated in a wave-like manner to raise temperatures, yet those mechanisms differed from those produced by convection and conduction. They could not yet be well understood through the application of statistical molecular thermodynamics. How would a Maxwell demon deal with radiant heat waves instead of moving particles? This was the question that the astronomer Henry Turner Eddy, a professor at the University of Cincinnati, asked himself. Since radiations are known to be moving in space apart from ponderable bodies and subject to reflections, they would slip from Maxwell's demon's fingers like waves overcoming all obstacles to reach shore. As he analyzed Maxwell's sorting demon in detail, the American attacked Clausius and Thomson in equal measure. Eddy agreed that if we suppose minute beings, endowed with senses sufficiently acute and having a corresponding agility, to guard minute openings in the diaphragm separating two portions of the same gas, it would be possible to transfer heat from a colder to a hotter body. 67 Yet that could not be the entire story when it came to all the heat in the universe. The fact that no one had as yet invented any machine, or discovered any principle on which it was possible to construct a machine, did not mean that one could not be found in the future. Studying the relation between radiant theories of heat and kinetic ones was urgent, argued Eddy, since a large part of the exchange of heat in the universe takes place in the radiant form. 68. Another American, the physicist Harold Whiting from Harvard, developed yet another objection to existing explanations of thermodynamics. In an article titled Maxwell's Demon and published in Science, Whiting used examples from astronomy to point out the relevance of possible Maxwell's demon type violations of the second law. Circumstances as rare as those that permitted life to flourish on Earth might also be creating other consequential effects in the universe. Something insignificant for us on Earth might not be when the entire cosmos was taken in consideration. On this planet, those effects could seem minimal enough, but they were hardly so when considering all the masses of the universe. Hence in the case of astronomical bodies, particularly masses of gas, wrote Whiting, the molecules of greatest velocity may gradually be separated from the remainder as effectually as by the operation of Maxwell's small beings. Those particular molecules might take off from the rest. When the motion of a molecule in the surface of a body happens to exceed a certain limit, it may be thrown off completely from that surface, as in ordinary evaporation. Its trajectory would be exceptional, yet comparable to the trajectories of rare mutants who managed to survive against the odds. It seemed to me of interest to point out that what, as Maxwell has shown, could be done by the agency of these imaginary beings, can be and often is actually accomplished by the aid of a sort of natural selection. Whiting wrote. 69 This natural selection, he stated, could create extraordinary feats with ordinary molecules. With these and other speculations, the problem of Maxwell's demon and the opportunity it posed moved from physics to biology. During those years, Maxwell's demon started to be used to explain a wider set of effects that seemed to go against the usual order of things. Osmosis, the upward pulling of fluid in plants from root to crown, and the spontaneous evaporation at the surface of a liquid into an unsaturated gas, such as the atmosphere, were added to a growing list in a sorting demon class of molecular actions. 70. Despite criticisms raised on the continent and in America, the fame of Maxwell's demon quickly spread in the English-speaking world. The mathematician and geneticist Carl Pearson, a protege of Darwin's cousin Francis Galton and one of the most prominent statisticians of his time, cited in full Maxwell's key paragraphs from the theory of heat in one of the most widely read science books of his era, The Grammar of Science. This being, wrote Pearson, has become known to fame as Clerk Maxwell's demon. Pearson highlighted one phrase in Maxwell's rather lengthy description. Clerk Maxwell, he wrote in a footnote, supposes the being's attributes essentially finite as our own. But since such finitude was a peculiarity not usually associated with demons, Maxwell's creature might not need to be defined by such a controversial label. Clearly skeptical about the use of the term, Pearson described the demon as having a perceptive faculty differing rather in degree than quality from our own. The gap between his perceptive abilities and ours was probably similar to those between us and other animals, or between civilized man and savages and children. Clerk Maxwell's demon would perceive nature as something totally different from our nature, and to a less extent this is in great probability true for the animal world, and even for man in different stages of growth and civilization. As Pearson noted in his conclusion, the worlds of the child and of the savage differ widely from that of normal civilized man. The difference in the perceptual capacity of normal civilized man and that of Maxwell's demon could be similarly understood. 71. The American writer Henry Adams never fully recovered from the impression that Pearson's The Grammar of Science left on him. 72. It motivated him to think about history in terms of entropy and thermodynamics and about the economy as a system where only Clerk Maxwell's demon of thought could create value. 73. Adams's perspective on this creature was marked by his experience as President Abraham Lincoln's ambassador to the United Kingdom, where he started to consider the actions of Maxwell's demon. In geopolitical terms, Germany, Adams wrote in his correspondence, is and always has been a remarkably apt illustration of Maxwell's conception of sorting demons. By bumping against all its neighbors and being bumped in turn, it gets and gives at last a common motion. 74. During those years, the memory of France's defeat at the hands of Germany during the Franco-Prussian War seemed as vibrant as ever. Both countries continued to arm themselves, thirsting for revenge rather than risk a humiliating defeat. During a trip to France, Adams devoured Science and Hypothesis, 1902, by the French physicist Henri Poincaré, which gave him many more details about Maxwell's demon. He immediately started thinking about how that creature might serve his country. In 1903, a few years after President William McKinley was shot and Theodore Roosevelt assumed the presidency, Adams wrote with humor to his brother Brooks, Clerk Maxwell's demon who runs the second law of thermodynamics ought to be made president. 75. With or without their help. Demons became the focus of attention once again after Loschmidt died in the summer of 1895. Ludwig Boltzmann, who is best known today as the author of the famous entropy formula that carries his name, S equals K log W, was one of Loschmidt's closest friends and collaborators, and deeply invested in continuing Loschmidt's program. It is because of Boltzmann that statistical thermodynamics and Loschmidt's molecular view of nature associated with it are alive today. And it was Boltzmann who would stave off the near death of Maxwell's demon at the hands of German researchers who did not accept such explanations. Boltzmann gave a different history, interpretation, and parentage to the demon associated with Maxwell. The idea for the demon, according to him, originated in Loschmidt's Austria. During a memorial address commemorating his recently deceased colleague, Boltzmann claimed that Loschmidt had been the first to invent a tiny intelligent being who would be able to see the individual gas molecules and, by some sort of contrivance, to separate the slow ones from the fast. This imaginary creature was only hinted at in a few lines of an article, yet, Boltzmann claimed, it was later introduced in Maxwell's heat theory and was widely discussed. 76. Little did it matter to Boltzmann that Loschmidt had not used that word. Loschmidt had helped Boltzmann improve on his work by imagining some of the most frightening conclusions that arose from the reversibility paradox. Boltzmann, in turn, had offered a solution to the paradox by developing his famous formula showing that molecular movements could be reversible at the level of atoms but rarely in the aggregate. Is almost never an adequate scientific answer? Boltzmann was challenged by criticisms of statistical mechanics, such as Wilhelm Ostwald's energetics alternative and research on radiant heat waves, including eddies and later Planck's. He would not let a few rare exceptions ruin such a promising and comprehensive theory as statistical thermodynamics. Boltzmann responded to critics by offering a clear justification for writing off rare events, whatever their origin. The fact that they were rare was reason enough to discount them from the universe's general accounting sheet. Insurance companies survived and made a profit on that basis. Why should scientists fret? One may recognize that this is practically equivalent to never, he wrote, if one recalls that in this length of time, according to the laws of probability, there will have been many years in which every inhabitant of a large country committed suicide, purely by accident, on the same day, or every building burned down at the same time, yet the insurance companies get along quite well by ignoring the possibility of such events. 77 With Boltzmann, the demon of chance was weakened, but not finished. Albert Einstein devoured Boltzmann's research while he was creating his own famous contributions to science. He too would strive mightily to contribute to the molecular theories on which Boltzmann's research was based. "The Boltzmann is magnificent," Einstein wrote to his girlfriend at the time. "I have almost finished it. He is a masterly expounder. I am firmly convinced that the principles of the theory are right," he concluded. 78. Boltzmann committed suicide by hanging on September 5, 1906. Was his death just another sad statistic? A growing number of scientists continued to be absorbed in studying why, when, and under what circumstances those momentary violations to the second law would occur and why. The possibility of time travel, the fear and promise of eternal recurrence, the existence of other forms of heat transmission in the universe, and the relation of chance to fate were all at stake. Rumors circulated that criticisms leveled by his colleague Ernst Mach drove Boltzmann to kill himself. The professional disagreement between Boltzmann, who defended statistical thermodynamics, and Mach, who attacked it, had quickly become personal, exacerbated by Boltzmann's position as chair of physics in Vienna and Mach's as chair of history and philosophy of science. The two became sworn enemies. Mach was one of the most influential voices in science and philosophy during those years. Not ready to give in to explanations based on demons, and unwilling to espouse the molecular view of nature on which it was based, Mach forswore statistical thermodynamics in its entirety owing to clear evidence of exceptions, no matter how rare, to the second law. "The interpretation of the second law in terms of mechanics seems to me rather artificial," wrote Mach. "If it were true that such a mechanical system forms the real basis of thermal processes," he continued, "nothing would prevent these exceptions from becoming the norm. One can hardly resist the conviction that a violation of the second law should be possible even without the help of demons." 79 At stake in Mach's criticisms was the question of what should count as science. How much should science rely on actual sense impressions? According to Mach, these should be foundational. By the end of the century, Mach's fights with some of his colleagues and their approaches developed into a full-blown war against metaphysics. Younger, idealistic scientists and philosophers eagerly joined his anti-metaphysical program and started to meet regularly as an informal group named Verein Ernst Mach, later known as the Vienna Circle. They would soon find a champion in Albert Einstein and his theory of relativity. Einstein was a great admirer of Mach's parsimonious philosophy of science, arguing that when two hypotheses explained equally well the same phenomenon, the simpler and more economical one, that is, the one with fewer hypotheses, should prevail. The physicist believed that his theory of relativity met this criterion. But what appeared simple to Einstein was deemed complicated by most, especially by his critics. Coming to an agreement about what were the best and the simplest hypotheses that described the universe in its entirety would prove much harder. Yet if necessity was the mother of invention, disagreement became the parent of discovery. 4. Brownian motion demons. How can microparticles and microdroplets sometimes remain suspended in midair for prolonged periods of time, seemingly defying the laws of gravity, preventing dust from settling down and sometimes aiding the spread of communicable diseases? Maxwell's demon appeared to be more active than ever during the first decades of the 20th century. When a beam of light enters a dark room, Tiny dust particles can be seen held up in the air, dancing around in every direction. What makes them move so? Perhaps Maxwell's creature is pushing them hither and yon? When scientists looked at these particles through their microscopes, some thought they might be seeing the demon in action. At the beginning of the 20th century, more and more scientists started considering the possibility that this demon was real in some sense, that he could be put to good use, and that there might be others like him. What prevents these particles from descending? When a ball rolls down a path, friction slows it down until it stops completely. It loses momentum and speed progressively, before coming to a dead halt. But particles that measure around 1/1000th of a millimeter can float in the air and on the surface of liquids, defying such constraints. Their strange movement was eventually named Brownian motion, after the Scottish botanist Robert Brown brought attention to them. Something, or someone, appeared to egg them on. Could their energy be harnessed to run engines or even to power computers? Fascinated by these particles, Albert Einstein studied them in order to better understand the movement of molecules and the nature of heat. His research answered many questions, but it also opened up new riddles about the origin of life, about the behavior of chaotic systems, and even about the nature of intelligence and consciousness in our universe. The young Albert Einstein was not one to ascribe the motion of strangely animated floating microparticles, or of anything else in the universe for that matter, to demons. He decided to look elsewhere for answers. Einstein's first research paper on this topic, on the motion of small particles suspended in liquids at rest, was published in the prestigious Annalen der Physik in 1905. It was one of 4 Einstein articles that appeared that year, now known as his Annus Mirabilis, that would change the course of history. Every single one of these revolutionary papers dealt with topics that had been previously tackled by reference to demons. But in contrast to his colleagues, Einstein shunned such terminology. In doing so, he showed that what had been explained by reference to them could be explained solely by the new theories of physics he was developing. The presenter of Einstein's Nobel Prize many years later recalled that throughout the first decade of the century the so-called Brownian movement stimulated the keenest interest. Einstein's contributions resided, he said, in having founded a kinetic theory to account for this movement by means of which he derived the chief properties of suspensions, i.e. liquids with solid particles suspended in them. One Einstein's colleague and friend Max Born summarized Einstein's work as having been key to the establishment of atomistic theories more generally. These investigations of Einstein, he concluded, have done more than any other work to convince physicists of the reality of atoms and molecules. Einstein himself was thrilled by this accomplishment. Born, now known for his contributions to quantum mechanics, also congratulated his friend for showing the fundamental part of probability in the natural laws too. Einstein would not be so proud of that accomplishment, as it opened up an interpretation of nature long associated with the demon of chance. Historians usually trace the earliest descriptions of these animated particles to Lucretius, who, in the 1st century BC, described in his poem De Rerum Natura the dust particles that could be seen floating in the air when sunbeams shone into a building. Other observers, including Robert Brown, looked at pollen floating on puddles of rainwater. These researchers thought that the particles might be moving because they were miniature organisms, living animalculae that shook, danced, and wiggled. To test this hypothesis, investigators tried an experiment. They changed the pollen to dust. The dust particles moved too. Next, they sealed them off in a jar to see how long the movement lasted. After a year, to their utter amazement, the particles were moving as they had been on day 1. The importance of Einstein's work on small particles suspended in liquids at rest was at first difficult to recognize, in part because Einstein had arrived late. The French mathematician and polymath Henri Poincaré had obsessed about these particles in relation to Maxwell's demon for more than a decade. Historians have been fascinated by how strikingly similar Einstein's and Poincaré's work on the theory of relativity was. Point 3 Einstein's work on Brownian motion is another instance of a young researcher moving into an elder's research agenda. Einstein read Poincaré's research on the topic of Brownian motion as soon as it became available. It took him at least 3 years to publish something of his own. Point 4. Throughout their lives, Poincaré and Einstein would have a distant and complicated relationship. The Frenchman's privileged pedigree loomed large over the only son of a German Jewish family that had fallen into deep financial straits, a rebel with an authority problem, a physics student who struggled with mathematics, a handsome womanizer who fathered a daughter out of wedlock before abandoning her, a second-class patent clerk and college graduate who failed to get a permanent job in academia for many years. Poincaré was bourgeois, Catholic, and an esteemed member of the political and scientific establishment of the Third Republic, who counted as his cousin a prime minister and president of France, and who, at an early age, had gained the reputation of being a monster of mathematics. Poincaré was Einstein's senior by 25 years. Poincaré was fascinated by Brownian motion. He was particularly intrigued by the claims of a scientist who believed that he had caught a glimpse of the wheeling and dealing of Maxwell's demons, jiggling, tiny, microscopic particles suspended in liquids. The physicist who witnessed such a spectacle was Louis Georges Gouy. In 1888, Gouy reported what he had seen to the scientific authorities. Reports of more and more witnesses started pouring in soon after. Scientists throughout Europe started scouring archives and rereading the annals of science looking for corroborating evidence. Gouy recounted most of what was currently known about Brownian motion in the Journal de Physique, Théorique, et Appliquée. He explained that what he had seen was widely known to microscopists but had not yet caught the attention of physicists. It was a most striking sight, he wrote, clearly captivated, a sort of swarming or general trepidation. Each particle seemed to move independently of its neighbors, he continued. They seemed to move indifferently in all directions. Sometimes a particle turned around on itself irregularly. The smaller they were, the faster they seemed to move. When their size was down to about 1/1000th of a millimeter, they were so fast that their movement could barely be noticed. Gouy saved the best for last. What if these particles could be harnessed to power miniature windmills? He speculated in the last paragraph of his article on whether these observations could lead to the creation of a perpetual motion machine. We can recover work, in opposition to Carnot's principle, he argued. It was certain that work is spent and that one could conceive of a mechanism through which a portion of that work can become available. 5. From that moment onward, these small particles acquired the dubious reputation of being minuscule violators of the second law of thermodynamics. Gouy's investigations were particularly shocking for going against one of the sturdiest lessons of science. Since the early decades of the century, scientists had eloquently decried the madness and foolishness of chasing get-rich-quick schemes based on perpetual motion machines. Now Gouy claimed that such limitations might not apply in a world of dimensions comparable to 1 micron. Studies on molecular theories of heat, Brownian motion, and Maxwell's demon could expand our understanding of the basic building blocks of our universe, but they could also be useful for exploring the possibility of harnessing their energy, combating entropy and decay, and stopping or reversing time. A frictionless mini-windmill that would never stop going would solve the world's energy problems and perhaps even those of the entire solar system. If only this tom-thumb of energy could be scaled up. The dream of finding Brownian motors or computers still captivates scientists today. Could Gouy's miniature windmill actually be built? Imagine, he wrote, what would happen if we attached a very light ratchet wheel to the particle using a very narrow thread. It would make the wheel turn and we could recover work. His speculations remained evidently unrealizable at present, he admitted humbly, but his reasoning was theoretically sound. Try as he might, he could not see a theoretical reason that it would not work. 6. As if solving the dream of producing work from ambient heat in opposition to Carnot's principle was not exciting enough, Gouy finished his article off with another momentous speculation: living tissues might operate in the same way. Gouy's investigations had been preceded by those of the British economist William Stanley Jevons. It is natural to inquire how long the pedagogic movement will go on, wrote Jevons. Does it exhaust itself rapidly? The experiments which I have made lead to the opposite conclusion in a wonderful degree. 7. When he looked at particles in port wine, Jevons saw the long-sought philosopher's stone. This experiment leaves no doubt in my mind that the sediment of port wine is in a state of perpetual motion, until it finally settles down and attaches itself to the glass. When he mixed china clay and water, the movement even seemed to increase, after years of being left untouched. Thus, after a trial of 8 or 9 years' duration, we meet with the astonishing fact that the suspensory power and the pedatic motion apparently increase with time. The effect was so stark that Jevons concluded, in fact this pedatic motion seems to be the best approach yet discovered to a perpetual motion. 8. What made them move? Discovering their long-continued supply of energy was required to explain the phenomena. 9 researchers did not seem to be bored. A British microscopist studied them at intervals for 30 years. 10. Jevons himself performed nearly 800 carefully recorded observations. 11. They tried pretty much any fine powder they could lay their hands on, from mineral to vegetable, and tested the effects of light and heat on it. Jevons described how to obtain this spectacle in detail. Take a drop of old common ink which has been exposed to the air for some weeks and examine it under thin glass with a magnifying power of 500 or 1000 diameters. 12. Among many other substances, Jevons tried powder from clay of several kinds, earthenware, fire brick, common brick, clay slate, silicified wood, glass of several kinds, talc, mica, pumice stone, asbestos, basalt, granite, and slag from iron and other furnaces, silicious minerals such as topaz, Tripoli powder, glacier sand, purest quartz crystal, agate, cornelian, chalcedony, or the finest white sand, silicates, and silica, oxides and other compounds devoid of silica, chalk, fluorspar, hematite iron ore, galena, oxide of tin, barium sulfate, calcium sulfate, titaniferous sand, bone dust, charcoal of several kinds, coal, coke, emery powder, amorphous phosphorus, iron, steel, gold, and platinum, antimony, arsenic, and bismuth, steel, lead, bronze, alcohol, ether, amylic alcohol, chloroform, spirits of turpentine, wood, spirit, tree sap, and finally, the yolk of an egg. Because all of these substances performed so well, Jevons came to the conclusion that the movement could not be due to any specific chemical. Substances of the most widely different chemical characters will exhibit the phenomenon, and it is difficult to establish any clear differences in the activity of the motion as connected with the chemical nature, he concluded. 13. The customs officer of the universe. Soon investigations of Brownian motion would intersect with those of Maxwell's demon. Poincaré wrote down his thoughts about Maxwell's demon in an article published in the first volume of the Revue de Métaphysique et de Morale in 1893. His earliest investigations on the topic already show him drawing conclusions from that creature that tempered his acceptance of the wholly mechanistic conception of the universe that, he argued, has seduced so many good men. 14. He was not one of them. Poincaré noted that the demon was born of attempts to explain irreversible effects from reversible laws. To better understand them, Maxwell introduces the fiction of a demon whose eyes are subtle enough to distinguish molecules, whose hands small and fast enough to grasp them. Poincaré explained what this creature could do. For such a demon, if one believes the defenders of a mechanical approach lay mechanists, there would be no difficulty in passing the heat of a cold body to a hot one. He then discussed the difference between reversible and irreversible effects by asking readers to consider what happened when one mixed a grain of barley with 100 liters of wheat. The grain got lost in the wheat, and it would be almost impossible to find it again. Such an action, he explained, was irreversible in practice, but not in theory. Exponents of Maxwell's demon used it to explain why at the molecular level actions were reversible but at our level they were not. Maxwell made an ingenious effort to triumph. But I am not so sure he succeeded, wrote Poincaré, concluding with an adverse assessment of the contributions of the Scotsman. 15. Poincaré, like the increasing number of researchers who focused on these topics, worried that statistical explanations were being used to write off certain effects. 16 Some scientists were satisfied with the simple explanation that the chances of effects being reversed at macroscopic scales were low, while at microscopic scales they were high. Poincaré reminded readers and colleagues, however, that even when the chances of something happening were low, given enough time, they were likely to happen. What was more, given an infinite amount of time, they had to happen. This was true when it came to heat transmission and dissipation. According to this theory, wrote Poincaré, to see heat pass from a cold body to a warm one, it will not be necessary to have the acute vision, the intelligence, and the dexterity of Maxwell's demon, it will suffice to have a little patience. A little patience, in Poincaré's tongue-in-cheek formulation, could be as long as many orders of magnitude more than the presumed age of the universe. 17 While some scientists felt justified in writing off low probability effects when thinking about the universe as a whole from its lowly beginnings to its momentous end, others, such as Poincaré, believed that they were compelled to take low probability effects into consideration or risk missing the full story of the cosmos. In Poincaré's estimation, British kinetic theories had bizarre implications, which the Frenchman enjoyed describing to a wider public. One of them was that in a bounded universe, at some moment in time, given the tumultuous movement of the molecules it contained, all molecules would necessarily end up serendipitously just like they were at an earlier moment. At such a crossroads, everything would start to happen once again as before, every previous state of the universe would repeat itself identically, creating a state of endless recurrence. Yes, it would most likely take an enormous amount of time for this strange occurrence to happen, according to the mathematician, but if one followed the current molecular theories of science to their logical conclusions, it would surely happen at some point. Such a state, he explained, would therefore not be the definitive death of the universe, but a sort of sleep, from which he will wake up after millions and millions of centuries. Poincaré hoped that astronomers might soon witness such a spectacle. One would like to be able to stop at this point and hope that someday the telescope will show us a world in the process of waking up, where the laws of thermodynamics are reversed, he wrote. 18 The strange possibility of eternal recurrence detailed by Poincaré would later be related to two demons, Loschmidt's demon and Zermelo's demon, the latter referring to the work of the German logician Ernst Zermelo. 19 In the year 1900, Poincaré turned the fate of Maxwell's demon around completely. He found it hiding in the most unlikely of places right under his nose. One would think he is seeing Maxwell's demon at work, he wrote in amazement, after lifting up his head from a microscope where he witnessed moving Brownian particles. 20 After him, more and more scientists started seeing demonic forces right in front of them. What they saw was extremely shocking. The Frenchman presented his ideas about Maxwell's demon and Brownian motion to a wider public at the International Congress of Physics of 1900. William Thomson, already knighted Lord Kelvin, and Gouy were both present. Consider here the original ideas of Monsieur Gouy about Brownian movement, Poincaré told his audience. According to the scientist, this singular motion should violate Carnot's principle. His presentation immediately raised the profile of Gouy's work and of Brownian motion in general. These investigations were about much more than just the movement of dust. Poincaré explained that his interest in the demon had first been kindled by the reversibility paradox that arose from using perfectly reversible laws of mechanics to explain a macroscopic world that was evidently not reversible. Everything seems to advance in one direction, without hope of return, he noted. 21 Molecular physicists had no adequate explanation for such rebellious irreversible phenomena, which characterized most of human experience and which had led them to suppose that irreversibility is nothing other than apparent. At a macroscopic scale involving too many particles, our coarse eyes saw the world tending toward uniformity. But Maxwell's demon, living comfortably in the midst of atoms and hyperfine particles, saw the world differently with his ultrafine senses. The French scientist added yet another ability to this unlikely creature. In addition to those already pointed out by Gouy, it could reverse the direction of time. Only a being of infinitely subtle senses, speculated Poincaré, such as the imaginary demon of Maxwell, could unravel this tangled skein and make the universe run in reverse. 22. As thermodynamics became more widely accepted, more and more listeners flocked to listen to scientists lecture on the topic. Demons started traveling from international scientific conferences to world's fairs. At the Universal Exposition in St. Louis in 1904, the public gathered to hear Poincaré's keynote lecture stressing the importance of Maxwell's demon and Brownian motion for physics. His widely celebrated talk was translated, published, and republished many times. According to Poincaré, Maxwell's original speculations, in light of Brownian motion, had left the realm of pure theory and become newly urgent. Until then, all objections to the second law of thermodynamics remained theoretic and were not very disquieting. But once Brownian motion entered the picture, the scene changes. To see the world return backward, we no longer have need of the infinitely subtle eye of Maxwell's demon, our microscope suffices us, explained Poincaré. 23. Sublime black swans. Four-leaf clovers. We are right to disregard most rare events as inconsequential because we know how uncommon they are, but a few are not so easily dismissed. Poincaré was among those who never really did write off the tiny possibility that the actions of Maxwell's demon were consequential. At the right time and place, minute changes could act or combine in such ways as to cause exponential effects. The evolution of the universe, the nature of nebulae, and avoiding the heat death of the universe were contingent on what Maxwell's demons could or could not do. If the universe was finite, they could achieve only so much. If it was infinite, then they could do much more. Our little demons, he wrote, will accumulate to the right all fast molecules and to the left all slow ones. They could separate a gas that was at one temperature into two parts with different temperatures. The result could be stunning. They will have turned around Carnot's principle. Poincaré recounted the work of astronomers who had already found evidence of these petits demons in the universe and who thought to have found an analogous mechanism that is produced naturally at the outermost fringes of planetary atmospheres and in nebulae. Having seen the demon's actions under his microscope, and surmising that he must also be working away in other places in the universe, Poincaré elevated Maxwell's demon to the official status of customs officer of the universe. 24. It was this being who ultimately determined where molecules could go to meet, mix, and accumulate throughout space. The catalyst, the trigger, and the scale tipper. The scientist and engineer Alan Archibald Campbell Swinton, now known for sketching out the first theoretical model for television, was among many other scientists who became fascinated with Brownian motion's entropy-retarding qualities. In his presidential address to the Röntgen Society in 1911, titled On Scientific Progress and Prospects, he explained that, with Brownian movement, we should have immediately to hand the means of producing the perpetual motion dreamed of by medieval philosophers. Intensely optimistic about the prospects raised by more research on these questions, he proposed Brownian motion as one of the most interesting research areas of the new decade, the unaided molecular motions of which the Brownian movements give us an indication. Motions which constitute heat would merely be directed for a time in the particular manner needful to give us the power that we require. Here at last, he concluded, we should have the perpetually burning lamp of the story books, which consumed no oil, the perpetual fire of the burning bush, which requires no fuel. 25. How did Laplace's demon fare in the context of these new investigations? The philosopher Wilden Carr cited the well-known passage where Laplace imagined an ideal calculator to whom the state of the universe at any future moment would be fully known. For these thinkers, prediction was possible only if the world was predictable, so that Laplace's being was reduced to a mere calculator, something like an automaton, and no better than it. Yet in the eyes of most, this was clearly not the case. That prediction may be possible, the world must be viewed as uniform, as subject to natural law. Carr compared such an imaginary calculator, who was bereft of any real understanding, to someone who would remain stone deaf in a world of sound. 26. In contrast to the predictability of Laplace's rule-following actions, Maxwell's on-the-fly operations seemed potentially more pertinent owing to their sheer shock value. Little did it matter that these operations were little. Carr described the effects of Maxwell's demon in terms of a spark used to detonate an explosive pile, or a hair trigger that, when broken, could set off an ultra-fast shutter, catching everything and everyone by surprise. The often quoted illustrations of the operation of the hair trigger, or the firing of the electric spark to explode the mixture in the cylinder, were similar to the idea of a Maxwell's demon who times the opening and closing of a frictionless shutter. He explained. Point 27. Consider triple aces and double zeros when they appear in the croupier's hand or on the roulette table. At the right place, next to the right catalyst, rare events, though rightfully ignored in most contexts, can become explosive. With the perfect lubricant, almost everything is possible. The slightest push suffices for something to go on and on. With minimum effort, the point of perfect equilibrium can easily tip, setting off a pandemic, an avalanche, an earthquake, or a tsunami. For demons that can only act rarely, context matters tremendously. In certain cases, they can trigger extreme reversals of fate, causing unpredictable boons or disasters. Scientists had determined that Maxwell's demon could function only in a really tiny world or in very rare cases. But they had not killed him off entirely. The punctual effects of a single molecule moving in an unexpected direction could be more consequential than the entire regular movement of the rest of the crowd. Random walks. Brownian motion was a crowded field by the time Einstein entered it. In his first paper, he repeated some of the same conclusions reached by previous scientists. If it is really possible to observe the motion to be discussed here, along with the laws it is expected to obey, then classical thermodynamics can no longer be viewed as strictly valid even for microscopically distinguishable spaces, he explained in 1905.28. But in contrast to the Maxwellians and to Poincaré, Einstein tried to explain this anomaly without resorting to demons. In his view, underlying molecular forces were solely responsible for pushing these particles hither and yon. The year Einstein published his studies on Brownian motion, the statistician Karl Pearson published a question in the journal Nature. His intention was to crowdsource a solution to a difficult mathematical problem, the problem of the random walk. If a man starts from a point O and walks L yards in a straight line, he then turns through any angle whatever and walks another L yards in a second straight line, and he repeats the process n times, where would he most likely end up? Where should a search team go to fetch such an aimless wanderer? When n was large in comparison to L, the answer was clear: in open country the most probable place to find a drunken man who is at all capable of keeping on his feet is somewhere near his starting point. 29. When n was small in comparison to L, the inebriated man was much harder to find. Pearson's example of the random walk, or the drunkard's walk, was almost immediately identified with Brownian motion and soon became famous. Point 30. The French scientist Jean Perrin joined these investigations, eventually earning a Nobel Prize for his contributions. He was most fascinated by how Brownian motion could be used as evidence supporting a molecular view of nature. Perrin came to the conclusion that the particles' movements were not driven by anything that was even close to demonic, their movement was simply due to the underlying movement of the molecules that made up the liquid on which they floated. 31. The only irrefutable explanation for this phenomenon, explained the presenter of Perrin's Nobel Prize in Physics, ascribes the movements of the particles to shocks produced on them by the molecules of the liquid themselves. Perrin's research had brought a definite end to the long struggle regarding the real existence of molecules. 32. Perrin at first liked to stress that the second law was only an approximation. The demon, imagined by Maxwell, which, being sufficiently quick to discern the molecules individually, made heat pass at will from a cold to a hot region without work, could be recalled to show how the second law was subject to certain exceptions. Brownian motion, according to Perrin, showed the ascertainable reality of the actions of this imaginary demon. But this would no longer be admissible, for this rigidity is now in opposition to a palpable reality realite sensible, he wrote in 1909.33. Brownian motion never ceases, he explained a few years later. It is eternal and spontaneous. 34 Could one take advantage of the particle's inexhaustible energy? No, according to Perrin. If we were no bigger than bacteria, he explained, we could use Brownian motion as a perpetual machine to build a house, for instance, without having to pay for the raising of the materials. But in fact, humans were much larger, and Brownian motion particles, alas, were too small to produce any significant work at human scale. Common sense tells us, of course, that it would be foolish to rely upon the Brownian movement to raise the bricks necessary to build a house. 35 But running the risk of seeming foolish has rarely prevented humans from trying. Consider the chances of producing useful work from Brownian motion. Statistically, it would take considerably more than 10 to the 10 years to see a brick rise to a second level by virtue of Brownian movement, but a brick would eventually go up. 36. Perrin, basing his work on Einstein's, immunized science from some of the most alarming consequences of Maxwell's demon. That being was too small to produce useful work, and too slow for these effects to emerge in any useful way. The chances of such were too slim to cause any significant harm or produce any meaningful quantities of work. Laplace's demon might be saved from Maxwell's demon after all. A humanitarian casino. The Polish physicist Marian von Smoluchowski had also been studying Brownian particles years before and concurrently with Einstein. It is quite remarkable how often Smoluchowski and Einstein simultaneously and independently pursued similar if not identical problems, noted one of Einstein's biographers. 37 Smoluchowski, in contrast to Einstein, wrote explicitly about the relation between Brownian motion and Maxwell's demon. It does not seem totally impossible to chase molecules with the aid of a Maxwellian demon, he asserted excitedly in his research. 38 While the results of these three Brownian motion researchers, Einstein, Perrin, and Smoluchowski, were nearly identical, the conclusions drawn by them were not. As Brownian demons received more and more scrutiny, one idea in particular, an idea for harnessing their energy, would fascinate scientists for the next century. Smoluchowski was not willing to simply write off speculations about using these motions to circumvent the second law. He ventured his final conclusion on the topic in a Göttingen lecture, one sentence of which would be cited over and over again. He began by stating, unsurprisingly, that there is no automatic, permanently effective perpetual motion machine, in spite of molecular fluctuations, then added, but such a device might perhaps function regularly if it were operated by intelligent beings. 39 Scientists would be obsessed with that intriguing if for the next 100 years. With this assertion, Smoluchowski left open a possibility that microscopic chance fluctuations could be harnessed in a productive way. Einstein's work on Brownian motion won him numerous accolades, but it was Smoluchowski's speculations about it in relation to intelligent beings that fueled the imagination of scientists to come. Einstein was satisfied by the statistical interpretation of thermodynamics. Smoluchowski was concerned about how the power of our minds and intelligence could be used to harness molecular energy. When considering the almost never possible, Einstein and Perrin emphasized the never. Smoluchowski stressed the almost. Statistically, the to and fro movement exhibited by Brownian particles resembled that of the back and forth hand movements of a skilled croupier taking the chips from a roulette player on the betting carpet. But the movement of the particles was different in one respect: the odds that they would be in one place versus another were not stacked against the player and for the house. They resembled a humanitarian casino that allowed a bankrupt player to continue playing, and which would eventually pay him for hitting the jackpot. 40 Their perfectly random motion presented opportunities. The good news was that, because that motion delivered its boons randomly, people were rarely completely unlucky. The bad news was that they could not be habitually lucky either. One of the consolations of ill luck was the assurance that others would be getting a shot at the jackpot. People could delight in momentary bouts of schadenfreude over the misfortunes of others because they knew full well that next time the joke might be on them. Anyone with enough time and capital, argued Smoluchowski, could win in a fair game of chance under one condition: they only needed to stay in the game and wait for a win and not be forced to leave the game abruptly when down on chips. The physicist did not recommend gambling as a permanent source of income given the amount of time and capital needed to show a profit. Time, Smoluchowski claimed, stood in a power of 2 relation to net gains. With absolute certainty, he stressed that science proved that any player would eventually be confronted with a winner-take-all outcome. Smoluchowski was intrigued with the possibility of capitalizing on these outcomes, however rare they might be. 41. We no longer need a Maxwell demon, wrote Smoluchowski, since we can now see with our bare eyes how an automatic device could work like him. A single acting valve or a spool with delicate hairs like eyelashes could let certain particles pass through the hull of a vessel and prevent others from entering. 42. Constructing such mechanisms was no doubt difficult, but was it impossible? Smoluchowski reminded readers that difficulties in technical design are not an objection if the matter is possible in principle. But there was another problem that did not seem to be merely practical. It was a fundamental impossibility. 43. Any regular valve, he argued, that could do the work of the demon would eventually fluctuate and stop working. We would need a different kind of mechanism, an entirely different kind of valve. Imagining what that valve might look like seemed impossible today, but Smoluchowski kept thinking about it. Smoluchowski's published lecture was provocatively titled "Limits on the Validity of the Laws of Thermodynamics." Therein the physicist continued to compare Brownian motion to games of chance. He also reconsidered the quest to build a perpetuum mobile. He had given up on any purely automatic machine, but left open the possibility that an intelligent creature or thing, intelligent Wesson, might produce those entropy-free effects. 44. What kind of creature or thing could do that? The answer was clear: a deus ex machina. A perpetual motion is possible. All you need is an experimenting human perceived as a deus ex machina by the usual standards of physics, one who is continually accurately informed of the current state of nature and who may set in motion or interrupt at any moments the macroscopic processes of nature without doing any work. He therefore needs by no means to be a Maxwell demon with the ability to trap single molecules, but would nevertheless be quite different from real living beings in the above stated points. 45. Despite advances in thermodynamics and statistical mechanics, Smoluchowski concluded that because of these questions, science in modern times was just as speculative as it had ever been. 46. 5. Einstein's ghosts. Carl Pearson's The Grammar of Science, one of the most widely read books of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, contained pithy descriptions of 2 demons. One was Maxwell's. The other was the colleague of Maxwell's demon. If Maxwell's demon was much like an ideal porter, his mate was more of an ideal teleporter. This colleague could travel at faster speeds, having the power of instantaneous transmission. He could act at enormous distances simultaneously and instantaneously. Descriptions of this being were common in the popular science books of the 19th century, where he went by different names. When he traveled at the same speed as light, he could freeze any scene and analyze it at leisure. No detail would go unnoticed. Children, including the young Einstein, were fascinated by stories featuring this creature. Criminals feared him as much as they feared Laplace's demon's perfect record-keeping. When he traveled at speeds faster than light, he could see and act in most unusual ways, and he could even witness the development of world history undeveloping in reverse. Einstein chose Pearson's book to read with a group of his closest friends. In revolutionary work he produced shortly thereafter, he succeeded in disproving the possible existence of this being. The character was so important for the theory of relativity as to become immortalized in a famous limerick. There was a young lady named Bright, whose speed was far faster than light. She set out one day, in a relative way, and returned on the previous night. 1. She was not the only demon eliminated by Einstein. Arthur Eddington, a British astronomer who proved the theory of relativity during a famous 1919 eclipse expedition, hailed Einstein as an exorcist who had banished another demon who could act instantaneously at a distance, the demon of gravitation. As more and more scientists rallied around him, Einstein described his own contributions as eliminating the ghosts of absolute time and space. The colleague of Maxwell's demon was a being endowed with great speed as well as great visual powers. The British scientist Karl Pearson described him as someone gifted with an immensely intensified acuteness of sight so that he could watch from enormous distances the events of our Earth. How would the world look to him as he hopped from star to star? Now suppose him to travel away from our Earth with a velocity greater than that of light, since, Pearson concluded, clearly all natural processes and all history would for him be reversed. Pearson drew a stunning conclusion from the possible existence of this demon that this being was of much interest from the standpoint of the pure relativity of all phenomena too. In other words, everything was relative, including time. Descriptions of faster-than-light travelers circulated widely in popular science circles of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Pearson first heard about them from a friend who was an astronomer. 3 Einstein, who was more than 2 decades younger than Pearson, encountered them as a child. He first learned about these travelers around the age of 12, when a close family friend gave him a popular science book as a gift. The young Einstein devoured its time travel adventure stories, and the volume soon became one of his favorites. Years later, in his autobiography, he would describe reading them with breathless attention. These stories were more than just amusing and entertaining. According to Einstein, those early childhood imaginings provided the kernel or germ of the discovery of a paradox upon which I had already hit at the age of 16. The result of that discovery, in turn, was the theory of relativity. 4. Through the reading of popular scientific books, Einstein recounted, I soon reached the conviction that much in the stories of the Bible could not be true. As a child, he had been profoundly religious, but his deep religiosity ended suddenly. It found an abrupt ending at the age of 12. Science took the place that religion had once occupied in his life. The religious paradise of youth, which he had once worshipped, was thus lost. The young Einstein dropped the Bible and began reading fanatically. He said all the science books he could lay his hands on. These science books, he recalled, became for him holier than the Talmud. 5. This demon's ability to see the world at past times depended on light's finite velocity. Since the 19th century, a growing science-literate public learned that the image of the stars in the heavens arrived at their retinas only after being delayed by light's finite speed. All that they could see of the stars were images of the past. The sun was about 8 minutes away, Uranus about 2.5 hours. For an observer looking at us from those places, the situation was the inverse. They would see us in the past. Depending on how far away an observer traveled, a delay of a few hours could become days, years, centuries, or longer. Curious consequences followed. Einstein famously pictured himself propelled through space chasing after a light beam. If I pursue a beam of light with the velocity c, velocity of light in a vacuum, I should observe such a beam of light as an electromagnetic field. As he grew older, he came to the stunning conclusion that he could find no evidence anywhere in the universe of an electromagnetic field at rest. There seems to be no such thing, however, neither on the basis of experience nor according to Maxwell's equations, he concluded. 6 From a very early age, Einstein grew intent on following through all the consequences of those childish thoughts. Time travel stories. There was a lot for Einstein to draw from. Faster-than-light travelers gallivant across the universe of his youth, hopping on light beams to travel swiftly through the air. Einstein's favorite author was Aaron Bernstein, a successful popular science writer who enthralled innumerable children of his age. Bernstein might have fascinated Einstein for another reason as well. He moved freely between writing about science and religion, comparing biblical claims against scientific ones and figuring out which ones to trust. All of his tales were based on the most up-to-date knowledge of science, including research on the speed of light. Bernstein disclosed that the original source that led him to craft his narratives was a little book titled The Stars and World History, originally published anonymously in 1846 and written by a sharp thinker who led adventurous readers along this particular thought game. Gideon Kenspiel. 7. The original author, who had first published under pseudonymous initials, turned out to be Felix Eberty, a German jurist and author who described an observer, who had the power of following the reflection of a transitory event upon the wings of light. 8. This fast traveler competed against an even faster one who could jump to a faraway star and leisurely wait for light waves, much slower than he, to reach him. Eberty described this being as a higher or highest spirit, and as a being simply endowed with a higher degree of human power, comparable to an inhabitant of a distant star mounting away with the images and rays of light. 9. This observer could move rapidly to alter the time taken by world events to reach him. Eberty stuck as close as possible to the science of his day. Placed at a 12th magnitude distant star, he would see the Earth at this moment as it existed at the time of Abraham. By jumping from one distant star to the next, before the eye of this observer the entire history of the world, from the time of Abraham to the present day, passes by in the space of an hour. By moving quickly, he will be able to represent to himself, as rapidly as he pleases, that moment in the world's history which he wishes to observe at leisure, and comprehend with his eye the whirling procession of these consecutive images. He would possess a microscope for time, with which he could analyze biological processes such as the blooming of a flower or the butterfly in flight. 10. Like many others of his generation, Eberty had witnessed great gains in the speed of transportation and communication technologies during his own lifetime. These advances had led thinkers of his day to extrapolate to future ones. For as with a steam carriage we can travel a geographical mile in 10 minutes, and with the electric telegraph can ring a bell at a distance of 10 miles in a second, he wrote, so the supposition that we may be enabled to move from one place to another with a speed surpassing the rapidity of light, rests upon possibility 11. These beings' great powers were ideal forensic tools, perfect for solving crimes and misdemeanors. Not only upon the floor of the chamber is the blood spot of murder indelibly fixed, but the deed glances further and further into the spacious heaven, wrote Eberty. 12. When Eberty's book was translated into English, Reverend Thomas Hill, president of Harvard University, wrote the preface. In it, he marveled at the possibility of total surveillance not only of the present but of the past. The circulation of this book would be, I am convinced, of benefit both to science and religion, he concluded. 13. Additionally, Hill cited approvingly the claim that everything, including every misdeed, could eventually be found out. The stories that reached Einstein via Bernstein asked readers to picture themselves traveling progressively faster, until they reached the speed of an electric telegraph. Are we traveling on water? On horse? With a train? None of those. We travel with the help of the electric telegraph. 14. When thinking about fast communication, one no longer needed to imagine winged horses tied to chariots in the clouds. 15. The electric telegraph, in Bernstein's retelling, had now taken on the role of these creatures. Another volume speculated about breaching the speed of electricity, and how this could lead to witnessing the world in reverse. In one point in space, the light of the scenes of the French Revolution is just coming into view. And even farther away, the invasion of the barbarians has just become the order of the day. Alexander the Great is still conquering the world. And even farther away in space, the representation of Earth's past by way of light will just be advancing into the future. Historical events that have long been dead for us will just be coming to life. 16. Bernstein told his readers that these possible scenarios were no longer a mere fantasy. They were not ghostly Geistreich invasions, but rather real conclusions grounded on natural truths. 17. Flammarion's Lumen. While Einstein gleaned these stories from reading Bernstein in German, Henri Poincaré read them in French as told by the astronomer and popularizer Camille Flammarion. Flammarion, Poincaré noted, once imagined an observer moving away from the Earth at a velocity greater than that of light, without offering any scientific objections. 18. What would he see? For him time would have its sign changed, history would be reversed, and Waterloo would come before Austerlitz. 19. Poincaré added another element to previous speculations, our understanding of causality and chance would flip. Not only would we see neat images succeeding each other in reverse, but we would slowly descend into chaos as the universe moved away from equilibrium. Well, for this observer, effects and causes would be reversed, unstable equilibrium would no longer be the exception, because of universal irreversibility, everything would seem to him to come out of a sort of chaos in unstable equilibrium, nature in its entirety would appear to him as subject to chance. 20. In Flammarion's speculations about ultrafast beings, the main character's name was Lumen, from the Latin term for light beam. Lumen had once been human but was now living in the afterlife. He had flown out of an open window at the moment his body died, but diligently and periodically returned to earth to converse with his dearly beloved. Still shackled in some ways to the world of mortals, he was unable to completely let go of his past. Lumen was a restless soul. I had no body, yet I was not incorporeal, he explained. I can tell you neither by what law, nor by what power, souls can transport themselves so rapidly from one point to another, but he could do it. After going away to a distant corner of the universe, he would be able to return to Earth in less than 1 day. 21. This creature was a bird of the upper regions, who could surreptitiously descend where he willed, making only a slight rustling sound, as if some newcomer had walked over dead leaves. 22. Sensitive mortals could sense his presence ever so subtly, as if a breath touched my forehead. 23. Oh, what powers did Lumen have? To zoom into time and expand it? He could see a flash of lightning magnified in duration 60,000 times. He could hold still a waterfall, an avalanche, and even an earthquake. He could maintain in its vision even a flash of light. What a pandemonium! Lumen exclaimed upon realizing his new abilities. A world now hidden by its very fugacity from the imperfect vision of mortals was all his. 24. Flammarion noted in detail all the paradoxes that ensued from the simple fact that light is transmitted far more rapidly, but not instantaneously, as the ancients believed. 25. When looking back at the earth in past times, Lumen was able to see himself, even at the moment of his birth and death. Interlocutors were stunned by his descriptions. You cannot be two persons, a friend protested. 26. But in one sense, that was exactly what he was. Can you find in all creation a paradox more formidable than this? Lumen replied. 27. Lumen and his friend discussed how messages, including those carried by light, could arrive long after senders had died. Due to the possible existence of faster-than-light travelers, the universe was a place of constant conversation between the living and the dead. 28. Flammarion, much like Eberty and Bernstein, portrayed the creature as having the ability to obtain a perfect record of history. Criminals would not be able to hide their evil deeds from future investigators, unless they had taken the precaution of preventing all light leaks. A crime is perpetuated, explained Flammarion in one of the classic retellings, he escapes undetected, he has washed his hands, he thinks his deed is past forever, but he is wrong. The crime will transmit itself eternally into infinity, carried by a wave. For a demon traveling at exactly the speed of light and looking at an image of a slice of history, that image would be frozen, enabling the demon to study it at leisure. The world, Flammarion noted, would appear like a photograph that changes not, while its original grows old in the lapse of time. 29. A rigid block universe. Laplace's creature was also a time traveler of sorts, but one who encountered no surprises along the way. Being omniscient, he had access to the universe's full picture. The science fiction writer H. G. Wells chose this model for the Time Machine, 1895, to describe how this creature must experience history. If past meant anything, it would mean looking in a certain direction, while future meant looking the opposite way. 30. Time travel was not so much fun for a being like Laplace's, but it could certainly be fun for a lesser being who had been taken along for the joyride. In Wells's Time Machine, a group of incredulous guests gathered around the main character as he explained the gist of his invention. If in theory one could travel in time like fingers running swiftly across the piano keys, why not in practice? That is, if Laplace was correct and our universe was as he supposed it to be, then could we not avail ourselves of our knowledge of things to go forward and backward in time? The professor who built the machine in Wells's story demonstrated how it worked by invoking the example of Laplace's omniscient observer. Suppose you knew fully the position and the properties of every particle of matter, of everything existing in the universe at any particular moment of time. Suppose, that is, that you were omniscient. The consequences would be stunning. If you understood all natural laws, the present would be a complete and vivid record of the past. Similarly, if you grasped the whole of the present, knew all its tendencies and laws, you would see clearly all the future. For this being, nothing would be lost, nothing forgotten. To an omniscient observer there would be no forgotten past, no piece of time as it were that had dropped out of existence, and no blank future of things yet to be revealed. Time would basically disappear for him. Indeed, present and past and future would be without meaning to such an observer. He would always perceive exactly the same thing. He would see, as it were, a rigid universe filling space and time, a universe in which things were always the same. He would see one sole unchanging series of cause and effect today and tomorrow and always. 31 Scientists would soon refer to this rigid universe as the block universe. Wells did not delve into elaborate technical details. Laplace's omniscient observer was sufficiently credible to convince readers to go on with his adventure. Faster than light travelers. A celebratory but critical eye was cast on the time travel stories of these years by Richard Proctor, an astronomer and a Fellow of the Royal Astronomical Society, in his Other Worlds Than Ours, 1896. Proctor considered in detail a little treatise called The Stars and the Earth, published anonymously several years since. In it, some results of modern discoveries respecting light were dealt with in a very interesting manner. 32 But the astronomer inferred that something was not quite right about them. He protested that the author seemed to have forgotten that the Earth was spinning around, so that all light waves sent from Earth would reach a faraway observer as an almost impossibly tangled braided pretzel. In his own account of the universe, Proctor needed no demon to accomplish such traveling feats, but merely a man endowed with supervision and perched somewhere far away in the universe, to a being placed on some far distant orb, whence light would occupy thousands of years to wing its flight to us. There would be presented, if he turned his gaze upon our Earth, and if his vision were adequate to tell him of her aspect, the picture of events which thousands of years since really occurred upon her surface. 33 If one increased little by little the abilities of this being, readers could learn other lessons about the universe. What if his powers of locomotion were such that he acquired the power of instantaneous flight? Added to the powers of vision, the results could be stunning. But now conceive that powers of locomotion commensurate with his wonderful powers of vision were given to this being. He commanded. In an instant of time he could sweep through the enormous interval separating him from our Earth. 34 For Proctor, the new telegraph-based news delivery services were the obvious point of comparison, precisely as a daily newspaper gives us a later account of what is going on in London than of events happening in the provinces, of these than of events on the continent, and of these again than of occurrences taking place in America, Asia, Africa, or Australasia. So the intelligence brought by light respecting the various members of the solar system belongs to different epochs. 35 An intelligent Neptunian was just farther away. It would see the Earth during a moment that had long since passed for us. 36 In another account written by the Jesuit priest and theologian Joseph Pottle, the faster-than-light traveler appeared completely deprived of a body and was referred to only as a superfast eye. It could observe world history as a set of swiftly changing tableaux vivants that could also be displayed in reverse. If an observer could move faster than the speed of light, then the history of man and earth would be turned upside down. People would first be seen on the deathbed, then the sick bed, then in the prime of life, and finally as an infant in the cradle. 37 Its author reiterated the usual descriptions of this creature's world, where men could die before being born. Perceptual relationships would be downright paradoxical if the eye moved at a faster pace than the light. Then the imaginary case would have to happen that the events were reversed. 38 Like Bernstein, the author of this text was interested in separating good science from fraudulent religious claims and criticized the all too ready credence which in our own time thousands of well-meaning Catholics gave to demonic occurrences. Many of these, he argued, were simply the result of bogus revelations. 39 Yet these fraudulent examples could not completely disprove other demoniacy possibly acting on this world. A spirit called Lumen. These stories had a serious side to them. The scientific premises on which they were based came from the most advanced research in physics, astronomy, and cosmology. Poincaré discussed faster-than-light signals, in addition to describing demons and Brownian motion, in his presentation at the St. Louis Universal Exposition. What would happen if one could communicate by non-luminous signals whose velocity of propagation differed from that of light, he asked. For Poincaré, the future discovery of such signals was not inconceivable. Something or someone might one day be found traveling faster than light. Gravitational waves might prove to hold the key to this mystery, suggesting that such signals could exist, and are such signals inconceivable, if we admit with Laplace that universal gravitation is transmitted 1,000,000 times more rapidly than light. 40. Einstein had other ideas about superfast travelers. For him, the fact that the speed of light could not be surpassed was not just a technological limitation. His theory of relativity forbade the existence of superfast travelers. He eventually came to the conclusion that this impossibility was a property of the universe itself. In his special relativity paper of 1905, arguably the most famous text in the history of science, Einstein noted that if the speed of light was independent of the source of its motion, as various experiments had already shown, the time marked by clocks and the lengths of rulers would dilate in comparison to each other, depending on their velocity. To reach this conclusion, Einstein once again considered what a source of illumination would look like for an observer approaching a light source with velocity v41. When the velocity of this observer traveling through space approached that of light, things started to look very strange. The classical understanding of time and space, which had relied on action at a distance effects, risked bursting at the seams. Einstein ventured that, in consequence, there might not be such a thing as empty space, in the traditional sense, or universal time. 42 Faster than light effects or travelers need not fret. For superluminal velocities, he wrote, our considerations become meaningless. 43 Einstein was not yet ready to completely rule them out from the universe and from science. The ghosts of time and space. At the beginning of 1914, Einstein completed the manuscript for an article that would be published that spring. In it, he mentioned ghosts, using the German word Gespenster. In the French translation of the article, Einstein's characters were called revenants. The physicist therein described his work as doing away with these creatures. The main topic of the article was the concept of absolute space. Einstein no longer considered it a stable framework, or a kind of stage on which everything was supposed to happen. What most of his contemporaries considered to be real, he noted, was not. His first target was nothing less than the traditional understanding of space. I could never be made to believe in ghosts, so I cannot believe in the gigantic thing of which you speak to me and which you call space, he wrote. I can neither see such a thing nor think about it. 44 The French translation was even eerier, as it compared the classical notion of space to a belief in something or someone that had returned from beyond the grave. 45 With those words, Einstein equated the traditional notions of space he was intent on dispelling with a belief in these creatures. A few months after Einstein's article appeared in Scientia, Austrian Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife were shot and killed by a lone gunman. Soon thereafter, Russia, Germany, France, and Britain were drawn into World War I. How could the action of a single bullet create such great repercussions? The years that followed were hard for Einstein. He had just moved to Berlin when the war broke out, and he was increasingly critical of German militarism. By the end of 1915, he had finally managed to expand his theory of relativity into a more general one, incorporating gravitation and acceleration. In a letter to a friend, he admitted to having had one of the most stimulating, exhausting times of my life, but also one of the most successful. To another friend he described himself as contented, but caput. 46 Einstein had worked in parallel with the mathematician David Hilbert, at times collaboratively and at times in competition with him. Together they developed a new way of understanding the universe as the warping of space-time around lumps of masses. Time slowed down the closer observers got to these masses. Space became warped around these masses too. The entire structure of this universe was non-Euclidean. In it, parallel lines could cross, the shortest line between 2 points was not straight, and time was simply another dimension next to the 3 dimensions of space. Einstein's theory was so complicated that almost no one saw the need for it. Hilbert himself did not seem to have been as excited about it as his colleague. How could Einstein reframe it in a way that would convince others of its importance? He needed to work harder to flesh out its full implications. Einstein decided to change gears, momentarily leaving aside technical and complex scientific work to focus on popularizing the theory. With the intention of bringing someone a few happy hours of suggestive thought, he hoped to wordsmith his work into greater acceptance. By the end of the year, he had completed his first popular science book. Einstein enticed readers into envisioning the repercussions of relativity theory by asking them what the universe would look like for someone hastening towards the beam of light or riding on ahead of the beam of light. 47 In many respects, the book was typical of the genre, but in contrast to most other popular science time travel stories of that era, Einstein's observers could no longer see the magical reverse effects because they were unable to breach speed of light limits. At most, they could travel along at that speed, and what they saw would be unexceptional in some ways. They would see nothing different from what they saw when they were at rest. The past was no longer accessible to faster-than-light travelers in the wonderful way that Eberty, Bernstein, and Flammarion had described. Those stories were not the only ones that could be brushed aside as farcical. German audiences had started to be captivated by new films that rivaled traditional operatic and theatrical productions and inaugurated the horror genre. Einstein explained that some of the concepts he believed in elicited comparable fears. A feeling not dissimilar to that generated by those ghosts of the theater sent a mystical shiver down spines. It seizes non-mathematicians when they hear the term four-dimensional. 48 He urged calm, noting that the frightening ghosts of the theater dispensed could be dispensed with by those armed with a proper understanding of how commonplace the idea of a four-dimensional universe could be. Further along in the narrative, Einstein described a being who could mess with a person trapped inside a windowless room. This being could attach a hook on the roof outside, knot it with a rope, and start to pull. Einstein asked readers to imagine themselves feeling pressure on their legs as if they were being held captive inside an elevator that was being pulled upward from the outside by such a creature until it reached fantastical speeds. If the tug was delivered at a constant speed, the push from the acceleration would be practically indistinguishable from that of gravitation, argued Einstein, offering an argument in favor of their equivalency. Who was this being? Asked the physicist. The answer was immaterial to us, he responded, since the entire purpose of introducing the creature was to see that the notion of it could be dismissed once a curvature in four-dimensional space-time was accepted. 49 The astronomer Arthur Eddington, who planned a famous eclipse expedition to test Einstein's theory, would soon refer to the agent which plays these tricks with a lift as a demon 50. Einstein wrote again about ghosts in an unpublished manuscript summarizing the main points of his theory. The main topic of the piece was no longer space, but time. Only Geister, Einstein argued, would be able to perceive an enormous clock stretched across all of space. Evidently, the sounds of an eternally uniformly occurring tick-tock could not be captured by mortals. Still, almost everyone, argued Einstein, believed uncritically in these ghosts. If one asked an intelligent man who is not a scholar for the time, Einstein continued, his reply would show that he took time to be this ghostly tick-tock. 51 The physicist quickly chased away these ghosts. There is no audible tick-tock everywhere in the world that could be considered as time, he concluded. In several places in his published work, Einstein portrayed respectable members of his community, as well as most of the lay public, as haunted by ghostly notions of time and space. The Ghostgespenst of absolute space, he explained to a colleague, haunts Spud Physics. 52. The following year Einstein had a breakdown. His health deteriorated rapidly, and he was not sure he would make it. His marriage had fallen apart, and he had just written an obituary for Ernst Mach. He had to write another one for Smoluchowski. The last years had been a Welt catastrophe, he wrote on a cold December day. 53. Einstein the Exorcist. Just when he was about to lose all hope, Einstein found a champion in Eddington, a British Quaker and fellow pacifist who became intent on testing the physicist's hypotheses. Eddington would make Einstein world famous. With Eddington's help, he was finally able to convince the general public that believing in faster-than-light speeds was unjustified. No one and nothing could travel faster than that. Eddington obtained the necessary funding and managed to avoid the draft by organizing an expedition of astronomers to a remote island off the coast of Africa to observe and photograph an eclipse that would take place in 1919. The trip was hard work, but far better than being in the deadly muddy trenches of World War I. The astronomer and his team came back from Africa with great news. Einstein himself was not too surprised. He had anticipated the result when he first completed his theory at the end of 1915. For him, Eddington's expedition was a large-scale confirmation of results that had already been observed qualitatively, the spectral line shift, for instance, and others that had been known since the mid-19th century, such as the perihelion of Mercury. Einstein had some regrets about missing a previous opportunity to test his theory, but not much. To his colleague Arnold Sommerfeld he explained, "This is not so painful for me anyway, because the theory seems to me to be adequately secure, especially also with regard to the qualitative verification of the spectral line shift 54." Although Einstein himself had been convinced of the merits of his theory for years, it would take much more to convince his colleagues and the public at large of its importance. Eddington was key to his success. Eddington presented the results of his fact-finding mission in a well-orchestrated meeting filled with scientists and journalists at Burlington House in central London. In the days that followed, newspapers across the world celebrated Einstein's accomplishments with bombastic headlines, describing a revolution in science. Suddenly everybody cared. Einstein was transformed from a successful university professor into a worldwide sensation. A recent historian argued that the modern world began on May 29, 1919, when photographs of a solar eclipse confirmed the truth of a new theory of the universe. 55. During the years following the eclipse expedition, Eddington promoted Einstein as more than a great scientist, he was to be an exorcist. Einstein has exorcised the demon, he explained in the Romanes lectures delivered at the Sheldonian Theatre in Oxford in 1922. Using a phrase that he would repeat in various venues for more than a decade. 56. According to the astronomer, the most important consequence of Einstein's relativity theory was its elimination of the demon of gravity, that is, its success in disproving the actions of an intangible agency or demon called gravitation. 57. Who exactly was this demon? According to Eddington, Newton's theory was based on the actions of a mysterious agent, considered godly in Newton's time, but now typically seen more as a demonic figure. 58. Perhaps Eddington was right to blame Newton. Newton did indeed posit some agent at work as the cause of gravitation. In correspondence with a prominent theologian, a scholar of his era, Newton had claimed that gravity must be caused by some agent acting constantly according to certain laws. Newton himself was not sure what type of agent it was. Whether this agent be material or immaterial I have left to the consideration of my readers. 59. Eddington explained Newton's reasoning. This new phenomenon must be accounted for, wrote Eddington, so he invents a deus ex machina which he calls gravitation, to whose activities the disturbance is attributed. 60. Such inadequate explanation had survived for centuries, until Einstein came and did away with this mysterious tugging agent. 61. Eddington himself, he stated unapologetically, had disrespectfully called Newtonian explanations of gravitation a demon. 62. The characterization of gravity as an agent became even more prominent in the early decades of the 19th century. The astronomer John Herschel explained the action of gravity by reference to a consciousness and a will in his treatise on astronomy, 1834. All bodies with which we are acquainted, when raised into the air and quietly abandoned, descend to the Earth's surface in line perpendicular to it, he wrote. They are therefore urged thereto by a force or effort, which it is but reasonable to regard as the direct or indirect result of a consciousness and a will existing somewhere, though beyond our power to trace, which force we term gravity. 63 Was there really such an agency responsible for forcing things to fall down each and every second of the day and everywhere? Eddington described the process that had led Einstein and his followers to disprove Newton's demon of gravity. One of the consequences of Einstein's theory pertained to the bending of light by gravitational forces as it travels through space. The idea that light can be bent by gravity was hardly new. Astronomers had considered the possibility for more than a century. As electromagnetic waves were sent as light and radio signals across longer and longer distances, the question became more relevant technically. But Eddington saw gravity's effect on light as a competition between two radically different ways of understanding the universe. You cannot deflect waves by tugging on them, he wrote. 64 If astronomers used Einstein's theory, the deflection of light rays during the solar eclipse would be twice as large as they would be using Newton's theory. Why would a demon work only half as hard in that location? The difference, according to Eddington and Einstein, could prove that effects traditionally ascribed to the demon of gravitation were really due to a curvature of the world in the region surrounding massive bodies. The larger deflection was quantitatively confirmed by the eclipse observations, Eddington concluded. 65 What had been explained as the work of a demon could now be explained by warps in space-time. Convincing readers of the merits of Einstein's theory, however, was not easy. Eddington proceeded by elaborating on how demons were usually invoked when reality did not seem to match expectations. Eddington used a hypothetical example involving map makers and map users. Because the scale in Mercator projection maps shrank as one moved away from the center, Greeks who used their maps to travel to Greenland would be likely to think that Greenland was unusually large compared to what their maps had told them. For Greenlanders who traveled to Greece, the country would seem much smaller than what they had expected from looking at their maps. Not understanding the challenges of mapping a three-dimensional sphere onto a four-dimensional surface, they might simply blame the altered dimensions on the actions of a demon. They would, I suppose, invent a theory that a demon resided in that country who helped travelers on their way, making the journeys appear much shorter than they really were. It was natural for people to normalize their experiences and to see others as anomalous. It was also natural for them to invent demons when their perceptions did not match their expectations. But another solution, one that did not involve demons, was also possible, Eddington noted. Greeks in Greenland could change their maps so that the size of the territory was the same as the one they were used to interpreting. We might equally well start our flat map with its center in Greenland, then it would be found that journeys there were quite normal, and that the activities of the demon were disturbing travelers in Europe, he explained. Such a move, in Eddington's understanding, would be identical to what Einstein proposed. Instead of inventing ad hoc hypotheses to fit a four-dimensional space-time universe into a three-dimensional one of space plus gravitational tugging agent, scientists could simply adopt the new model. We now recognize that the true explanation is that the Earth's surface is curved, and the demoniacal complications appeared because we were forcing the Earth's surface into an inappropriate flat frame which distorts the simplicity of things, he concluded. 66 Eddington surmised that scientists might disapprove of his choice of the word demon and would probably propose another, rather fancier term. No doubt the scientists would preserve their self-respect by using some Greco-Latin polysyllable instead of the word demon, but that must not disguise from us the fact that they were appealing to a deus ex machina, he explained. For him, the word was perfect. The name demon is rather suitable, however, because he has the impish characteristic that we cannot pin him down to any particular locality. 67 For years to come, Eddington continued to portray Einstein as an exorcist. Einstein, he told his audience in lectures given in 1927, pitched out the respectable causal demon who called himself gravitation. 68 Before Einstein's theory of relativity, falling apples were accounted for by an intangible agency or demon called gravitation, which persuades the apples to deviate from their proper uniform motion. The astronomer discussed the example of the distortions that result when mapping a three-dimensional surface onto a two-dimensional surface over and over again. As we change from one observer to another, from one flat space-time frame to another, the scene of activity of the demon shifts. 69 These shifts revealed a particular characteristic of demons: they were hard to see when close by and easier to detect from a distance. The scene of the demon's activity is never where our observer is, but always away yonder. In other words, the demon is never where you are, it is always the other fellow who is haunted, he explained. Point 70. The astronomer next discussed Einstein's example of the man in the lift, referring to the illustration used by Einstein to explain how forces due to acceleration were the same as gravitational forces. A person inside an elevator would explain the push against his feet as due to gravity, but a person outside it would explain the same push of the ground against his feet as due to the lift's acceleration. The Newtonian framework required one explanation for the person in the elevator and another for the person outside, and Einstein had shown that the two experiences were equivalent. It is necessary to postulate the activity of a demon urging unsupported bodies upwards in one case, but not in the other. A curved space-time universe, and one that explained acceleration and gravitation at the same time, did away with the need to invoke two theories. Is not the solution now apparent? Asked Eddington, answering, the demon is simply the complication which arises when we try to fit a curved world into a flat frame. The solution was simple: admit a curvature of the world and the mysterious agency disappears, he explained. Point 71. How should scientists refer to the agent which plays these tricks, especially the one mentioned earlier by Einstein when he discussed a being who trapped someone in a lift and pulled it up at an immense velocity? 72. When discussing his use of the word demon, Eddington cautioned his audience in the same way he had done before: of course no scientist would use so crude a word, to denote the mysterious agent. But be what it may, the fancier terminology, he claimed, is only camouflage that justified him in continuing to compare the invisible agent invented to account for the tug of gravitation to a demon. As long as such demons were unexamined, science would remain stunted. He then proceeded to ask a more difficult question. Is a view of the world which admits such an agent any more scientific than that of a savage who attributes all that he finds mysterious in nature to the work of invisible demons? 73. Were the demons of modern science identical to those of the savage? Eddington explained the slight, but important, difference between the two. It hinged on causality, in other words, on the degree of mischievousness and irresponsibility adjudicated to those demons. The Newtonian could point out that his demon gravitation was supposed to act according to fixed causal laws and was therefore not to be compared with the irresponsible demons of the savage. True enough, but the savage could respond by saying that his demons would not be prone to getting totally out of line either. I suppose that the savage would admit that his demon was to some extent a creature of habit and that it would be possible to make a fair guess as to what he would do in the future, but that sometimes he would show a will of his own. Eddington concluded that the demon of the savages and the demon of the Newtonians were, if not nearly identical, more like relatives, in fact like brothers. It is that imperfect consistency, he explained, which formerly disqualified the savage's demon from admission as an entity of physics along with his brother gravitation. 74. After years of garnering only moderate attention, Einstein's popular science book with light beam chasing examples and beings pulling elevators with a person trapped inside suddenly became a commercial success. Over the course of Einstein's lifetime, it was translated into more than 12 languages, and 15 editions appeared in the original German. Innumerable imitators embellished his accounts, crafting ever more colorful versions. His colleague Paul Langevin was most imaginative, picturing a voyager on Jules Verne's spaceship. 75. Eventually outer space traveling twins were introduced into these narratives, as well as flies landing in stagnant pools to illustrate the curvature of space, dishes in the dining room of trains that looked oval to those outside, fireworks seen from hot air balloons, and aviators smoking cigars and looking at wristwatches with hands that slowed down or came to a halt the faster they flew. The Einstein theory of relativity, one of the most widely watched documentaries of that time, used innovative animation techniques to depict a rocket ship launched from Earth traveling through the years and overcoming them, before stopping in 1492 to catch Columbus in the act of discovering America. The companion book to the film explained the value of Einstein's theory by comparing its merits to the demystification by science of phenomena previously explained only by reference to ghosts and spirits. As people on the Earth have done with regard to the fourth dimension theory, they would affirm that such things couldn't be, no matter what the appearance might show, or else it was the work of ghosts and disembodied spirits. 76. Einstein continued to fight vigorously against previous explanations of the universe that referred to near instantaneous travel. His final coup against the faster-than-light traveler known as the colleague of Maxwell's demon was delivered in the form of a short, succinct preface he wrote for the republication of Felix Eberty's The Stars and World History. He praised the book because it shows the author's critical spirit against the traditional concept of time of his era, but he also pointed out that the author's conclusions were now outdated and proven wrong by his own work. The theory of relativity, itself often accused of leading to bizarre conclusions, can in fact save us from some even stranger ones. 77. Einstein's preface served as a short obituary for an unworthy parvenu, a miserable upstart, who had introduced unnecessary paradoxes into science. It finally put an end to the colleague of a demon that had captivated the 19th century and given rise to the ghosts of absolute time and space. 6. Quantum demons. The discovery of radioactivity disrupted much of what had been previously known about demons. In 1911, at the Solvay Congress in Brussels, Marie Curie listened to her colleague Max Planck present his revolutionary research on energy quanta. She immediately started to think of a new demon, analogous to Maxwell's, who could manipulate these packets of radiating energy. Quantum demons were the main suspects in investigations into the strange goings-on of subatomic particles, such as electrons and photons. These particles could be found to move within spaces smaller than 0.000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000science fiction movies that can sit still for hours, and suddenly jump up and run away. Because these particles could not be pinned down, researchers started wondering if quantum-sized demons might be fiddling with their position whenever scientists determined their momentum, and vice versa. Because they seemed to act randomly, the suspects were considered a threat to Laplace's demon. Scientists soon started imagining yet other creatures who could predict their whereabouts. After years of research, they determined that in the aggregate, the actions of quantum demons were practically undetectable. They camouflaged themselves perfectly against statistical regularities, as masters of the poker face gifted with the perfect alibi. Yet the scientific community became split into those who thought the behavior of these particles was essentially unpredictable at the quantum level, and those, including Albert Einstein, who thought that their unpredictability was just apparent and due to our meager knowledge of their mysterious modus operandi. Soon Einstein would get into a vicious debate with a growing number of colleagues who started to consider nature as something that might have pockets of uncertainty ready to stump anyone. The bizarre behavior of these particles threw into doubt the long-held belief that all things in nature could be localized and found in a certain place in space at a certain moment of time. The additional possibility that they might be connected to each other in strange ways, that is, of quantum entanglement, bothered Einstein profoundly. He considered these connections as spooky and ghostly. Yet despite Einstein, some research pointed to the possible existence of connections in this universe that were faster than light, bringing the colleague of Maxwell's demon back to life. A younger generation of scientists started to consider that Einstein's approach might be wrong. Scientists would soon thereafter discover that quantum demons were capable of devastating feats. The atom started disintegrating as soon as statistical molecular thermodynamics became more firmly established. its stability started to be amply questioned. New elements, such as uranium, were found to give off energy without, apparently, losing mass. The first law of thermodynamics was at risk. The French scientist Henri Becquerel, one of the first researchers to discover radioactivity, was enthralled by how uranium salts seemed to give off energy continuously without requiring an external energy source and without depleting themselves in any measurable way. Pierre and Marie Curie were also fascinated by these strange elements. Radioactivity appeared to them to be a source of light that functions without a source of energy, they marveled, and in contradiction, at least apparently, to the principle of Carnot to research on these new intriguing substances radium, uranium, and later plutonium and others the rays they emitted, and other subatomic particles, such as electrons and photons, would mark the rest of the century. The explanations of science's demons that had been developed during the previous centuries started to be amply questioned. Laplace's and Maxwell's demons might not be capable of all that was demanded of them. Some started to wonder if Maxwell's demon actually got tired because the information he required to act was thermodynamically costly. Perhaps his memory function was limited, his hands were simply too coarse, or his eyesight was too weak to handle particles that were much smaller than atoms. As scientists worked hard to figure out all the limitations of Laplace's and Maxwell's demons and how to circumvent them, they started imagining new demons who could explain the quantum world. They started to think differently not only about the relation of mass to energy in the universe but about knowledge itself. The ideal of objective knowledge that they represented started to falter. Einstein was intrigued by the promises of these new radioactive substances. In the last of his 4 Annus Mirabilis articles, he had discussed radium salts as evidence for the need to rethink the relation between mass and energy. 3 Scholars would later see in this work his earliest formulation of the famous E=mc2 equation, along with another paper published that year on light quanta. It would later be recognized as having started the quantum revolution in science, a revolution that Einstein himself contested. Quantum mechanics led scientists to reconsider demons that had already been under intense scrutiny. In the context of this research, Laplace's being was designated a demon. Maxwell's being, in turn, was reinterpreted as a creature with a limited ability to manipulate subatomic particles. Unlike the two elder creatures, demons that operated at the quantum scale seemed to have a strong penchant for indeterminism and chaos. If Laplace's creature was law-abiding and Maxwell's demons were law-breakers, quantum demons were law-benders. What scientists found out went on inside atoms shocked them. They had to develop new concepts: uncertainty, indeterminacy, complementarity, non-locality, entanglement to explain the bewildering subatomic world. Classical physics had worked wonders in explaining many of the regular conditions of everyday life. Relativity had taken it to the next level, successfully exploring the universe at scales where objects moved nearly at the speed of light and masses were as heavy as those of the planets and stars. The insights of classical physics and relativity could not, however, be carried over to the realm of the really, really small. Quantum mechanics was developed by about a dozen brilliant scientists working closely with each other. Among those who referred to demons in their work were the Hungarian mathematician John von Neumann, the Germans Max Planck, Max Born, Werner Heisenberg, and Grete Hermann, the only woman in the group, and the American brothers Carl and Arthur Compton, president of MIT and Nobel Prize laureate, respectively. The Comptons were both key members of the Manhattan Project for building an atomic bomb. All of these scientists agreed about the phenomena they saw before their eyes, yet they remained radically divided on how to interpret them. They agreed that when the world was considered at a human scale or bigger, these effects dampened until they became statistically insignificant, yet they disagreed about how fundamental quantum physics should be to our understanding of reality. Einstein believed that the interpretation given to some of these strange effects by the Danish physicist Niels Bohr and his allies was incomplete in that it did not account for the theory's limitations. He led the crusade against Bohr's interpretation of quantum mechanics, arguing that it offered only an incomplete description of reality. These two camps, one led by Einstein and the other by Bohr, were also divided about demons. Radioactivity. At the 1911 Solvay Congress in Brussels, scientists faced the daunting challenge of having to investigate nature at the subatomic level. In the opening speech, the physicist Hendrik Lorentz reflected on the current state of science. "We feel today that we are caught in an impasse," he explained, "as the old theories are showing themselves to be more and more impotent at dissipating the great obscurity that surrounds us from all sides." But Einstein, the youngest physicist invited, was excited by the new developments. In a letter to his best friend, he referred to this yearly professional gathering as the Witches' Sabbath, Hexensabbat. 5. The German physicist Max Planck stunned those in attendance by delivering a lecture focused not on atoms but on much smaller quanta of energy. Born would later describe Planck's insight as the most revolutionary idea which ever has shaken physics. 6. Marie Curie, the only woman at the conference, intervened during the discussion. She had started to think of a new demon, one that was analogous to Maxwell's but could manipulate the packets of radiating energy described by Planck. Curie opened with a curious remark. She asked Planck about the velocity of the emission of the energy quanta. "Does Planck assume that the emission of an energy element is made instantaneously? If so, the speed of the processes leading to radioactive decay would have to be faster than light." She then started to wonder about the possibility of a mechanism that would permit to interrupt such emission. "It is quite probable," she said, "that such mechanism will not exist at our level, but rather may be comparable to Maxwell's demons. Just as Maxwell's demons could do thermodynamic work for us, the demon first imagined by Marie Curie might work at the quantum level. They would permit us to obtain differences due to radiation laws described statistically, just like Maxwell's demons permit us to obtain differences due to the consequences of Carnot's principles." 7. A new world of possibilities started opening up. A few years later, in 1913, the New York Times reported on new investigations into radioactivity under the dramatic headline "Science on Road to Revolutionize All Existence." 8. The possibility of finding new means to disrupt the general degradation and dissipation of energy started to fascinate more and more researchers. "Radioactivity seems to claim lineage with the worlds beyond us," explained the British radiochemist Frederick Soddy, who took on the work started by the Curies and Becquerel. "Radioactive substances," he noted, "apparently were performing the scientifically impossible feat of evolving a store of energy presumably out of nothing. They seem to be powered by a perennial supply of energy. 9. Radium," he explained, "seemed to be capable of giving out light and heat like Aladdin's lamp, apparently defying the law of the conservation of energy, and raising questions in physical science which seemed unanswerable. Radioactivity had revived the ancient dream of creating a perpetual motion machine. The driving power of the machinery of the modern world is often mysterious," he observed, "but the laws of energy state that nothing goes by itself, and our experience, in spite of all the perpetual motion machines which inventors have claimed to have constructed, bore this doctrine out, until we came face to face with radium. That magical element is no longer the radium we know," he cautioned, "but with it the attainability of such an impossible dream now seemed closer. The physical impossibility of one era becomes the commonplace of the next," he concluded optimistically. 10. What did that subatomic world look like? What would a mini-demon, one much smaller than Maxwell's, see? What would it teach us about the universe? Soddy collaborated closely with the Nobel Prize-winning chemist Ernest Rutherford, determining with him that radioactivity did not violate the law of energy conservation. 11. Rutherford was the world's foremost expert on the inner workings of the atom. When he successfully probed the inside of the atom by aiming subatomic particles from radioactive substances at a thin foil of gold, he came to the surprising conclusion that atoms were made up of a heavy central nucleus surrounded by much lighter electrons. The philosopher C.D. Broad, who was closely following Rutherford's recent work on the experimental splitting of atoms, grew increasingly curious about what happened inside. In the Turner Lectures delivered in 1923 at Cambridge University, Broad asked readers to follow him in a curious thought experiment by journeying deeper and deeper into the netherworld of the interior of an atom and getting close to its very nucleus. Let us replace Sir Ernest Rutherford by a mathematical archangel, he urged. What would a mathematical archangel, gifted with the further power of perceiving the microscopic structure of atoms as easily as we can perceive haystacks, discover? If the archangel could deduce from his knowledge of the microscopic structure of atoms all these facts, as he gained this coveted information he would likely lose other knowledge. A being who would know the internal world of atoms would not be able to know other essential aspects of the world available at human scale, such as color, smell, and temperature. Acknowledging that some of his conclusions must appear somewhat unscientific and superstitious to his audience, Broad insisted that the subatomic realm was likely to bring in big surprises. In that context, he said, I know no reason whatever why new and theoretically unpredictable modes of behavior should not appear 12 and appear they did. Since the beginning of modern science, explanations of nature based on causal principles had been successfully used to eliminate a widespread belief in supernatural forces at play in the universe. But some very important natural phenomena including historical development seem to a budding generation of early 20th century German intellectuals to be escaping causality's grip. The German writer Oswald Spengler eloquently articulated the contradictions pertaining to causality in his best-selling The Decline of the West, 1918. The principle of causality, he wrote, banishes the demonic 13, yet his own experience had taught him that it was largely inoperative when it came to the general unfolding of world history. Anyone who has absorbed these ideas, he wrote, will have no difficulty in understanding how the causality principle is bound to have a fatal effect upon the capacity for genuinely experiencing history. 14 Spengler followed recent developments in quantum mechanics closely, arguing that the discipline showed that the principle of causality was faltering beyond repair. He was ready to let it go. Throngs of readers avidly identified themselves with Spengler's criticism of causality, but Einstein resisted his wide appeal. In a letter discussing Spengler with Born, Einstein admitted that the business of causality plagues me a great deal too. Yet he would never forego complete causality. 15 He explained to Born that the whole point of science, the entire point of being a scientist, was to fight against indeterminism. I would rather be a cobbler or even a casino employee than a physicist, he wrote, indicating that he would rather quit the profession that made him famous than to capitulate to the new acausal ideas emerging around him. I won't be driven into abandoning strict causality before entirely different defenses have been tried against it than hitherto, he concluded. 16. One particular experiment led scientists to consider new kinds of demons who might be interfering in the subatomic world. Known to history as the double-slit experiment, it has since fascinated scientists, philosophers, and the general public. The setup was extremely simple. A beam of light or electrons was aimed at a screen with two openings, slits, through which the rays could pass. Scientists could run two tests with this single setup. In one, they let the rays pass through the two slits, in the other, they closed one of the two slits half the time and the other slit the other half of the time. When the two slits were open, the results showed an interference pattern on the screen. When only one of the two was available, the interference pattern disappeared. The experiment appeared to show that the rays of photons or electrons behaved one way if they were detected as passing through one of the two slits, and another way if they were not. In every case, particles would choose evenly, going through the right-hand slit half the time and through the left-hand slit the other half. Yet in one case they would act as a wave and create interference patterns on the screen, and in the other, when they were given only one slit, they would act as particles and the interference pattern would disappear. They seemed to behave differently depending on which future options were available to them and whether, strangely enough, they were going to pass through one or two slits. How could a photon or an electron know what it would encounter at a later moment, whether it was to face a single slit or two in its path in order to alter its behavior? How would it know it should act like a particle if given one option and as a wave if given two? The most popular explanation of the strange behavior of quantum particles was developed by Bohr and his allies at his institute in Copenhagen. They claimed that photons and electrons along with everything else in nature were particulate at the same time as they were wave-like, an idea known as wave-particle duality. According to wave-particle duality, the act of measurement altered the results of any experiment. Moreover, not everything about a particle, including things like position and momentum, could be known with precision beyond a certain limit. Bohr embraced explanations based on the principle of non-locality, which no longer considered electrons and photons as localized in time and space but rather as also spread out, and he defended the principles of indeterminacy and uncertainty, maintaining that certain properties of subatomic particles could not be known with precision. Laplace's demon could have his finger in the pie almost everywhere, except in this portion of the quantum realm. The double-slit experiment baffled Einstein and bothered him profoundly. He told his good friend Born about his discomfort. The thought that an electron subjected to a ray chooses of its free volition the instant and direction in which it wants to bounce away, told Born, is intolerable to me. 17 To Einstein, the way some of his colleagues were thinking about the experiment was lucid. Their explanations embraced ideas of nature acting in strangely unpredictable ways, or even worse, in a strangely animate way in relation to us, describing nature as intimately connected to living consciousnesses. Einstein believed that there had to be a better explanation. For the rest of his life, he searched for determinate laws even if none had been found so far that would explain where all things, including photons and electrons, go and where they were to be found in space at any given moment in time. Others disagreed, arguing that Einstein should simply embrace the new reality and stop looking for hidden causes or explanations. Born was about to change science and our understanding of the universe by making a key contribution to quantum mechanics. He determined that quantum wave equations were statistical in nature. Unlike the calculations used to describe classical waves, such as water waves and string undulations, calculations in quantum mechanics contained only information about the probability of where a certain particle could be found. The inspiration for his breakthrough, he explained, came from a remark by Einstein on the relation between a wave field and light quanta. At the time he came up with his Nobel Prize-winning idea, Born, like many others around him, was trying to understand why the waves of quantum particles differed from classical ones. In contrast to the latter, quantum waves seemed to spread out everywhere, affecting other objects even though they had no energy or momentum. In an article published in the prestigious Zeitschrift für Physik, 1926, Born recounted how Einstein's remark led him to his statistical interpretation of quantum waves. Einstein, according to Born, said that the waves are there only to guide the corpuscular light quantum, and spoke in this sense of a ghost field Gespenterfeld or, literally, a ghost wave. Born described the seemingly magical grasp of these waves on things, and how they determine the likelihood that a quantum of light, the carrier of energy and momentum, takes a certain path, but the field itself has no energy and no momentum. 18 For Born, investigating the Gespensterfeld, or better pilot wave Fahrungsfeld, as he would rebaptize it, led him to interpret quantum waves statistically. In a letter to Einstein, he explained that the idea to consider Schrödinger's wave field as a Gespenterfeld in your sense of the word proves to be more useful all the time. 19 Einstein's problem had presented an opportunity for Born. A statistical interpretation explained the wave's ghostly behavior to a T. The next big breakthrough for the field arrived the following year. During the Fifth Solvay Congress, 1927, Arthur Compton and the aristocratic Frenchman Louis de Broglie, known for his work on the wave-like qualities of quanta that would soon earn him a Nobel Prize, also considered quantum mechanics by reference to the pilot waves related to Einstein's ghost waves. Some scientists hoped that the behavior of subatomic particles and waves could thus be understood dynamically and not just statistically. Einstein remained silent during most of the day of Compton and de Broglie's presentation. But that night he and Bohr locked horns in a heated debate on which the success of the new field of science hinged. The physicist Paul Ehrenfest was among the handful of physicists who witnessed the debate with awe. At one point, even he was driven to tears by Einstein's insistence on the need to find causal laws hiding behind quantum effects. 20 Ehrenfest told a friend that Einstein's stubborn performance reminded him of a tireless and trapped demon. Einstein is like the little devil in the box Teufel in der Box, who, like a toy jack in the box, would jump up each morning fresh to work away like a perpetual motion machine trying to disprove the uncertainty relation. 21. Einstein's cause was not helped by the publication that year of Heisenberg's groundbreaking paper articulating the uncertainty principle claim that the position and momentum of a subatomic particle could never be known beyond certain limits. 22. Bohr, in contrast to Einstein, just loved it. He developed its full consequences at the International Physics Congress, held on the border of Lake Como. When faced with the possibility that some things in the world were intrinsically unpredictable, Einstein continued to protest. In discussions with Bohr later that fall, Einstein uttered the famous phrase, "God does not play dice with the universe." 23. Bohr, in turn, replied with a less famous, but perhaps more sensible request. He asked Einstein to please stop telling God what to do. 24. Bohr, despite all his disagreements, would always remember Einstein fondly, especially for his favored use of such picturesque phrases as ghost waves, Gespensterfelder, guiding photons. 25. As long as quantum uncertainty was based on outcomes that could change statistically, Einstein refused to consider it complete. In his view, if we could process all the data, nothing would be left up to chance. His conviction seems always to have been, and still is today, that the ultimate laws of nature are causal and deterministic, explained Born, describing how for Einstein probability is used to cover our ignorance, only the vastness of this ignorance pushes statistics into the forefront. 26. Progress in analyzing the behavior of atoms and molecules in gases increased with the development of improved vacuum technologies. The physicists Carl Compton and Henry DeWolf Smith tried a new experiment at the Palmer Laboratory at Princeton University, building a mechanical Maxwell demon that separated molecules in gases using mechanical vanes. The two Princeton physicists joined forces with a third researcher from an industrial laboratory and published their results in the prestigious Physical Review. Long ago, they explained, Maxwell suggested that molecules of differing velocities might be separated by the intervention of his infinitesimal but highly intelligent demons. Inspired by this research, it occurred to the writers that vacuum technique had progressed to the point where a mechanical Maxwell demon might be possible. 27. The rest of the text described an instrument that separated heavier from lighter molecules by pushing molecules of a particular gas through two radial slits rotating in parallel. With their mechanical Maxwell demon, Compton and his co-authors succeeded in measuring the kinetic energy of different molecules. 28. A promising strategy for analyzing the behavior of atoms and molecules involved manipulating them via their electrical properties. It is a curious consequence of the electrical nature of matter that we can study atoms and molecules more easily when they are ionized than when they are in the normal electrically neutral state. This provided a completely different avenue than that of statistical mechanics. If we are dealing with ions, we can control their paths and speed, measure the ratio of their charges to their masses, and in general study their behavior as individual particles. But when dealing with normal molecules, we still have to depend on statistical effects such as pressure, density, and temperature. 29. Soon the method would be used for isotope separation. After building their early mechanical Maxwell demon, Compton and Smith continued to think about demons throughout their lives. Their first investigations of Maxwell's demon would be a short prelude to what was to come. Carl and his brother Arthur spent the years 1926 to 1927 at Born's theoretical physics mecca in Göttingen, where they crossed paths with Robert Oppenheimer. Upon returning to the United States, their careers took off. Arthur would receive a Nobel Prize later that year for his work studying photons, light particles, shot at and scattered off electrons, an effect now known as Compton scattering. Carl became president of MIT and played a key role in the development of the atomic bomb. He would be joined in that endeavor by Arthur, who vigorously supported building and using the atomic bomb and who led the construction of the first self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction at the University of Chicago. Most histories of the atomic bomb focus on a select group of scientists around Einstein and Oppenheimer. Yet Oppenheimer, although widely known as the father of the atomic bomb, was a little-known theoretical physicist hired well after some of the most important decisions about the project had already been made. Scientists who made decisions behind the scenes were often not the ones credited by the press. When Newman later reflected on how everyone seemed to focus on Oppie's role in the bomb's creation, he was simply incredulous. 30 While publicity-friendly scientists took center stage, the Compton brothers, who were ultimately responsible for mobilizing a team to build a new atomic weapon, shunned media attention. Smith would join the brilliant Compton brothers in these endeavors, first as a researcher of dirty radioactive weapons and later as the person in charge of curating the narrative about the bomb's creation presented to the public. As the author of the official report about the creation of the atomic bomb, Smith would consider it in terms of a larger effort to create a perpetual motion machine that could expend more energy than it consumed. In contrast to some of the Jewish scientists who had recently emigrated from Europe and whose politics often veered left, such as Einstein and Oppenheimer, the waspish Compton brothers and Smith, their colleague at Princeton, were trusted members of a close circle of well-heeled and mostly like-minded collaborators that included James Conant, the president of Harvard University, and Vannevar Bush, the vice president of MIT. Bush was the first presidential science advisor and the head of the Uranium Committee charged with analyzing the possibility of building a bomb. Smith and the Comptons had easy access to the highest echelons of government circles, reaching all the way to the top, access that was closed off to potentially unpatriotic foreigners. President Franklin D. Roosevelt would listen carefully to what the Compton brothers had to say about the possibility of building a bomb, about the chances that the Nazis might too, and more. Karl Compton would spend the rest of his career advocating for intelligent planning, and he served nearly 2 decades as a top scientific advisor to Roosevelt and later Harry S. Truman. At MIT, Karl would go on to think of Maxwell's demon as a model for organizing society, and Arthur would focus on quantum mechanical daemons who could alter the paths of subatomic particles. Quantum mechanics soon had an impact on research into the nature of logic and mathematics. The mathematician Richard von Mises, director of and professor at the Institute of Applied Mathematics at the University of Berlin and later Harvard University, was convinced by the new studies on radioactivity, quantum theory, and Brownian motion that a proper understanding of statistics required leaving behind outmoded concepts of mathematical logic. Statistics, in his view, was no longer just a useful shortcut for manipulating large numbers and studying effects whose entire story was not yet properly understood. Rather, these new discoveries showed that statistics itself reflected the actual state of the world in a way that was more accurate and fitting. As mathematicians and logicians started to incorporate the idea of quantum indeterminism into their fields, they increasingly described the traditional mathematical techniques associated with Laplace as faulty and as having been haunted by a demon. To Mises, the quest to know all of nature more and more precisely through measurement and calculation was driven by the idea of a mathematical demon that had emerged from Laplace's speculations. The most extreme formulation of Newton's determinism is to be found in Laplace's idea of a mathematical demon, a spirit endowed with an unlimited ability for mathematical deduction who would be able to predict all future events in the world if at a certain moment he would know all the magnitudes. Characterizing its present state, Mises wrote, noting in a footnote that Der Laplacisk Daemon had appeared first in Laplace's Essay Philosophique. 31. He argued that this demon, alongside the idea of causality that he sustained, was nothing but a 2-century-long prejudice. There might be no point in trying to get at the truth by working on obtaining more precise measurements and calculations. Good math and good logic, in his view, should reflect this underlying uncertain reality. If the concept of causality was in trouble, traditional ideals of exactitude, precision, and finality seemed broken beyond repair. After a certain point, attempts to get more precise knowledge simply backfired on scientists and logicians. Instead of finding something which, from the point of view of classical physics, is simpler than the original phenomenon, explained Mises, we arrive at phenomena that are more and more complicated, from a deterministic point of view. 32. In a later publication, Mises speculated on why Laplace's daemon had been born in tight connection with the discipline of astronomy. It was much more difficult to think of him as an effective operator on planet Earth, with all its terrestrial complexities. In the creation of his daemon, argued Mises. Laplace, too, probably thought that he would encounter quite some difficulties in solving his task on Earth, as compared to celestial bodies. 33. The earthly troubles besetting Laplace's demon were getting worse. What would happen if more and more scientists and mathematicians stopped believing in strict causality? Other demons might take advantage of his weakness. We can scarcely deny the charge that in abolishing the criterion of causality we are opening the door to the savage's demons, warned Eddington. 34. Yet most of his colleagues were ready to welcome these demons, holding the door wide open for them. New studies on radioactivity only helped their cause. During the 1928 National Radium Conference, the U.S. Surgeon General told listeners that radium reminds one of a mythological superbeing. 35. This being was still weaker than Laplace's predictable creature and weaker than the minute Maxwell's demon, who could tire so easily and could hardly ever impinge on the world at human scale, but it would not remain so for much longer. Szilard's exorcism. Meanwhile in Berlin, Leo Szilard, a young Hungarian student who had moved there to finish his engineering studies, which had been interrupted during the war, pursued his idée fixe of building a perpetual motion machine. After meeting Einstein, he switched to physics and became one of his closest collaborators. Szilard would soon reach fame for creating one of the first nuclear chain reactions. He would hold the patent for it, for writing the letter sent and signed by Einstein to President Roosevelt warning him of the consequences of building an atomic bomb, for being one of the most important scientists to work on the Manhattan Project, and for infuriating, on one too many occasions, the general in charge of the project. But first, Szilard dedicated himself fully to the quest to understand why a machine could never produce more work than it expended. He spelled out the reasons for this in a highly original solution to the problem, published in the prestigious journal Zeitschrift für Physik. It was widely known as Szilard's exorcism. Therein he described a theoretical model for a highly efficient engine that would be known as Szilard's engine or Szilard's demon. 36. It would come closer than anything known before to almost subverting the second law of thermodynamics. All it needed was a tiny bit of knowledge that he could obtain by performing a simple measurement. When Einstein first met Szilard, the professor was impressed by the younger student. As experience that comes with seniority often dictates, Einstein cautioned his protégé against relying too much on fanciful, overambitious ideas. It is not a good thing for a scientist to be dependent on laying golden eggs, he told the young Hungarian. 37. Einstein insisted that instead of chasing after seemingly impossible goals, Szilard should get a steady income and a job. He could even find work in a patent office, Einstein suggested, as he himself had done when he was younger. Despite the sensible advice Szilard received from his teacher and mentor, the young upstart continued to pursue pie in the sky. Szilard's so-called exorcism was published in 1929 with a long title translated as On the Decrease of Entropy in a Thermodynamic System by the Intervention of Intelligent Beings. 38. It changed how scientists thought about Maxwell's demon for the rest of the century. The main question it tackled was similar to the one that had fascinated Maxwell and his colleagues: could intelligent beings decrease entropy? Szilard reread Smoluchowski's work on Brownian motion and cited its central insight: as long as we know today, there is no automatic, permanently effective perpetual motion machine, in spite of the molecular fluctuations, but such a device might perhaps function regularly if it were appropriately operated by intelligent beings. But why? What could be so special about intelligent beings that only they possessed such abilities? Szilard zeroed in on the conclusions of the Polish scientist. Such a machine could be built if the intelligent beings operating the machine and taking advantage of the fluctuations were not considered part of the system. If we view the experimenting man as a sort of deus ex machina, then a perpetual motion machine, Szilard elaborated, is possible. He stressed that current limitations on building one had nothing to do with humans not being small enough or not possessing the ability to catch single molecules like Maxwell's demon. So what exactly seemed to give intelligent beings the power of acting like this deus ex machina? The requisite smart operator, rather than needing to be tiny and nimble, only needed to be someone who was continuously and exactly informed of the existing course of nature and who is able to start or interrupt the macroscopic course of nature without any expenditure of work. Szilard noted that it was this quality, a sort of memory faculty, that was necessary for taking a measurement. That measurement-taking activity did not come for free. The physicist determined that if a semi-permeable wall was installed between two partitions in order to select molecules from which work could be extracted, this simple inanimate device can achieve the same result as would be achieved by the intervention of intelligent beings. But such intelligent intervention would not be able to create an endless supply of energy because it would expend as much energy in measuring the molecules as it would gain in extracting work from them. Szilard's article reviewed attempts to build perpetual motion machines from random, fluctuating motions. He determined that, in these cases, our ability to harness work was no better than what chance afforded us. We are in the same position as playing a game of chance, in which we may win certain amounts now and then, although the expectation value of winning is 0 or -39. Were the chances of winning better when intelligence was introduced? Could intelligence be used to beat chance? If so, how well could we escape the tentacles of entropic fate by using our wits? Szilard pictured an intelligent being starting and stopping his engine at exactly the most favorable moments. The results of acting in this way looked so good that they had to be too good to be true. Szilard admitted that, as long as we allow intelligent beings to perform the intervention, a direct test is not possible. 40 Szilard came to the pessimistic conclusion that, by replacing the intelligent being with a mechanical device, such as a semi-permeable wall that acted as such, exactly that quantity of entropy which is required by thermodynamics could be generated. 41 Was the proposed substitute really intelligent? Other scientists would soon think of ways of bypassing the limitations of Szilard's engine by arguing that real intelligence could do more than what a mere filter, the semi-permeable wall, could accomplish. Another way of obtaining potentially endless sources of energy was being explored in California, on the other U.S. coast. Working in the College of Chemistry at the University of California at Berkeley, the eminent scientist Gilbert Newton Lewis started to think more carefully about Maxwell's demon. As he wrote in his book The Anatomy of Science, 1926, he was particularly intrigued by a demon who could choose between molecules and through the exercise of this conscious choice would ultimately restore the original condition of different kinds of gases that had been mixed together. That such a reversal of a so-called irreversible process may occur, even without a demoniacal agency, he reminded readers, was first recognized by Willard Gibbs, who announced that such a reversal is not an impossibility but only an improbability. According to Lewis, this idea has grown to be an important, and almost the most important, guiding principle of modern physics. 42 As if the possibility of reversing the regular course of nature was not titillating enough, Lewis explored whether these results might also reveal the secret of life. A reviewer of Lewis's book for the Mathematical Gazette noted that the author suggests that living things are cheats in the game of physics and chemistry and, like Maxwell's demon, may take advantage of the local fluctuations from the average state, and that it will never be possible to explain vital phenomena by physics and chemistry alone. 43 Soon after its publication, Lewis became even more involved in the new physics, coining the term photon for light particles. 44 In another groundbreaking article, he considered the complex connections between Maxwell's demon, entropy, living beings, and information. One sentence in Lewis's paper would be cited over and over again by later researchers: gain in entropy always means loss of information, and nothing more. 45 Lewis first started exploring these weighty questions in The Symmetry of Time in Physics, published in 1930 in Science. There he came to conclusions similar to those reached by Smoluchowski and Szilard. Without the aid of demoniacal devices, any method requires at least as much work as the old-fashioned thermodynamical method of forcing the system into the particular distribution. 46 Lewis considered the case of single molecules. In the simplest case, if we have one molecule which must be in one of two flasks, the entropy becomes less than KLN2, if we know which is the flask in which the molecule is trapped. According to him, this unit symbolized the minimum amount of energy required to know something. The quantity was no doubt small, but no longer negligible given how much science had advanced in its study of the atomic and subatomic realms. In dealing with the individual molecules, he noted, we are perhaps arrogating to ourselves the privileges of Maxwell's demon, but in recent years, if I may say so without offense, physicists have become demons. 47. Lewis's paper, appearing 1 year after Szilard's, started by envisioning a filtering device in the shape of a cylinder closed at each end, and with a middle wall provided with a shutter. 48. Could such a device be constructed so that it could unmix mixtures? If so, separated substances that had once been mixed could be reused as renewable fuel. During World War I, Lewis had worked at the gas service and the chemical warfare service, where cylinders divided by filters, also known as semi-permeable membranes, to separate different elements were standard equipment. But separating isotopes of the same element was much harder. Soon Lewis and his colleagues would be looking for ways to separate the small percentages of the highly reactive uranium-235 isotope mixed in with the more stable uranium-238 in order to build a bomb. Lewis took the demon thought experiment up a notch. His investigations of Maxwell's demon increasingly impinged not only on cosmology but also on larger philosophical questions about the essence of life and its relation to physics and consciousness. Lewis thought about what would happen if Maxwell's demon manipulated living organisms. He started by comparing the behavior of healthy versus sensory-deprived mice. Did they use information to act differently from the way mere physical systems did? I have learned, Lewis explained, that it is possible to perform an operation upon the brains of mice so that they respond to no external stimuli, but can still run aimlessly about. Their random movement would lead to equilibrium. If a large number of these mice are placed in one end of a box, Lewis explained, that end is now heavier than the other. The mice would soon wander around, and about half of them would reach the other side of the box. This distinction rapidly disappears as the mice, in their random movements, cover with great uniformity the bottom of the box, so that we may no longer discern any tendency of the box in one direction or the other. 49 Sensory-deprived mice acted like random molecules, he found, but most sentient beings were not like these operated upon lab rats. Where exactly lay the difference? Lewis circled once again into the old Cartesian riddle of determining what exactly was the difference between purely mechanical and living systems. The answer had to hinge on entropy, information, and intelligence, he concluded. Unless there is in sentient beings the power to defy the second law of thermodynamics, entropy would be leaked into the system, rendering it unable to produce work by itself. His use of the term unless proved intriguing for decades to come. Amplifying quantum effects. In the fall of 1930, a few days after the dramatic gains by the Nazis in Germany's federal elections, Szilard wrote to Einstein complaining about the worsening political situation in Germany. The US stock market had crashed a year before, the economy was getting worse, and day had turned into night in America's Dust Bowl. As the Great Depression spread quickly around the world, the global economic and political situation became so dire in the early 1930s that Mephistopheles' tempting offers could seem worth taking. Europe seemed on the brink of another world war. How could one understand such unanticipated historical events? Szilard responded by pairing up with Einstein to literally beat the heat. At the same time that he was publishing theoretical physics papers, Szilard sought to develop a practical circumvention of the laws of thermodynamics by devising and patenting a novel technology for building a more efficient refrigerator. While entropy naturally led to temperature equilibrium, a fridge created the opposite effect. Temperatures became colder within a well-insulated enclosure. By the end of that tumultuous year, Einstein and Szilard had submitted 37 patent applications and had 28 of them approved. When they sold some to Electrolux in Stockholm and to other companies in Europe and America, they were able to pocket some desperately needed profits. From week to week I detect new symptoms, Szilard wrote to Einstein. If my nose doesn't deceive me, that peaceful development in Europe in the next 10 years is not to be counted on. Einstein and Szilard might have to relocate or go into exile. Indeed, I don't know if it will be possible to build our refrigerator in Europe, Szilard concluded. Point 50. A refrigerator was not going to save the world, but radioactivity and atomic transmutation might. Could quantum effects be made consequential at human scale? At a time when some of science's core principles were being debated, scientists forged ahead with new research that was likely to better the world and less likely to destroy it. The scientific community was divided along ideological and even metaphysical lines. The philosophical foundations of quantum mechanics and relativity theory seemed increasingly incompatible. Could an experiment be constructed that might help scientists decide whether they should back Einstein's program of continuing to look for deterministic laws, or be satisfied with Bohr's so-called Copenhagen interpretation? Could such an experiment shed light on what was going on in the world more generally during a complex historical crossroad? Einstein could use the help of allies in America, but Arthur Compton was firmly against Einstein's program and in favor of Bohr's. Compton and Bohr's alliance was fitting. Bohr's coup against Einstein was based on the Compton scattering research that had earned him the Nobel Prize. When considering the effect named after him, Compton imagined quantum daemons who could manipulate these tiny particles. Rigged with sticks of dynamite that could create much bigger explosions, Compton's quantum daemons could either let them trigger the payload or intervene to save the day. Free will, surmised Compton, might work in a similar way, by giving us the power to create great effects on the outside world. In a discussion about the uncertainty principle and free will published in a 1931 issue of Science, Compton described an ingenious setup to amplify quantum effects by using a photoelectric cell triggered by a photon to explode a stick of dynamite. Scientists knew that if photons were aimed toward a double slit, they would pass half the time to the right and half the time to the left. If only one of the slits was rigged to an explosive, then it would go off 50% of the time. By means of suitable amplifiers, it may be arranged that if the first photon enters cell A, a stick of dynamite will be exploded, or any other large-scale event performed. If the first photon enters cell B, a switch will be opened which will prevent the dynamite from being exploded. What could scientists learn from this arrangement about nature at human scale? What then will be the effect of passing the ray of light through the slits, he asked. Most physicists would agree that in this experiment, the chances are even whether or not the explosion will occur. But Compton insisted that the real lesson of the experiment was that it showed that the chances of the explosive going off could never be known beyond a 50% limit. The moment scientists intervened to know exactly where a photon was going, its weird wave-like interference effects disappeared, yet when given a choice, photons would continue to choose evenly between the two slits. That is, the result is unpredictable from the physical conditions, concluded Compton. Point 51. Like other quantum physicists, Compton argued that statistical uncertainty did not arise from our ignorance of underlying causal effects, but rather that it was a fundamental fact of nature and, more importantly, could be consequential at human scale. A single subatomic particle could act like the proverbial butterfly wing or the pebble that caused an avalanche, acting as the domino that set the others off on their path of destruction. Compton argued that a mechanism similar to the one that made photons act in the strange ways they did was comparable to that which led to the emergence of life from physical systems. Living systems, in his view, were much like quantum amplifiers. To reach these conclusions, he gained inspiration from the work of the Canadian biologist and physiologist Ralph Lillie, who, after carefully studying Maxwell's demon, concluded that Heisenberg's uncertainty principle provided wiggle room for a statistically low chance effect to have repercussions at human scale, leading to the emergence of life. Lillie, according to Compton, has pointed out that the nervous system of a living organism likewise acts as an amplifier, such that the actions of the organism depend upon events on so small a scale that they are appreciably subject to Heisenberg uncertainty, he explained. This implies that the actions of a living organism cannot be predicted definitely on the basis of its physical conditions. 52. Lillie, who had at first been critical of extending the lessons of Maxwell's demon to the realm of biology, started to consider the possibility of some sort of directive influence that resulted in the creation and perpetuation of life. A minor selection in the right direction, one so small that it could be hiding within the Planck scale, could explain the origin of life and the secret to its perpetuity. 53 Something similar, speculated Compton, might be behind free will. In this view, it could well be that humans and other living creatures were the means through which demons operated in the macroscopic world. Compton developed his thoughts about quantum mechanics and free will further for the prestigious Terry lectures delivered at Yale, 1931 to 1932, then reworked them into the book The Freedom of Man, published 3 years later. By then, he would be thinking about the possible intervention of a new daemon in the quantum world hiding behind the cover of statistical uncertainty. A few years later, he was researching the possibility of building an atomic bomb. Soon afterward, he would be supervising the first atomic pile as a key member of the Manhattan Project. That spring at Bohr's Institute in Copenhagen, some of the most respected physicists of the day wrote and put on a show parodying Goethe's Faust. What would they do with the new knowledge coming out of the laboratories? Many of Compton's colleagues were present. The physicist Wolfgang Pauli was tapped to play Mephistopheles, who tempted Faust deep into the quantum world of new subatomic particles. Arthur Eddington took on the role of the Archangel Raphael, and Robert Oppenheimer formed part of the chorus alongside Heisenberg. As Mephistopheles tempted Faust with the promise of unendlicher Selbstenergie, he chanted, "Despise reason and science, if you will. Mankind's highest power. Let dazzling tricks and magic spells strengthen you in the quantum spirit." 54. Demon talk was not all fun and games. That summer Max Planck, arguably the highest authority on these matters, was busy traveling across Europe to lecture about quantum mechanics and Laplace's demon. His contributions to quantum mechanics had made him world famous, but he was not ready to embrace Bohr's Copenhagen interpretation in its entirety. It could be tempting to think of Planck as an enemy of Laplace's creature, but his views about this creature were far more complicated, and far more positive. As Planck was delivering these lectures across Europe, the Nazis were gaining seats in the Reichstag. Planck considered the limits of the Idealengeist, who could predict the future and know the entire past. Recent contributions had proven that there is a point, one single point in the immeasurable world of mind and matter, where science, and therefore every causal method of research, will always remain inapplicable. That space of inapplicability would remain so even in the case of the superintelligence postulated by Laplace. What would happen if a lowly mortal tried to converse or consort with Laplace's superintelligence? The inquisitive human being who would do so, is quite likely to hear this answer to his question: "You resemble the intellect which you comprehend, not me." 55. The urge to abandon a belief in Laplace's being merely because of the current evidence against him was strong, Planck acknowledged, but should be resisted. And if after this reprimand, wrote Planck, he persists in his obstinacy and declares the concept of an ideal intellect to be meaningless and unnecessary, if not illogical, let him be reminded that not all statements which lack a logical foundation are scientifically worthless. To declare him so nugatory and to readily erase the concept of causality from science with a short-sighted formalism would be a grave mistake that might hamper great discoveries in the future. Such an abandonment would stop up the very fountain at which Galileo, a Kepler, a Newton, and many other great physicists quenched their thirst for scientific knowledge and insight. 56. In Planck's account, the search for Laplace's being was still valuable, even if at present he proved to be an inscrutable and powerful force reminding us of the limits of our knowledge vis-a-vis his own. He might not be at all as we imagined him to be or found where we thought he might be. Science might not even be the best discipline to get to know him. We must be on our guard against the temptation to make the ideal intellect the object of a scientific analysis, to regard it as something analogous to ourselves, and to ask of it how it obtains the knowledge which enables it to make precise predictions. To know what it knew, Laplace's being could be acting in ways that contemporary scientists might not even begin to suspect. Maxwell's demon in the quantum world. Einstein's friends in Berlin included a 29-year-old prodigy from a wealthy Jewish Hungarian family who co-taught physics with Szilard. John von Neumann would soon be recognized as one of the world's foremost experts on quantum mechanics with the publication of his Mathematical Foundations of Quantum Mechanics. The German edition appeared in 1932 and immediately became a classic. For decades to come, it was considered to have disproven the possibility of hidden variables, that is, the idea that as yet unknown mechanisms could give scientists the means to reinterpret quantum effects in a fully deterministic fashion. Neumann's contributions to science were based on a startlingly different understanding of the incapacities of Maxwell's demon. The demon could not work at the quantum level, he explained, because he could not measure the position and momentum of a particle with complete accuracy. A measurement of one led inevitably to an uncertainty in the determination of the other. The two could not be separated, not with deft fingers, a door, a cricket bat, a semi-permeable membrane, a filter, or anything else, without changing the system in an essential and irreversible way. Heisenberg's uncertainty relations, in Neumann's formulation, resulted from the limitations of Maxwell's little guy. Laplacian and Maxwellian demons could work only if full knowledge of the position and momentum of the particles they handled was available to them. If we knew all the properties of the molecule before diffusion, position and momentum, we could calculate for each moment after the diffusion whether it is on the right or left side. 57 Neumann argued that this information was simply not available in nature. A moving molecule should be thought of as being simultaneously on one side of a partition and also on the other. Classical thermodynamics assumed that states whose differences are arbitrarily small are always 100% separable, yet this assumption was unwarranted in the microworld. The separation is completely impossible, he stated. 58 In other words, the limitation was not merely practical and de facto, but de jure. Neumann expanded on Szilard's research, giving a new explanation for the conclusions reached by his compatriot. The book was centrally preoccupied with Laplacian determinism, Maxwell's demon, and Szilard's research. These topics played key roles in the celebrated chapters on measurement and reversibility. His challenge was clear: to solve a well-known paradox of classical thermodynamics long associated with Maxwell's demon. How could mechanical processes be reversible in principle but rarely in practice? 59 According to Neumann, quantum mechanics could provide the answer to this nearly century-old question. His quantum-based explanation of entropy was based on the fact that the observer does not know everything, that he cannot find out, measure, everything which is measurable in principle. 60 Having learned about Maxwell's demon's limitations from reading Szilard's exorcism, Neumann was most eloquent about why Maxwell's demon could not accomplish much at our human scale. The reasons lay in the quantum realm. A thoroughgoing analysis of this question is made possible by the researches of L. Szilard, which clarified the nature of the semi-permeable wall, Maxwell's demon, and the general role of the intervention of an intelligent being in thermodynamical systems, wrote Neumann, elaborating on Szilard's interpretation of what exactly happened when the demon tried to manipulate individual molecules. 61 Proof of why two states, such as position and momentum, should be understood as superimposed at the quantum level resided in the fact that they could not be separated without introducing an increase in the entropy of the system and thus changing it irreversibly. From then on, the possibility of knowing nature without changing it became amply disputed. Even the most carelessly cast glance could change the world forever. In Szilard's exorcism, the intervention of an intelligent being in thermodynamical systems led inevitably to an increase in the entropy of the system. In Neumann's elaboration of his ideas, this action led to an increase of entropy as well and to the introduction of irreversibility into the system due to a change in the state of nature. Szilard had blamed difficulties in determining the exact position of a certain particle as due to the cost of obtaining that knowledge. But in the quantum mechanical view advocated by Neumann, observers could not know the position and momentum of a particle, not because they could not have all of the measurements for free, but rather because this information did not yet exist in a recoverable form. Obtaining it involved separating and thus changing the system. The consequences of this new understanding of the limitations of Maxwell's demon were nothing short of revolutionary. Its implications reached far beyond quantum mechanics and affected science and philosophy more generally. potentially leading to the espousal of non-locality, indeterminacy, and uncertainty, and to the view that the universe might be a place affected by consciousnesses. Newman was trenchant in his critique of causality. There is at present no occasion and no reason to speak of causality in nature, he insisted, because no experiment indicates its presence, since the macroscopic are unsuitable in principle, and the only known theory which is compatible with our experiences relative to elementary processes, quantum mechanics, contradicts it. Newman lamented that old habits die hard. To be sure, we are dealing with an age-old way of thinking of all mankind, but not with a logical necessity. This follows from the fact that it was at all possible to build a statistical theory, and anyone who enters upon the subject without preconceived notions has no reason to adhere to it. Quantum mechanics has opened up for us a qualitatively new side of the world, and although one can never say of the theory that it has been proved by experience, it is the best known summarization of experience. Should it be abandoned merely because it offends our view of causality? Newman concluded with a final rhetorical question: under such circumstances, is it sensible to sacrifice a reasonable physical theory for its sake? 62. To convince his readers, Newman asked them to follow him on a Gedanken experiment similar to Maxwell's. While in Maxwell's example scientists compared the demon to a semi-permeable wall or valve used to separate molecules, in Newman's case our semi-permeable wall is essentially different from this thermodynamically unacceptable one. Semi-permeable walls or valves, he argued, did not work perfectly in the quantum world because the position and momentum of the molecules could not be determined beyond certain limits. Maxwell's examples dealt with the exterior, i.e., whether it comes from the right or left, or something similar, of molecules, but Newman's dealt with characteristics of molecules that were unobservable not in practice but in principle. 63 There were simply no elements in a perfectly determinate state, Newman concluded, for a demon to play with. By exploring exactly what Maxwell's demon could or could not do, Newman and his followers developed the concept of the classical observer or macroscopic observer. For such observers, measurement worked as we were used to in classical terms, where everything which is measurable at all, is also simultaneously measurable, i.e., that all questions which can be answered separately can also be answered simultaneously. But in the quantum world, a measurement of something led to our inability to measure something else. The reason that the non-simultaneous measurability of quantum mechanical quantities has made such a paradoxical impression, Newman explained, is just that this concept is so alien to the macroscopic method of observation. 64 Scientists until then had thought that when Maxwell's demon looked around him, the world certainly appeared much larger, but they had imagined it to seem similar in qualitative terms, except for scale. Quantum physicists argued that it was really not, it was a different universe that functioned according to different laws and that retreated just as we peeked into it. Philosophy, logic, and communist politics. At the Ivy League campus of Yale University, the philosopher Henry Marginot described Laplace's demon as an entire approach to science and philosophy that was now widely questioned. Its historical importance was such that it still pervades all of classical physics and has been eminently fruitful in the development of that science by enabling scientists to predict the future. 65 Marginot used the term Laplace's demon interchangeably with that of omniscient demon. 66 The philosopher had initially been unwilling to give up such a demon and a belief in causality even in light of the new discoveries that came from the quantum realm. A few years later, he would no longer be as certain, and his faith in this demon started wavering. The fact that the postulation of a universal formula, as phrased by Laplace, involves the hypothetical existence of an omniscient demon, explained Marginot, has been considered unsatisfactory by numerous investigators. 67 It was not reason enough to dismiss Laplace's idea entirely. Hence it is not legitimate to say that the demon does not exist or is impossible and therefore reject the proposition. A real criticism, argued the philosopher, should attack its meat and not its form. 68 In later work, Marginot reflected on the use of the word demon. Whether or not this word is appropriate, we shall use it because of its brevity, he wrote, while acknowledging that the demon has been a bone of contention. 69. How Laplace would turn in his grave if he knew what happened to it, wrote Robert Millikan, known for his work on the electron and for following Einstein and Bohr in winning the Nobel Prize. 70 Determinism seemed to be under siege. Demons could be master logicians, perhaps they could even access higher forms of logic than those available to us. For philosophically minded mathematics, the noxious effects of quantum mechanics on the health of Laplace's demons started to show that what seemed logical from one perspective might not be so from another. If it was hard for us to see a logical connection between two things, say A and B, that did not mean that such a connection could not exist. The mathematician Leon Lichtenstein, a distant relative of Norbert Wiener, paired up with André Metz, an ardent critic of Henry Bergson, to rethink the notion of mathematical inference by reference to Laplace's demon. They suggested that steps that seemed complicated or impossible to us might be simple and logical for him. For a being of the genre of Laplace's demon, whose inner visual field could be regarded as unlimited, Lichtenstein and Metz explained, the path between the A statement and the B statement would be shortened in such a way that we would see the starting point and the arrival point coincide. B would be recognized as presenting, as it were, the same meaning as A and, therefore, as obvious. 71. Philosophers had to adapt. In Vienna, the philosopher and political economist Otto Neurath led a group of scientists and philosophers known as the Vienna Circle who were committed to fighting for science. He was among many others who saw Laplace's demon at the center of an entire physical philosophical political program that had characterized the previous century. The creature no longer appeared as credible as it once had. Neither did the hope of creating a rational structure for science based on combining sense data with analytical mathematical principles, a main hope of Neurath and his allies. The fiction of an ideal language constructed from pure atomic sentences, he wrote, is no less metaphysical than the fiction of Laplace's demon, Laplacistian Geist in the original. 72 If that foundation for science faltered, what would take its place? For some scientists and philosophers, the demon's apparent weakness, and possibly even his demise, threw a wrench into their hopes that a unified structure for science and society could be built up logically from sense data, a goal pursued by optimistic logical empiricists and logical positivists. 73. The failure of a causal understanding of nature was deeply felt far beyond scientific laboratories. The Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky, who broke rank and became one of Stalin's strongest opponents during those years, mocked the naive determinism of his political adversaries by reference to Laplace's fancy. Poking fun at humans' ability to determine the future, let alone the future of the Soviet states' attempts to control history through 5-year plans, Trotsky published a short pamphlet titled Soviet Economy in Danger, 1932. If there existed the universal mind that projected itself into the scientific fancy of Laplace, he wrote, such a mind could, of course, draw up a priori of faultless and an exhaustive economic plan, beginning with the number of hectares of wheat and down to the last button for a vest. 74 The problem with Stalinist communism, according to Trotsky, was that it assumed that such a big brother could in fact exist. The adherence by prominent Soviet socialists to a cult of Laplace's being underpinned the techno-scientific optimism of mainstream communism and was often posited as the raison d'etre of collectivization. During those years, the utopian transhumanist thinker Nikolai Fyodorov, often anglicized as Fedorov, became an inspiration to many young socialists. Trotsky and Fyodor Dostoevsky, among others, drew attention to his legacy. Fyodorov's posthumously published Philosophy of Common Task claimed that Laplace's creation could be brought to life if everyone worked together, literally putting their minds to it to collectivize intellectual work. 2 brains might think better than 1, and 3 better than 2, and so on. A collective mind, in this view, would sum up to Laplace's ideal. For the vast intellect able to encompass in one formula the motions both of the largest celestial bodies in the universe and of the tiniest atoms, wrote Fyodorov, nothing would remain unknown, the future as well as the past would be accessible to him. He confidently concluded, the collective mind of all humans working for many generations together would of course be vast enough. All that is needed is concord, multi-unity. 75. Easier said than done. The optimism of the pre-revolutionary days started to wane in light of Stalin's economic and cultural programs and the prosecution of his opponents in what came to be known as the Moscow trials. Trotsky himself had started to lose hope in the new system. In truth, he wrote, the bureaucracy often conceives that just such a mind is at its disposal, that is why it so easily frees itself from the control of the market and of Soviet democracy. But in reality the bureaucracy errs frightfully. 76 such mistakes were used to argue against democracy and to justify the complete control of the economy by the state. Armed with a critique of Laplace's mind, Trotsky started to contest the basic principles of communism and to argue for the need for a partial restoration of capitalism, pleading mercifully for deregulation. Current Laplacian-inspired blueprints for the future of communism, he claimed, were off. It was hard, if not impossible, to plan for the future, and the culprit, according to Trotsky, had been Laplace's dangerous idea. Trotsky would soon be murdered while in exile in Mexico. For more than a century, Laplace's being had embodied the ideal of a certain type of causal knowledge. He motivated hopes that one day we might know it all by collectivizing thought in a way that inspired revolutionaries and conservatives alike. But quantum indeterminism and uncertainty posed challenges to the vision he represented. His weakness in the context of new quantum-level experiments worried scientists and philosophers alike. For half a century, Maxwell's creature had represented a new way of understanding intelligence and a kind of progress that was compatible with Laplace's, but even better. This demon showed scientists the possibility of escaping the fatalism of a state of increasing loss. But as scientists analyzed him in detail, they noticed evident limitations that were as disappointing as they were disquieting. As fascism spread throughout Europe, scientists continued to hope that learning more about these two demons might show scientists how to build a better world, while new research into the quantum world led scientists to consider the possible existence of other demons that acted in previously unthought of ways. Atomic energy. On January 29, 1933, the New York Times ran a dramatic headline for a story on new research on atomic energy, predicts utilizing of atomic energy. President Compton of MIT declares science now ready to harness vast force, high voltage ion as tool. He cites generator experiments delivering as high as 10 million volts, but relies on chemistry. He looks to laboratory process to liberate atom for increased power output. The following day, on January 30, 1933, a follow-up article authored by Carl Compton was published in the Technology Review and Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. Einstein would soon emigrate, resettling at Princeton University with a position at the Institute for Advanced Studies. His two Hungarian friends also left. Newman had left for Princeton earlier that year, and Szilard moved to England before emigrating to America. Throughout the next months, the New York Times ran stunning headlines about transmutation and radioactivity, claiming that the cyclotron used to smash atoms and particles into each other to create these effects was the new miracle worker of science, the most powerful cannon yet found for liberating relatively enormous stores of energy locked up in the inner core of the atom. 77 The clever mechanical engines and explosives of the 19th century proved to be no match for radioactive substances. The popular press enthusiastically covered articles in Nature and the Physical Review that described the exciting possibilities for creating potentially unlimited sources of energy and stores of precious materials, such as gold, by forcing atoms and subatomic particles to crash into each other. During those years the biologist J.B.S. Haldane, a militant atheist known for his pioneering work in genetics, described scientific experimentation as a method safe from the actions of creatures associated with religion or myth. When I set up an experiment I assume that no god, angel, or devil is going to interfere with its course, he wrote. 78 Similar thoughts were voiced by Arthur Eddington during his spring messenger lectures to students at Cornell University. If tomorrow I find ice instead of boiling water in the kettle, he told his audience, probably I shall exclaim the devil's in it, even though, he said, I do not believe that devils interfere with cooking arrangements or other experimental proceedings. 79 Eddington believed that in most cases, especially if one considered an expanding universe. Improbable simply meant impossible. Chance effects averaged themselves out so that the regular course of nature ruled the world. While boiling kettles were mostly safe from demonic intervention, Eddington found other more vulnerable access points. Particularly worrisome for Eddington was the possibility of eternal recurrence. If we wait long enough, he speculated, a number of atoms will, just by chance, arrange themselves as the atoms are now arranged in this room, and, just by chance, the same sound waves will come from one of the systems of atoms as are now emerging from my lips. They will strike other systems of atoms arranged, just by chance, to resemble you, and in the same stages of attention or somnolence 80. Eddington imagined himself giving his lecture over and over again, caught in a recurrent cosmic nightmare in 1934. His own delivery of the present course of messenger lectures will repeat itself many times over an infinite number of times. In fact, before t reaches infinity, he warned his listeners. 81 Additionally, Maxwell's demon could play a selective role in key cases. More importantly, natural equilibrium did have an adversary in man. The mind of man, explained Eddington, in virtue of its conscious purpose, must play to some extent the part of Maxwell's sorting demon. What could be done by this creature, whose role man frequently took on? Being a sorting agent, he is the embodiment of anti-chance, Eddington concluded. 82 Like many other scientists of that period, he was concerned about how Maxwell's demon abilities were modified by quantum effects. I have sometimes wondered, he wrote, whether it would not be possible to baffle Maxwell's sorting demon by one of the modern developments of atomic physics, viz. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Try as hard as he might, the astronomer was unable to find a way to strengthen the current limitations of his micro-sorting abilities. I am afraid the demon is too clever for me, he concluded. 83. Roosevelt as the Maxwell Demon of America. Newspaper headlines about the world-changing potential of radioactivity were followed by headlines covering Carl Compton's most recent thoughts about demons. When he took the podium at the American Academy for the Advancement of Science, AAAS, the New York Times covered the scientist's presentation. 84 Compton compared the President of the United States, the paper reported, to Maxwell's demon. We may call President Roosevelt the Maxwell Demon of America. 85 Compton was not the first to think of someone holding high office in terms of the demon. The imaginative Henry Adams had considered such a possibility much earlier. Yet what had once been highly speculative was now science policy. Compton's Science and Prosperity speech was published as an article in the journal Science, in a version that differed slightly from the one reported by the New York Times. Instead of referring to President Roosevelt directly, Compton focused on the powers of the federal government more generally. We may call the federal government the Maxwell Demon of America, he wrote. 86 The elder Compton brother aimed to achieve results at the level of humans in society similar to those accomplished by machines at the atomic level. We must realize that society, he urged, like a gas, is chaotic and powerless if its human molecules, like gas molecules, have complete independence. 87. Compton's concerns in those years centered on planning for the use and exploitation of natural resources in land minerals, timber, and water. 88 He aimed his message at the Agricultural Adjustment Administration, the Tennessee Valley Authority, the Federal Aviation Commission, and a score of other federal institutions. He knew well the catastrophe facing the Pine Belt east of the Cascade Mountains, the problems caused by draining the Mississippi River Valley for arable farmland, the water shortages in California, and the nationwide crisis caused by soil erosion. The president of MIT sought to employ the lessons of Maxwell's demon to become a little more civilized and fight against the forces of decay. Human affairs, if left to themselves, he argued, tend toward chaos. For this reason, he advocated for strong interventionist policies, since a business organization, if left without a guiding hand, becomes a disorganized business. A farm, if left to itself, becomes a wilderness. An economic policy of let nature take her course leads inevitably to economic chaos. Physics and the physics of Maxwell's demon in particular provided him with ideas for how to better society. It is a significant fact that, in physical science, only one way has ever been suggested by which the tendency toward chaos can be circumvented. There is only one way to beat the second law of thermodynamics. It was Maxwell who showed how this might be done in the case of molecules of a gas through the agency of a hypothetical intelligent being, who has been dubbed Maxwell's demon and who, separates the fast from the slow molecules of a gas, which in nature remain mixed together. 89. The same mechanisms that could lead us to create a sound environment could also lead to the development of a sound population, he argued. The problem of hereditary weaknesses, in his accounting, was the second largest problem next to environmental problems. The physicist told his listeners that the number of defectives runs into the hundreds of thousands. These defectives, he asserted, constitute one of the greatest drains on our economic resources. The welfare of the race requires their elimination, argued Compton. But how? His answer was clear: by such means as have been found successful in repressing undesirable or developing desirable physical and mental traits in domesticated animals. 90. The freedom of man. As Karl Compton took on ever more prominent public roles in higher education, science administration, and government, his brother Arthur was busy creating new laboratory experiments to understand science's demons even better. The two brothers had been raised in a devoutly Christian family with a father who was a Presbyterian minister and a mother, born a Mennonite, who worked for the church's missionary society. While Karl lectured publicly about demons, the younger Arthur started to frame the debate between quantum mechanics and relativity as depending on the possible existence of photon-fiddling or electron-fiddling demons. In a 1935 co-authored article, known as EPR after the initials of its authors Einstein, Boris Podolsky, and Nathan Rosen, Einstein published his strongest statement against prevailing interpretations of quantum mechanics. He and his colleagues argued that current explanations positing an essential indeterminism in nature based on the non-locality of particles and their entanglement when separated at a distance were incomplete. A year later, he would describe action at a distance affects entangled particles separated from each other affecting each other as spooky, spukhaft, in a letter to Born. 91. If nothing else explained this strange behavior, scientists might have to accept it as a violation of the limits Einstein had placed on the speed of light. The old demon of chance that Laplace had chased away appeared strong, and the superfast colleague of Maxwell's demon might come back to science. Compton directly confronted Einstein's arguments in The Freedom of Man, 1935. He criticized the physicist's accusations of incompleteness head-on. Einstein, while admitting the correctness of our present quantum mechanics, has recently called attention to an apparent incompleteness in this theory of the world. 92. Compton insisted that the strong support of Einstein's position was due to the intellectual inertia of those long schooled in the classical tradition. 93. Finding himself partly responsible for this dramatic reversal of the physicist's point of view, he decided to argue for the opposite side. He would declare himself in favor of Bohr's Copenhagen interpretation that espoused a belief in an essential indeterminism in nature. 94. Einstein, according to Compton, was simply wrong. To buttress his claims, Compton devised an ingenious while perhaps somewhat fantastic thought experiment based on the double-slit experiment that bothered Einstein so much. He compared the subatomic particles going through the slits to rifle bullets shot at a distant target. 95. The comparison was fitting. It not only permitted scientists to think of subatomic particles by reference to classical physics, but also illustrated the new ways in which subatomic particles were being used to bombard atoms into new radioactive elements. His example included the possible actions of an intervening daemon in the system. 96. One of the most baffling results of the double-slit experiment was that scientists could not determine which slit a particular electron or photon would go through without affecting the system. When they ran one experiment with only a single slit open, they could find individual particles going through it. But when they ran it again with two slits open, they found these particles going through both slits evenly and acting in a wave-like fashion. We might predict the average result of many trials, explained Compton, but no conceivable physical experiment could tell us where a particular electron would be at a definite time in the future. 97 In his view, the result was truly a matter of chance. That is what we mean by saying that the law of causality does not hold. Knowledge of the initial conditions does not enable us to predict what will happen, for with the same initial conditions we cannot consistently produce the same effect. 98 To believe otherwise was tantamount to believing that a demon could control them and that the demon controlling the shutter might be conscious of their qualities. Yet unless this demon could be found, scientists had no justification for speaking about strict causality in nature. Yet if these demons' qualities cannot be revealed by experiment, it makes no experimental, that is, physical, difference whether they exist or not. His conclusion was trenchant. Thus it is a physical principle that the law of causality must be abandoned. 99 Einstein could simply not let go of the feeling that they must be overlooking something that would make prediction possible in the case of the two slits. 100 Compton was eager to dismiss his position by claiming that they seemed to hold on to a belief in daemons which our experiments cannot reveal. 101 What was most alarming about Compton's conclusions was that although he did not believe in daemons who could bring determinism to the world of subatomic particles, he did not rule out the possibility of other kinds of demons who were intervening in the double-slit experiment. Compton considered them smart enough to operate in a way that would make these imps impossible to detect. They were not working behind the scenes to maintain a causal universe. Rather, they used the appearance of causality in nature as a cover for their covert actions. All they needed to do was to keep the overall probability of their actions interfering with each of the two slits at a 50-50 ratio. In his view, the way things occurred on average should not lead scientists to neglect the peaks and the troughs. Fluctuations, no matter how small, could be rigged to the macroscopic world, making the effects of these demons noticeable. Compton's thought experiment consisted in envisioning one of the two slits connected to an explosive device ready to go off the moment a particle passed through it. Undetectable demons, he explained, might know where a single photon was heading and intervene. The daemon controlling the shutter might consider a photon which would enter the photoelectric cell that would result in exploding the dynamite a bad photon, and one which would enter the cell where it would prevent the catastrophe a good photon, he explained. Being directly conscious of these non-physical characteristics which will determine their direction, the daemon may then close the shutter to all approaching bad photons until a good photon has passed through and saved the day. Compton continued by asking, has the daemon in this way contravened any physical laws? The answer was no. It is not necessary that the daemon should produce any physical action. A choice of a single event does not disturb the statistical probability of emission, he wrote in a footnote. 102 Nothing in the science of his day, he argued, could demonstrate the inexistence of such a stealthily undetectable demon. Under the conditions as described, however, only an individual event is determined by a daemon, and the statistical equilibrium is unaffected. Thus, the intervention of the daemon is physically undetectable. That is, the action has occurred according to physical laws, in spite of the fact that the course of the event was not governed by chance but was determined by the whim of a demon. 103 Chance, according to Compton, was the perfect invisibility cloak for quantum demons' whims, a perfect alibi. These demons did not have powers typically ascribed to Laplaces. They would not lead back to Laplacian determinism at a fundamental level. They were in a sense more masterful, as they could sometimes act unpredictably as long as they acted predictably most of the time. Compton cited the famous passage by Laplace about an intelligent being who at a given instant knew all the forces animating nature and for whom nothing would be uncertain, as the future as well as the past would be present to his eyes. 104 Because of quantum mechanics no physicist could now subscribe to Laplace's thesis. 105 What they should be focusing on, he insisted, was other daemons who could act surreptitiously at key moments to amplify the uncertainties of the quantum universe. To make a further point about the common mistake of considering the universe, including the decisions made by humans, deterministic, Compton explained how his thought experiment could be easily implemented in practice. He set the scene by taking his readers to a typical laboratory running the double-slit experiment. A scientist could decide when to go out for lunch depending on the path chosen by the photon. He decides that when the next photon enters photocell A he will go home. When it does, he stops his experiment, picks up his hat, and departs. 106 The timing of the lunch hour would be at the mercy of a completely statistical event. But who or what was really making the decision? Compton did not rule out the possibility that a physically undetectable demon might be in charge. It was not only lunchtime that could be at stake. The possibility that humans were reacting in prescribed ways in anticipation of events whose exact underlying operating processes remained hidden from them was terrifying, more so to some than to others during those years, when Hitler was in charge of the mighty German army. Compton, ever the devout Christian, understood the possible actions of demons in the context of quantum mechanics as proof that nothing in science prevented us from considering man an agent who could act, within statistical limits, according to his free will and conscience. 107. Schrödinger's demon box. By the summer of 1935, Einstein had dived deep into debates about explosive rigged quantum experiments in conversations with the Austrian Erwin Schrödinger, quantum mechanics' most controversial rising star. Almost a decade earlier, he had developed the famous Schrödinger equation to describe the behavior of nature at quantum levels, using the Greek symbol psi for it. At the time of his correspondence with Einstein, Schrödinger started wondering about what went on inside a box considered to be a diabolical device or hell machine, Hallenmaschine. 108 In it a living being, such as the now famous cat who carries his name, could be trapped with a poison whose release would be triggered by one of these particles. In one interpretation of his hell machine, scientists believed that the cat might lie in a new indeterminate half-dead and half-alive state of being tied to the particle's ambiguous existence. In another interpretation, they thought that it might simply be that not enough was known about the particle responsible for the cat's life to ascertain whether it was dead or alive. Einstein's and Schrödinger's experiments featuring rigged atomic particles were as violent as Compton's, although crueler. In a letter to Schrödinger, Einstein made it patently clear that even in light of his failure to combat the prevailing interpretations of quantum mechanics, he would continue to look for still hidden or overlooked causes that would return scientific explanations to the track of determinism. He disagreed with those who interpreted experimental results as evidence for non-locality and who made the claim ridiculous in Einstein's opinion that something could be simultaneously exploded and not exploded. Through no art of interpretation, he concluded, could this be turned into an adequate description of a real state of affairs. 109. Schrödinger was at the right time and place to consider these questions. 110 He had secured funding for a sabbatical from Imperial Chemical Industries, the British industrial powerhouse that produced poison gas, explosives, and radioactive weapons. The company had given him a 2-year sabbatical position, which afforded him the leisure to write this article. 111. Schrödinger used his time to imagine how a Geiger counter, an instrument used to measure radioactive decay, could be adapted to release a poison into a closed chamber. A signal of radioactive decay could make a shutter go off, setting off a hammer in motion to break a flask containing cyanide. The chances of the poison spreading thus depended on the chances of a particle decaying. There is a tiny bit of radioactive substance, so small, that perhaps in the course of 1 hour one of the atoms decays, but also, with equal probability, perhaps none, he wrote. If it happens, the counter tube discharges and through a relay releases a hammer which shatters a small flask of cyanide. He then imagined a feline caged in the box. The chances of the flask shattering and the cat dying were thus exactly the same chances of radioactive decay. The chances of the atom's decay could only be known probabilistically, and the cat's fate could only be known to that same uncertain degree. The function of the entire system would express this by having in it the living and the dead cat, pardon the expression, mixed or smeared out in equal parts. 112 The physically spread out, half-living, half-dead cat represented, in scientists' lingo, non-locality as well as uncertainty. In another letter to Einstein, Schrödinger described his diabolical device again and the smeared-out existence of the feline. This time, the example he used was that of decaying uranium. Confined in a steel chamber is a Geiger counter prepared with a tiny amount of uranium, Schrödinger wrote, so small that in the next hour it is just as probable to expect one atomic decay as none. An amplified relay provides that the first atomic decay shatters a small bottle of prussic acid. This and cruelly a cat is also trapped in the steel chamber. 113. Laplace's demon assistants. In the same year when Compton's account of the possibility of new demons who acted on the quantum level was published and Einstein and Schrödinger were corresponding about hellish machines with caged felines, the mathematician Greet Hermann published a groundbreaking essay about the bizarre implications of the orthodox interpretation of quantum mechanics. Although largely overlooked at that time, years later the essay would be remembered as one of the earliest and smartest challenges to Newman's proof against the possibility of hidden variables. If Hermann was right, the universe might function according to deterministic laws after all. Hermann was a rarity. She had completed her PhD in Göttingen with the mathematician Emmy Noether, earning sterling credentials in male-dominated fields. Werner Heisenberg, whose seminars she attended, wrote admiringly of how the young philosopher Greet Hermann came to Leipzig for the express purpose of challenging the philosophical basis of atomic physics. Heisenberg considered her a fabulously clever woman. 114. Hermann's work opened with a strong description of the idea of the Laplacian demon as a being who has complete knowledge of the present state of nature, who oversees all laws of nature, and who can predict the future course of events on the basis of this knowledge. 115. She elaborated on her thoughts in a section titled Das Ende de Laplace's Chen Daemons. 116. Hermann was not convinced that the formalism of quantum mechanics required ruling out the possibility that yet unknown or hidden properties would one day be found, and that these would resurrect the old ideal of determinism associated with Laplace. The future, she insisted, remained open on this very question. But with what right does it anticipate future research and declare the attempt to try to find such features moot from the start, she asked. 117. Hermann fought against the interpretations of her colleagues who willingly celebrated the death of Laplace's demon. The old ideal of physics tied to research aiming to constantly work one's way beyond any limit to reach the clairvoyance of Laplace's demon has not been abandoned without a struggle, she asserted. 118. Most of Hermann's colleagues had tried to make that demon into a phantom that did not exist. It is no longer the unattained ideal that is nevertheless to be aspired at beyond all limits, she wrote, but proves to be a phantom that has been rejected through the progress of experience as a construct not corresponding to nature. 119. She disagreed. In her conclusion, she argued that this phantom was not contradicted at all. 120. Endangered by her socialist sympathies, Hermann would soon have to flee Nazi Germany. She moved to Denmark before going to Paris and then London. She was not done, however, with writing about demons in science. She would return to the subject after the war. During the years leading up to World War II, scientists continued in many other publications to express their understanding of quantum mechanics by reference to demons. In a letter to the editor of Nature, one writer explained that uncertainty relations could be thought of as the work of a new type of demon who moved particles faster than any of the others. Planck's constant and Heisenberg's uncertainty relations might result from the handiwork of a mischievous new imp that did not let you measure a particle's momentum when you tried to measure its position. Like a deft magician moving dice inside two upside-down cups, you just could never know how many dice were in the second cup after peeking into the first. The writer reported that a prominent physicist recently invoked Maxwell's demon in illustration of the uncertainty principle by describing a little creature playing with the momentum and position of a particle as if on a magician's mat. Let us call forth the demon again and place him in the rectangle, where he may displace the point to another position. The play area of the demon was none other than h delta p delta x, where h was a factor of Planck's constant. Free to act fiendishly in that range, this act of devilment on the part of the imp corresponded to no physical change, as none could ever be measured or detected at human scale. 121. In the context of these investigations, philosophers continued to adjust their understanding of the universe. The philosopher Ernst Cassirer opened his Determinismus und Indeterminismus in der modernen Physik with a chapter arguing that scientific objectivity no longer needed to be based on the old ideals of absolute certainty derived from Laplace's Geist. I begin with the image of Laplace's Geist, he wrote, not because I regard this connection as logically appropriate or even as particularly apt psychologically, but for exactly the opposite reason. By then Laplace's demon was an obligatory starting point. In all the discussions of the general problem of causality raised by the present state of atomic physics, the image coined by Laplace has played an important, indeed decisive role, he explained. 122 Indeed, with Laplace's and Maxwell's creatures in mind, scientists from all over Europe and North America poured over the vast stores of accumulated scientific knowledge, hoping to understand this new land of opportunity, solve the world's energy problems, or at the very least win the war. Even lowly librarians could be enlisted in an entropy-reducing mission, as clearly the classifying librarian fulfills the function of a sorter at the post office. He is a generalized Maxwell demon, defying the disorderly tendencies of the second law of thermodynamics. 123. A mythological superbeing. By the late 1930s, prominent physicists and chemists had turned their attention fully to the study of radioactive substances, mainly radium and uranium. The physicist Ernest Lawrence, working at UC Berkeley with Gilbert Newton Lewis, found a way to accelerate particles and bombard them against all kinds of new targets. Soon enough, radioactive elements fell in our laps as though we were shaking apples off a tree, recalled a physicist employed at Lawrence's cyclotron. 124 More and more scientists, most prominently among them Otto Hahn, Lisa Meitner, and Enrico Fermi, started to investigate what happened when atomic and subatomic particles collide with each other. When physicists used neutrons as bullets, they noticed that 2 neutrons were released from inside atoms for every single neutron shot at it, along with stores of energy. If one of the released neutrons was reutilized, it could in turn be used to release another 2. The result could be exponential. Perhaps no one was better prepared to pursue this train of thought than Leo Szilard. The physicist quickly realized the possibilities of a 2 for the price of 1 equation. From then on, he would think obsessively about the possibility of creating a chain reaction. How could he do it? Neutrons behaved so differently from ordinary particles. You could produce neutrons, he explained during a public lecture, but you could not collect them in any bottle because, having no charge, the neutrons would pass through the walls of the bottle. 125. In January 1938, Szilard emigrated to America. He immediately set to work on nuclear fission, collaborating with Fermi, who had fled Benito Mussolini's Italy. A few months later, on March 12, 1938, the Nazis marched into Vienna. That same month Fermi and Szilard proved that it was possible to create a fission nuclear chain reaction using uranium. The following fall, Compton once again lectured about demons in quantum mechanics and about God in science. In prestigious lectures delivered at the University of North Carolina, he introduced his favorite cast of characters, demons who could go faster than atomic particles to prevent or cause an explosion and demons who could never be detected by experiments. While he insisted that the intervention of the daemon is physically undetectable, he once again explained that their actions hid behind statistical regularities, that is, the action has occurred strictly according to physical laws, in spite of the fact that the course of the event was not governed by chance but was determined by the whim of a daemon. 126 According to Compton, these undetectable quantum-level effects could be immensely consequential when amplified. Living organisms, he argued, acted like an amplifier of very great power which may be set in operation by events on a scale comparable with the elementary events which we know to be indeterminate. 127 He turned as well to Laplace's absurd idea of an intelligent being who was capacious enough to know everything. After reviewing the contributions of Heisenberg and the principle of uncertainty, Compton forcefully insisted that no physicist could now subscribe to Laplace's thesis. 128. The summer after the invasion of Poland and the declaration of war against Germany by France and England, Szilard drafted a letter together with Eugene Wigner, his colleague and childhood friend from Hungary who had studied with Newman. They urged Einstein to sign the letter as well, and to find a way to get it to the president. Warning President Roosevelt about the possibility that a bomb could be built with radioactive material, the letter described what could be the production of large quantities of new radium-like elements with vast amounts of power. A single bomb of this type, they wrote, might very well destroy the whole port together with some of the surrounding territory. Moreover, some of the American work on uranium, they claimed, is now being repeated in Germany. 129 The President of the United States was briefed on the contents of the Einstein-Szilard-Wigner letter on October 11, 1939. In his polite response, Roosevelt said that he would convene a committee to explore the military uses of uranium further. The Harvard professor Percy Bridgman had an idea. Decades earlier, he had become famous for developing a no-nonsense philosophy known as operationalism, which argued that complex physical concepts could be purged from some of the most mysterious interpretations attached to them if only physicists would focus simply on the results of measurement operations. But things had changed since those halcyon days, and quantum mechanics posed new challenges to Bridgman's approach. In his book The Nature of Thermodynamics, 1941, Bridgman explained that scientists were unsatisfactorily met by the pious hope that for some inscrutable reason no demon would ever be able to crash the gate of our laboratories. He gave one evocative illustration of the changing state of affairs: by the use of a Geiger counter and amplifier, a battleship may be destroyed by a single radioactive disintegration. 130 Radioactivity had revived the old dream of circumventing the second law. Today, when it is so easy to conjure the capricious happenings of the atomic world, it was again necessary to consider the question of whether a sufficiently ingenious combination of means now in our control might violate the second law on a commercially profitable scale. 131 One place where the demon was clearly visible, Bridgman noted, was in Brownian motion effects, which made it possible to actually see fluctuation phenomena which are the basis of operations by the demon. He too considered how these random effects could be put to profitable use when combined with the new forces coming from atoms. By then, the experimental practice of detecting decaying radioactive particles using Geiger tubes and amplifiers was commonplace, and nobody doubted the real-world consequences of quantum phenomena. It is possible, wrote Bridgman, to bring up these small-scale things to the control of the events of ordinary life. 132. In his physics text, Bridgman discussed the use of the mental experiment by scientists, which he considered an important operation, which is a kind of hybrid between paper and pencil operations and actual experiments. The one featuring Maxwell and his demon, according to Bridgman, was not entirely resolved. 133. The Demon Team. In light of the continuing press coverage about the potential uses of new radioactive sources of energy, Carl Compton decided that the National Defense Research Council should take a second look at the possibility of building a new type of weapon. The council hired his brother Arthur to undertake the research. Within a few months of looking into the matter, the younger Compton concluded that a full effort toward making atomic bombs is essential to the safety of the nation and the free world. 134 By the following fall, fully convinced of its urgency, he communicated his concerns to his brother and Carl's well-placed coterie. Arthur Compton's report was handed over to President Roosevelt on November 27, 1941. A few days later, on December 6, the President responded with the news that he had procured several $1 million for the initial 6 months of work on building an atomic bomb, and he promised practically unlimited funds for continuing work. 135 The Manhattan Project was set in motion. The next day the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. Carl Compton joined both the National Defense Research Council and the Secretary of War's Scientific Advisory Committee. Arthur would head the laboratory in Chicago, becoming Oppenheimer's boss before the latter was appointed head of the Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico. When the time came to start work on the weapon, Arthur hired Szilard as chief physicist, and Newman was put to work calculating implosion mechanisms for the bomb that would maximize its damage. Both Compton brothers were usually present at the interim committee meetings that led to the use of the weapon. Meetings in which Carl participated as a member were often attended by Arthur as an invited scientist. 4 years later, in the spring of 1945, chemical engineers from the Hanford reactor in Washington state handed off to the assembly team in New Mexico enough material to start building a bomb. Although working at full speed, scientists and engineers had been unable to complete the weapon before Germany surrendered. Did that mean that the Americans should stop working on the bomb? One lone wolf decided to quit and leave the ranch. The rest continued to work after Armistice Day, with the same urgency as before. War was still raging in the Far East. Why not use the bomb on Japan? Perhaps the target for this expensive packet of radioactive material could be shifted some degrees eastward. The atomic bomb might be a Frankenstein which would eat us up, worried Secretary of War Henry Stimson in his private diary a few days after Germany capitulated. 136 He was left to consider what to do with the new weapon and how to justify the billions that had been spent on it. Arthur Compton, sitting on the scientific advisory committee that had recommended military use of the bomb, assented to its use against Japan. He signed the top-secret recommendation of June 16, 1945, on the immediate use of nuclear weapons. Newman was chosen to help select the perfect cities to destroy. Truman approved their recommendation 1 day later. Szilard, who had developed misgivings about the weapon, tried unsuccessfully to prevent the dropping of the bomb by American bombers without prior warning to the Japanese. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed on August 6 and 9, 1945. Technical research into science's demons had paid off generously. Right after the destruction of the two Japanese cities, the U.S. government released a single official report describing what up to then had been the secret technology that these scientists had helped create. The outcome, wholesale destruction of two large cities, appeared so demonic that the report considered whether some devil had inspired an evil scientist to create such a weapon. The answer was no. This weapon has been created not by the devilish inspiration of some warped genius but by the arduous labor of thousands of normal men and women working for the safety of their country. 137 The report was authored by Carl Compton's Princeton colleague and the co-author of their Mechanical Maxwell Demon paper, Henry DeWolf Smith. Smith described the research effort in terms of the scientific topics that had interested him since those early years. The first page of the official report recounted the principle of conservation of energy, which since its formulation had been the plague of inventors of perpetual motion machines. 138 The discovery of nuclear power had cast doubt on the most cherished laws of the conservation of mass and energy, he continued, by showing how one could be transformed into the other. If this is stated in actual numbers, its startling character is apparent. 139 1 kilogram, in theory, could liberate 25 billion kilowatt-hours of energy, enough to provide all of the electricity used by the entire United States for almost 2 months. The bomb was frequently described in terms of perpetual motion and thermodynamics, but also with reference to ghosts, demons, and the devil. These descriptions were not only metaphorically suggestive but technically correct. When Heisenberg heard the news of the bombings after his capture, he had been rounded up and taken to the Farmhall M16 safe house in England, where the British secretly eavesdropped with hidden microphones. He replied that had they produced and dropped such a bomb they would certainly have been executed as war criminals, having made the most devilish thing imaginable. 140. Leo Szilard, in one of his most important public lectures on the bomb, explained his view of the history of its creation. While the first successful alchemist was undoubtedly God, I sometimes wonder whether the second successful alchemist may not have been the devil himself. 141 Richard Feynman, also employed at Los Alamos, would describe the Manhattan Project experiments with dangerous radioactive isotopes as tickling the dragon's tail. 142 Back at Los Alamos, scientists kept experimenting with the nuclear material they had prepared in case a third bomb was needed. When an accident killed a second American, the first one had died from a previous accident, scientists started to informally refer to the 14-pound plutonium sphere of fissionable material left over at Los Alamos as the Demon Core. The year following the end of hostilities, Einstein referred to the scientific questions that kept him up at night as problem demons, problem Teufel. 143 The physicist had been even less able to fend off the challenges that quantum mechanics posed to science than he was in trying to stall the challenges that atomic energy posed to the world. In an article on the scattering of X-ray photons published in the American Journal of Physics, 1946, Compton described a typical example of an event marked by quantum uncertainty, the explosion of the atomic bomb. Quantum uncertainty, in his view, had affected not only microparticles but all of humanity. The bomb had not been created or used ex nihilo. Scientists and top-level government officials, including Compton and his brother, had been essential to the project. Human actions are themselves examples of such events, Compton explained, and were no more predictable than the direction of a particular X-ray photon that scatters when it falls upon a block of graphite. 144 Compton would continue to understand quantum mechanics in terms of the vital human problem of freedom and vice versa. Building the bomb had been hard. In his view, his perception of that effort was not an illusory side effect, it reflected the exercise of his free will. In his article, Compton chastised Laplace for launching an intellectual fashion that denied freedom of action. Yet, in light of the development of the bomb, he added, it is perhaps pertinent to say, however, that no longer should a physicist try to argue, as Laplace might well have done, that effort to achieve a result can have no meaning. 145. Laplace, wrote Compton, points out that a being with knowledge and understanding of the present state of the world, knowing the position and motion of each of its particles, would know both the past and the future as if they were present. 146 But his research had shown that the direction in which photons would scatter was essentially unpredictable. Where would they go? No refinement of our experiments is in principle capable of making this direction predictable. Laplace's demon, already nearly vanquished, suffered even more in the wake of the bomb's large mushroom clouds. Compton rehearsed the usual arguments that explained why quantum unpredictability was largely invisible to us, how it disappeared in the aggregate. Even if on the whole the disappearance of quantum effects left behind a pattern, its predictability was simply a cover for cloak and dagger operations at a fundamental level. For these reasons, quantum uncertainty should never be discounted as unimportant. What is overlooked is that many large-scale events are based at some stage upon processes on a very minute scale. Something as dramatic as the atomic bomb could be set off by something tiny, such as by the capture of a neutron that has in turn been released by some radioactive process. Moreover, these tiny effects could arise indeterministically throughout human activity. Freely created causes at the quantum scale could end up causing evil and good at the human level. What some considered inevitable might not be so. 147. Back when he first wrote about demons, Compton had used the example of a single photon landing on a photocell and triggering sticks of dynamite to describe how microscopic laws could cause macroscopic effects. Little more than a decade later, his main example was no longer theoretical or speculative. Instead of photons landing on photocells, he described neutrons aimed at other neutrons in neutron-heavy elements that triggered a chain reaction setting off a nuclear bomb. The theme of technology as a type of demon colored many scientific accounts during those years, particularly in Western Germany, in publications ranging from political commentary to apocalyptic fiction. 148 Max Born, in his recollections of those fateful years, explained that since the days of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the atom has become a ghost gespenst threatening us with annihilation. He wrote, "We summoned the ghost ourselves. It served us faithfully for a while, but now it has become insubordinate." 149. 7. Cybernetic metastable demons. Most of the machines we take for granted today were developed in the immediate aftermath of World War II. They included self-governing electronic circuits that automatically took information from the environment and adjusted themselves to changes. They were central to the area of science and engineering called cybernetics, a term derived from the Greek word for governing and popularized by the MIT mathematician Norbert Wiener in his best-selling book Cybernetics, or Control and Communication in the Animal and the Machine, 1948. In it, Wiener referred to these machines as demons. 1. These demons could be organic or mechanical. Humans could act like them, or they could form part of larger systems of concatenated demons. The mathematician argued that their behavior was characterized by activities such as opening or closing switches, directing steering wheels, turning dials, and adjusting levers. Wiener described demons as metastable, that is, they were sturdy enough to be practically useful but would one day cease to function. Some demons were as big as the economy, while others were as small as a single nucleotide inside a cell. They had the power to create productive imbalances by combining the rule-following powers of Laplace's demon with the ability of Maxwell's to adjust to new conditions. Innovators attempted to build more of them, furnishing computers with not only larger memories but also sensors, such as cameras and input devices, keyboards, mouses, and touch screens, so that they could react, adapt, and learn. These demons became prominent in the early days of electronic appliances, programmable computers, and robots, when scientists and engineers joined forces to enable humans and machines to interact more seamlessly with each other and with the world. The decades after World War II proved to be particularly fertile for the study and development of demons. References to them became scientist soup du jour, a veritable lingua franca used across fields. If the war had been the right time for studying quantum demons, the post-war period was the moment to build new demon-demon combinations. "I am thinking of something much more important than bombs," announced John von Neumann soon after returning to Princeton from Los Alamos. "I am thinking about computers too." Computers had played essential roles in World War II. In the hands of cryptologists, among them Alan Turing, they had been used to crack the Germans' Enigma machine, generated ciphers. They were also useful for helping scientists with the complex calculations needed to model nuclear reactions and explosions. After the war, computers would take on even bigger roles. To succeed, computers would have to change. One scientist in particular, the MIT mathematician Norbert Wiener, had a brilliant new plan for them. What if scientists started designing machines that would get the best out of Laplace's demon and combine it with the best qualities of Maxwell's creature? New robots and automata would be endowed with the abilities of both. Wiener sketched out the main idea behind cybernetics in an ambitious lecture given in 1946. He considered the machines that had been built in the past with a certain disdain. "They are blind and deaf and perform their predestined dance." The machines of the future, some of which Wiener helped invent, would be anything but deaf and blind. These machines would be furnished with sense organs that could react. They would not simply follow instructions and produce predetermined outcomes. They had been developed and tested during World War II, with astounding success. The proximity fuse, which explodes a shell when the radar waves sent out by it are reflected by the target plane, explained Wiener, is a sense organ in the strictest meaning of the word. The war ended before most of Wiener's ideas could be successfully implemented, but the framework for new kinds of machines was in place. The Battle of Britain had tested the nerves of the bravest commanders. London burned, sirens wailed, and women and children took cover in subway stations and shelters. The superiority of German air power appeared to be undeniable from the sky, and to anyone looking up at German planes from the ground, it seemed like the war would be won only if someone took them down. As a young man during the war, Wiener had worked on ballistic calculations at the U.S. Army Proving Grounds in Maryland. At that time, he noticed that a daredevil pilot's zigzagging motions resembled those of Brownian motion particles. Chasing a pilot with a gun was not easy, but it was slightly easier than trying to track Brownian motion particles. In tackling the movement of the world's most talented pilots as a mathematical problem with a theoretical limit, Wiener made important contributions to the mathematics of random motion and nonlinear dynamics. Observing events in Europe unfolding from his MIT office across the Atlantic, Wiener nervously wondered how he could help. One winter day in 1940, he knocked on the door of his boss and offered him a brilliant idea. Soon thereafter, the National Defense Research Committee accepted his proposal and gave him a budget of $2,325 and the services of a talented graduate assistant, Julian Bigelow. A few months later, they submitted their first report, Analysis of the Flight Path Prediction Problem, and started working on a new machine immodestly called the Predictor. Wiener and Bigelow's work would become the foundation for cybernetics. Their new machine did more than just crunch out numbers given to it. It adapted according to the feedback it received. The machine would calculate, measure, and recalculate, before starting the process again until it got it right. It would learn by trial and error and improve every chance it got. To illustrate the talents of the predictor, Wiener constructed a version of it that projected a light spot moving randomly on a screen. He then created a follower to chase the light spot automatically until it hit the moving target. His self-learning light spot chasing servo mechanism, which in theory could go after any target, learned from its successes and failures. The following fall semester at MIT, Wiener demonstrated the new machine in a classroom, projecting on a screen a follower and a target engaging in a game of tag. Wiener and his assistant gathered all the data they could get from the anti-aircraft artillery board at Camp Davis and from the Aberdeen proving grounds about the behavior of airplanes on bombing runs, then took it back to their lab. By February 1942, Wiener had written one of his most famous scientific papers, known colloquially as the Yellow Peril. Owing to its military importance, its publication was restricted. Yet the contents of the paper circulated clandestinely in the long hallways of MIT, where it got many more researchers thinking about the future of smart weapons. Could an entire shooting battery become fully automated if a human gunner was replaced by a machine or drone? Could scientists construct an automatic machine to outgun the best gunner? Wiener explained that shooting at an airplane is like duck shooting. You do not aim at the plane itself, but at where the plane will be when the shell arrives. But shooting down a plane was obviously more difficult. Not only did that duck shoot back, but a gun mount on a naval AA battery swayed with the ship's motion. Wiener designed feedback systems that would react to these rapid changes by correcting the aim of the guns. Cybernetic smart guns would get better and better at predicting where to meet their target, and most eerily so, they appeared to act as if endowed with intelligence and purposeful behavior. After the war, Wiener was exhausted, his nerves frayed by a diet of amphetamines. He took off for Mexico, where he worked at elaborating on the ideas for cybernetics, or control and communication in the animal and the machine. Maxwell's demon occupied a central role in the book. When it was published in 1948, it caused such a splash that it soon ranked among the most influential books of the 20th century. 5 The term cybernetics would come to refer to a new field of study that spread across traditional disciplines, from economics to philosophy. It encompassed a broad array of systems and technologies, both large and small technologies, and both old ones, like boat tillers, and new ones that reacted to new environmental conditions, like robots. Economists, politicians, statesmen, and businessmen cannot afford to overlook cybernetics and its tremendous, even terrifying implications, wrote a reviewer. 6. Wiener started off his narrative by chastising those who brushed away Maxwell's demon for the sole reason that he was impossible. Nothing is easier than to deny the possibility of such beings, he wrote. It is simpler to repel the creature than to take him seriously, and by taking such a route, we shall miss the opportunity to learn something. 7 What most fascinated Wiener about the creature was how it could use information to produce energy efficiently. A working thermostat connected to a cooling device could act as a demon when it kept a room at an artificial temperature. By obtaining information from the environment and feeding it back to itself, it could adjust itself to keep some molecules in and others out. It could make a pocket of the world cool down, exactly as a Maxwell's demon would do. The economic implications of tracing and even anticipating the future path of very fast and chaotic events were particularly intriguing. The skill required was as central for athletes and soldiers as it was for nerds and gamblers. From a pilot we might expect the sort of intelligent use of his chances that we anticipate in a good poker player, wrote Wiener. For example, he has so much opportunity to modify his expected position before the arrival of a shell. 8 Poker players beating the odds at Las Vegas, arbitrageurs and speculators gaming the stock market, and World War II pilots evading the barrage of bullets aimed at them were all successful when they used information about the new circumstance they were most likely to face next and quickly adjusted their next move accordingly. Wiener did not believe that any cybernetic machines he described violated the second law of thermodynamics. Feedback was costly. Many other scientists like him who worked during the post-war period understood and accepted Szilard's argument that in order to work these demons needed to take a measurement, and that this measurement was information about a given situation, and that obtaining that information required energy. But while Szilard had been mostly concerned with engines that produced work, Wiener was hooked on improving communication systems and understanding them in terms of thermodynamics. He agreed wholeheartedly with Szilard's and Lewis's exorcisms of this being. In the long run, he wrote, the demon falls into a certain vertigo and is incapable of clear perceptions. When that happens, it ceases to act as a Maxwell demon. But the fatigue of the dizzy demon hardly mattered to him. One could employ him while he was still fresh. There may be a quite appreciable interval of time before the demon is deconditioned, he wrote, and this time may be so prolonged that we may speak of the active phase of the demon as metastable. The universe was so large that entire pockets of it could be, momentarily and locally, freed from the ravages of entropy. Where others saw entropy, fatalism, and defeat, Wiener saw an opportunity. His conclusion, and his belief in demons, was clearly stated: there is no reason to suppose that metastable demons do not in fact exist. In fact, they were everywhere, even in our homes. They could be living or dead, human or not. These distinctions no longer mattered. Their unifying characteristic was their ability to reverse entropy, albeit momentarily and locally. Examples of metastable demons included living organisms, such as man himself, but were also non-living elements, such as enzymes and other chemical catalysts. 9. A new interpretation of Maxwell's demon appeared at the intersection of two branches of science, thermodynamics and communications engineering. While engines pushed atoms from one place to another, communication technologies pushed electrons from one end of a channel to the other. In the latter, if Maxwell's demon let certain molecules pass and not others, a telephone filter let certain frequencies through and not others. Noise and entropy, Wiener insisted, were related. Both were a kind of disorder, and both should be eliminated for the purpose of prediction. The challenge of achieving perfect communication with each other and with our future, it turned out, was not so different from the challenge of building a perpetual motion machine. The demon, which had traditionally affected only engines and motors, was now seen impinging on information. Computers during this period were basically understood to be information engines. Computers got hot. When they did so, they started garbling their outputs. In a large apparatus like an ENIAC or EDVAC, the filaments of the tubes consume a quantity of energy, explained Wiener, and unless adequate ventilation and cooling apparatus is provided, the system will suffer from what is the mechanical equivalent of pyrexia, until the constants of the machine are radically changed by the heat, and its performance breaks down. 10. Research on metastable demons increased dramatically as researchers took notice of Maxwell's being's tricks on electronics and electromagnetic communications networks. MIT, IBM, International Business Machines, Bell Labs, the research branch of AT&T, and Western Electric were all ideal places to study information-sucking and message-altering demons. If a demon could act on the essential link of our social fabric, it could affect the political order as much as our private lives. Studying the relation of information to thermodynamics was key to the success of the emerging information economy. When Wiener's Cybernetics appeared in print, the mathematician Claude Shannon reviewed it for the Proceedings of the Institute of Radio Engineers. Wiener, explained Shannon, makes the interesting conjecture that the paradoxes of the Maxwell demon can be resolved by taking into account the information received by the demon in entropy calculations. He concluded, if this can be given experimental verification, it would be of considerable significance. 11. Shannon had moved to Bell Labs to join the team working on anti-aircraft technologies after studying at MIT, where he had taken a course with Wiener. At that time, he had already been looking forward to Wiener's forthcoming cybernetics. He would acknowledge that communication theory is heavily indebted to Wiener for much of its basic philosophy and theory. 12. How efficient could an information engine get? How could scientists come as close as possible to the non-plus-ultra limits of the laws of thermodynamics? To answer those questions, Shannon used the word bit. This portmanteau word, comprising binary and digit, had been invented by his colleague John Tukey. Bit would become widely used in computer science, where it referred to Maxwell's demon's most elementary materia operandi. Theoretically, a bit was the smallest unit that could ever be used to convey something, the smallest quantity of information needed to sort and divide, a symbol for the tiniest bead in the tiniest abacus that could ever exist in the universe, the most basic tipping quantity, an entity so light that it could be insignificant. Yet the consequences of a bit could also be momentous: good if the bit was at the right time and place, and catastrophic if at the wrong time and place. The seemingly contrasting abilities of such a tiny unit made it the paragon of false modesty and understated elegance. The insights of Wiener's work and of Shannon's groundbreaking mathematical theory of communication would not stay confined to the technical circles where they first appeared. Soon they were used to understand much larger systems, including the stock market, games of chance, artificial intelligence, government, and elections. Information and meaning. Even in light of these technological advances, a few prominent holdouts continued to think of ways to return science to the path of determinism. Einstein's most faithful supporters, such as the physicist and philosopher Hans Reichenbach, had not lost their faith in the power of Laplace's demon. In his books Elements of Symbolic Logic, 1947, and The Rise of Scientific Philosophy, 1951, Reichenbach attributed to Laplace's creature the power of determining what was typically ascribed to chance. Where would a ball end up in a game of roulette? How would a die land? Reichenbach believed that the answer might be determined with exactitude by taking into consideration every little detail, from the dynamics of the forces of the person throwing the die to the air current affecting its fall, to the weight of each and every atom that might lead it to tilt and land on one of its 6 sides. Laplace's Superman could counter otherwise intractable chance effects. Such verification may be technically impossible, he wrote, although in principle it should be possible to foretell the results of a throw of a die from the initial conditions, given the position of the die, the physiological status of the person considered, and other factors. Confidently, Reichenbach stated, Laplace's Superman could do it. 13. Could he, really? What gave Reichenbach such confidence? Back in Germany, Grete Hermann was optimistic. She considered the possibility of using Laplace's demon's assistance to reinterpret quantum mechanics. Laplace's kindred spirits could work toward the goal of making things act in causal, determinate ways in time and space. So much had changed in the intervening years since Hermann first wrote about Laplace's demon. Bremen lay in ruins. With Germany destroyed and Japan still reeling from defeat, she, along with other philosophers, mathematicians, and scientists, started to inquire about the limits of human action more generally. They plumbed the depths of a universe that had permitted the emergence of humans with the power to invent technologies to tick and explode for answers. Fixing the philosophical foundations on which quantum mechanics stood proved daunting. What did the atomic bomb reveal about how history developed? As an active member of the resistance during the war, Hermann knew firsthand how hard, perhaps even impossible, it had been to change the tragic course of events she had lived through. Hermann, like Compton, used the example of the atomic bomb to analyze determinism, chance, and free will more generally. She accepted that microscopic events at the unpredictable quantum level could trigger macroscopic ones. Yet even if the macrophysical effects triggered by this one electron were still far greater and more sustainable if, for example, it would be used to explode an atomic bomb, those effects, she argued, would not prove the fundamental indeterminacy of nature. 14 Scientists need not conclude from these examples that quantum uncertainty proved indeterminacy more generally, and it certainly did not prove the existence of free will. After considering mainstream interpretations of quantum mechanics where there is no room for the Laplacian demon, Hermann disagreed with them, especially when these interpretations were extended into the realm of ethics or when they were used to support a particular view of moral freedom. She was especially impatient with new quantum biological approaches developed by the German physicist Pascual Jordan and others. Their arguments, she claimed, were no better than the arguments of those who invoked demon assistance to prove determinism. The quantum biologist, she concluded, is no more competent than the assistants of Laplace's demons. 15. Leon Brillouin disagreed. The war had not been won by letting entropy run its course. Brillouin was a renowned French scientist from a family of renowned scientists who was ready to put the final nail in Laplace's coffin. When the Nazis took over Paris, Brillouin was sent to Vichy with other French government officials. A few months into his new role, the Frenchman decided to switch sides. He emigrated to the United States to teach at the University of Wisconsin, Madison and at Brown University. Soon he was working for the Allies. After the war, Brillouin decided to stay in the United States, moving to the Kruft Laboratory at Harvard before finally leaving academia to work at IBM. As soon as he heard about it, Brillouin became fascinated by Wiener's cybernetics, which he found to be an entirely new field for investigation and a most revolutionary idea. 16 New research on Maxwell's demon and cybernetics showed that scientists could come very near to the dream of perfect efficiency. Let us recall the paradox of Maxwell's demon, that submicroscopical being, he wrote in an article in American Scientist, standing by a trapdoor and opening it only for fast molecules, thereby selecting molecules with highest energy and temperature. 17 How could its actions be harnessed for our purposes? How does it become feasible on a large scale, he asked. 18. Brillouin was most impressed by how scientists had created nuclear power. He joined the ranks of many other thinkers who used the historical example of the atomic bomb and the science that led to it to think about science's demons and their demonic actions, that is, to consider how statistically improbable and minute local actions could connect and perhaps even bring about world historical transformations. He compared uranium to other standing reserves of power, such as a rock that, balancing on a cliff, could be easily tipped over, or an oil reserve that just waits for prospectors to come. 19 The war had been won by exploiting pre-existing natural resources in an unlikely and original manner. Uranium remained stable and quiet for thousands of centuries, then came some scientists, who built a pile and a bomb and, like a naughty boy in the kitchen, blew up a whole city, he explained. 20 Continuing this line of thought, Brillouin asked how scientists could tap into the negative entropy of the universe. Minerals, water reservoirs, oil deposits, calories, and certain biological systems, such as ferments and yeasts, could all be used to produce it. Sometimes all that was needed to unleash the forces against entropy was a proper catalyst. It was important, Brillouin argued, to pay attention to activities at the fringe of the second principle. These demonic effects were felt in the macroscopic world and were everywhere. Humans engaged in these activities daily and without remark. Man opens the window when the weather is hot and closes it on cold days. 21 Because of the sheer size of the universe, conditions forbidden on a small scale are permitted on a large one. With simple actions, the temperature of a room could momentarily be prevented from reaching equilibrium with the outside temperature. Why would some demons eventually tire and fail? The main reason why Maxwell's submicroscopical demon could not go on with his mischief, argued Brillouin, was his inability to see when he was trapped in an enclosure. Brillouin noted that, in order to see molecules to manipulate them, Maxwell's creature needed some light. Without it, he was just hopeless, literally, in the dark. The demon simply does not see the particles, unless we equip him with a torchlight, he explained. Exploring a clever suggestion of Wiener's that had been generally systematically ignored, he speculated that, once we equip the demon with a torchlight, we may also add some photoelectric cells and design an automatic system to do the work. 22 The setup was simple because the demon need not be a living organism, and intelligence is not necessary either. Such a machine could reverse entropy, albeit locally and momentarily. What could be done to fortify this demon? His torchlight had a drawback: it injected energy into the system and eventually petered out. Any torch-carrying demon would fail in long-run missions, since a torchlight is obviously a source of radiation. It pours negative entropy into the system. 23 In years to come, physics textbooks would often include a picture of Maxwell's demon holding a flashlight. Even if the fire of the demon's torch went out or his flashlight's batteries ran down, it was worth exploring all that he could do before darkness settled in. The venerated second law, Brillouin noted, was often not strictly enforced. Exceptions might appear as some sort of miracle, but they were hardly of mysterious or religious origin. 24 Momentary and local cases saved from the ravages of the second law were so numerous that Brillouin saw no benefit in thinking about the second law's universal validity. Such immense territories strain the intellect beyond reasonable measure. It is better not to speak about the entropy of the universe, he stated. Why? Because this, in my opinion, is very much beyond the limits of human knowledge. The subject led researchers into a hall of mirrors of unanswerable questions, such as, is the universe bounded or infinite? Do we know whether it is tight, or may it be leaking, and do entropy and energy leak out or in? He concluded firmly, needless to say, none of these questions can be answered. 25. Figure 2. Stanley W. Angrist and Lauren G. Hepler, Order and Chaos, New York, Basic Books, 1967, 195, 197. Illustrations by Professor Ed Fisher, Jr. As research on demons in terms of information theory flourished, a new set of problems started bothering researchers. Did knowledge have to be placed on the same energy accounting spreadsheet as any other bits of information? What made certain information more meaningful and relevant compared to other information? Could physics explain those differences? Brillouin illustrated the new problem. Take an issue of the New York Times, the book on cybernetics, and an equal weight of scrap paper. Do they have the same entropy? According to the usual physical definition, the answer is yes. 26 But answering yes, according to Brillouin, was an overly hasty conclusion. 27 For him, information value could not be determined in exactly the same manner as other physical values. The mischievous lawbreaker described by these scientists started to sow a rift between information theory in physics and communication theory in philosophy and in the humanities, with important consequences. Scientists such as Brillouin, Wiener, and Shannon did not believe that there was an exact one-to-one correspondence in the expenditure of energy and the gain in meaningful information. For them, and for others who continued to explore the possibility of interacting with nature in ways that would have unlikely results, the trick required re-examining the relation of physical information to meaning. By acting with particularly meaningful information, scientists might just about be able to momentarily stall anthropic decline. Yet, for the most part, investigations about the meaning of information were separated from research that examined it as a physical quantity. 28. By considering information as quantifiable energy, some scientists started to forget that information was only valuable if it was meaningful. At stake in these discussions was not only the nature of reality but also the possibilities and limitations of our capacity to understand the universe scientifically. In a universe considered in terms of bits of information, what was the meaning of meaning? Photocells as magic eyes. News of the possibility of constructing a new machine that would work at almost no expense gripped audiences during a lecture delivered at the University of Edinburgh on March 2, 1951. The speaker was Denis Gabor, a Hungarian-born physicist and close friend of Szilard who would go on to win a Nobel Prize. He would have a demon, a quantum version of Maxwell's, named after him. The captivating lecturer described to his audience an imaginary machine, one that acted like a Maxwell's demon. Everyone wanted to know more about it. The contents of the lecture, wrote Brillouin, became known to a wider public through the distribution of a limited number of mimeographed notes, which have since become widely quoted in the literature. 29 MIT and Imperial College London invited Gabor to describe his machine in detail. Gabor's imaginary machine appeared at first glance to be a perpetuum mobile of the second kind. To help them understand it, Gabor summarized the previous research on demons from thermodynamics to Brownian motion, starting with Maxwell. One of the most fruitful ideas in this direction came from Clerk Maxwell, who posed the question of demons opening a valve for fast molecules in a gas, and shutting it for slow ones. He continued by teaching them about Smoluchowski's research. This led to the even simpler question, why not spring-load the valve, so that only a fast molecule can open it? This research, according to Gabor, opened up the question of an intelligent demon, the question that fascinated Szilard. His conclusion, explained Gabor, was to simply assume that entropy increase had to accompany the act of selection. Hence, in order to save the second principle, it must be assumed that such an observation could not be made by any demon, intelligent or mechanical, without an entropy increase of at least this amount 30. In contrast to other such contraptions, Gabor's imaginary machine was equipped with state-of-the-art photosensitive elements. So outfitted, it could determine when it should open or close a piston, like Maxwell's demon at his gate. Could it violate the laws of thermodynamics? Gabor concluded, predictably, that it could not. His perpetuum mobile would fail because of the particular behavior of the photons used to observe molecules. Although the science in his lectures was complex, his final lesson was prosaic. We cannot get something for nothing, not even an observation, far less a law of nature. Street savvy, money in your pocket wisdom and knowledge about demons was necessary to explain the behavior of light and information at the level of the quantum. 31. Gabor explained clearly why Maxwell's demon could not work at human scale, but he also showed just how low the energy cost of obtaining information about a system really was. He was able to pinpoint the exact source of the cost. The photons necessary to see a particle interacted with it, adding entropy to the system. These photons were so tiny that it made a lot of sense to think about energy efficiency in those terms across fields. When information was particularly valuable, the price of obtaining it could fade into insignificance, as even a tiny amount of energy, such as HV, could be used to set off an avalanche, a chain reaction, or something even greater. Many other scientists in the 1950s soon reached the same conclusion as Gabor. Even if a perfect Maxwell's demon could not be built at human scale, scientists